Good morning, chat. So, it's Higurashi Tuesday. That's the most important thing about what's going on. Yo, chat, would you believe it if I said that the thing wasn't working again? Would you believe it? Would you believe it? It's like I do the same thing like a million times. You know what I mean? And it's like insanity. It's the definition of insanity. It loops, and nothing ever changes. And I do the same thing, expecting things to be different, but it never is. You know what I mean? Let me just delete it and put it back in. I think that's the play. But yes, good morning, chatters. Good morning, chatters. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Test, test, test. Okay, I think this should work. Oh my goodness, it worked! Okay, that's cool. That's so weird. I see, I just had to like close it and reopen it, and then it decided to play nice. Alright. So, and then these still work, right? Over on Twitch. Oh wait, the Twitch one stopped working when the YouTube one started working. Brother man! Brother. Okay, wait, no, there's hope. There's hope. Alright, pop it out. Let me pop it out. Alright. 2, 3, 4, 5. Stop spamming. Yo, I'm the streamer. I can do what I want. Okay. Let me just pop it out myself. Maybe it wants to pop like here. Aha! Test. Sleep deprived at work right now? Are the Higurashis lulling you to even more sleep? Brother man. Yo, I might hate this program. It's so funny how, like, it was so good for me. It was so good to me, bro. It knew exactly what it needed to do. It was locked in. It was giving me love. It was giving me joy. It was giving me everything I ever could have wanted. And then it decided to stop. Then it decided, actually, I don't think I want to be doing this. Actually, let's not be doing this today. You know? And it's just like, man, we're supposed to be on the same side of this, of the team. We're supposed to be on the same team. Supposed to be on the same team. You know what I mean? And so whenever I'm like getting like this like counteraction, it's like, man, joy fallback stream. Joy fallback stream. Don't worry, if it doesn't get working in like the next like 3 minutes, then we'll just... Okay, so the YouTube one works. That is so funny. It's cheating on me. You know what? It probably is. It's saving bandwidth for streamers with more viewers. Okay, let me just remove Twitch and re-add Twitch and see if I can just do it this way. Okay, here we go. Oh! Hopium. Oh my goodness, it's trying to... 2, 3, 4, 5. Aha! Oh my goodness, we're so back. I just had to close everything and reopen everything. Okay, now it's working. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's all on screen. I know they haven't changed the rule, but technically it doesn't show whether a message is from YouTube or Twitch. So they're all from Twitch winky face. You know what I mean? Like they're all from Twitch, right guys? Can we all agree? No single what was that? AG with the Prime resubscription. Thank you, AG. Appreciate the Prime. Appreciate you. But yeah, chat. We all agree everyone's chatting on Twitch, right? There's no YouTube chat in the chat here. It's all Twitch. Right, guys? You can tell when it's from Twitch because the colors. You're thinking too. That was the color stuff is stuff. Let's just say I did that on my end. Right? Like, I adjusted it, so all of them are Twitch messages. We're on the same side? This makes sense? we are locked in. I subbed and the ads didn't go away. Thank you for the extra money, by the way. Now I get your ad revenue and I get your sub money. Oh my goodness, we're so back. Hi from YouTube. Wonderful. Okay, so, chat. Our situation here. Higurashi when they cry. Chapter 2. To even recall what is going on in the slightest. Something farm tools. Something. I gotta open my notes. So, Rika is giga cooked. She wanted easier padlock on door, and Mayor was like, bet. Okay, so this is a really good piece of notes here. So, yeah, the Mayor's gone. He got demoned away as the sacrifice, and Rika's next. That's basically where we're at. So she's gonna get, like, tied up and thrown in the swamp, I guess, because that's, I think, what the demoning away probably actually is. So, rest in peace, Rika. And of course, we're gonna blame ourselves in the same way that Shion is blaming herself for the Mayor going away. And that's gonna cause Keiichi and Shion to, like, lose their minds, and everything's gonna fall apart. So, that's pretty much the TLDR. I've been told that this will probably take 8 hours to finish. I'm right now, that's the goal, but, like, listen, if they mind break me 6 hours in, or like 4 hours in, then we're just gonna see what happens. You know what I mean? We'll just have to see what happens. But yeah. Shion Faye was killing it last time on the phone. Actually true. Yeah, she was like actually despairing what happened to the Mayor. Because the Mayor was like a family thing. Like, actually kind of an important person to her. So it's like, she blames herself in like such a, like a, you know what I mean? But yeah, we got the Dr. Pepper. A delightful beverage for a delightful me. Theories? I mean, so there's a sect of the villagers that are responsible for demoning people away. There gotta be. Yashiro-sama's not real. I don't give a frick, okay? I mean, we could always, like, maybe he's real, but, like, I'd rather just not have him be real, right? And they, like, the villagers do the curse themselves. They do they kill people themselves, and then they do the sacrificial demoning away people themselves, which it, like, stems from the mythos of the demons, like, the half demon, half human, and the demons want to eat people, you know? And so it's all about placating the demons, you know? And to placate the demons, they gotta eat some people, and so they sacrifice people. And the sacrifices are Rika and the Mayor, because they are kind of to blame for the padlock being weaker, so that they've been chosen as the sacrifices. Otherwise, like, there is kind of a little thing of, like, why them two instead of Shion and Keiichi. My answer is maybe they want to only sacrifice villagers. Like, they only want to demon away villagers. That's, like, part of the demoning away process, is that it only targets villagers. Where Shion is not considered a villager because she lives in the other the other town, and then we still, like, aren't a villager yet because we just got here. Because I think every other person that got demoned away was pretty much a villager, right? Yeah. So something like that. Get Shrek'd. Chat, can we not? I don't want Rika to get Shrek'd. I'd prefer Rika stays happy and healthy, but especially because she was like, don't worry about it, we're gonna be fine. And then we just weren't fine. We're just not gonna be fine. Do you have food? I have Dr. Pepper. I have Dr. Pepper. What we're probably gonna do is play for like 4 hours and then maybe take a break, like a 30-minute break for me to eat food and chill, and then we'll like try to get back into it. Yeah. But chat, we gotta get moving. Get me in there. Get me in there. Okay. We did do these new tips, right? Let's remember the new tips. Oh yeah, the infinite scrapbook. Bazaar break. Agreed. Are you a wolf girl? Chat, if you and me were the only ones left on the planet, I would protect you. Think about it that way. Is Dr. Pepper going to treat your heart disease after this? Of course. What heart disease? Okay. Especially, it's worrying, because, like, We got like another like 8 hours of gameplay roughly, which kind of tells us that like we're gonna, not only is Rika probably gone, but then we're gonna mentally spiral after that, and everything's just gonna be a nightmare and fall apart. So we can look forward to that, I suppose, to the despair arc. But yeah, okay. Oh, my throat is not warmed up at all. That Dr. Pepper is why you're peeing every 15 minutes. Chat, I will pee every 20 minutes just for you. This guy is a poopy head. Alright, bet. Oh, thank you, Roy2846 for the follow. Appreciate you, Roy. Alright. After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. There it is. Yo, she's got a phone? She's kind of locked in. My fingers trembled with urgency, and I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number. 5-digit number? That's weird.
Keiichi. こんな時間に電話? 夜遅くは先方に失礼だからよしなさい。
Yeah, Ooishi's gonna be a reason for this. So true. I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up, come on, pick up. We're getting a call? Or is that us calling? The time was 11 p.m. It certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Okay, that's us calling. Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Rika-chan didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. Oh, I can get louder. Oh, you know what? It's because I giga boosted the desktop audio so that y'all could hear the cicadas. Yeah, so I can reverse it. Okay, whoa! Stop chatting! Maybe our bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It was a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. This is like interrogation footage, right? If you've ever watched like a true crime interrogation footage where the narrator will be like, you can tell that the arrested person, the murder suspect, they're talking about their day in great detail to avoid talking about the murder. That's like Keiichi 101. He's like going on this entire 10-step algorithm for her taking a bath because he's just trying to like mentally figure it out. I'll wait 30 minutes, then try calling again. Yo, okay, thank you. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I kept calling. Over and over, again and again. I kept calling her, but she didn't even pick up once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes, yet she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared of picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? Yeah, we don't know. Shit, I never even asked where she lived. Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Furude. Her last name was Furude. Furude? It was a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Thinking that, I rummaged around the drawer with the phone book, but could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit. Wait, dude, her parents are dead. Who even does she live with? Because yeah, I think she has no parents right now. Because her parents were the shrine people. And so, even if she lives at the Furude house, like, best we would get is like a housekeeper. And I got bad news, the housekeepers would be fine with killing Rika, because I bet they were probably in on killing the parents. So whoever she lives with is 100%. Imagine being a 10-year-old girl and your phone is getting blown up for 40 minutes. You know what? The crazy thing is that happens all the time in real life, and that is kind of sad. But yeah, so whoever she lives with, I think would be super willing to demon her away and or kill her, because this village is full of psychopath maniac monsters, and honestly, they all need to go. Let's poison the water supply. I tore one thing after another out of the drawer, but I didn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know. Okay. She's probably gone over to play. I looked up Rena's phone number on the contact list. Rena Ryugu. There she was. Yeah, Keiichi's such an overthinker, bro. Like, you know what? Let me say this. Oh, hi, Rena's dad. Yo, me and Rena's dad. Calm down, calm down. We're not starting this early. My thing is, like, I have, like, a really, like, strong internal monologue that's, like, always running, and I kind of hate it. It's, like, a debuff that I just spawned in with. That, like, I'll just be, like, chilling, and I will always have, like, a thought playing, and I will always have, like, music playing. And sometimes, like, another thought. And so I've just constantly got chatter, like, going on in my head, and I kind of hate it, you know? Keiichi is the same thing. Keiichi is always thinking nonsense. And so whenever he's doing all his overthinking shit, I get annoyed really quickly. Because, I already have to deal with this. So it's like, Keiichi, I don't need your internal monologue on top of my internal monologue. Now we got two of them going. Alright, what's up, Rena's dad? It was the voice of a grumpy-sounding man. It must have been Rena's father. I'm calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite. Smart. Oh! Oh! Oh, Reina? Oh, Reina? Oh, really now, Rena's dad? Because that's getting added to the notes. Because that's actually a big deal. That's her, like, dead name. That's not the name she wants. She wants she wants to be Rena. That's kind of crazy. So her father's not good. She has a bad father. Father calls her Reina instead of Rena. That's crazy. That's good information.
Reina. 友達から電話だぞ.
Oh, right. Reina Ryugu was her real name, wasn't it? I'd gotten so used to calling her Rena that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard. Pregnant man reacted to. Man, I have the perfect image for that, but it would take me too long to actually get it. Rena seemed a little appalled that I'd call her for something like that at this hour. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she caught on to how urgent my need was. A two-story shack? She lives in a shack? She lives in a shack used for storage. This isn't a joke? I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I'd just have to take a look around. I wonder if Rena's gonna ask for more information. Yeah, she's trying. I don't know if Keiichi's gonna listen. Rena asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. Good hesitation. Good hesitation, Keiichi Maebara. He was killed because I told him. Rena affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Rena, can't I tell her? He was killed because he found out. Wait, which one? Okay, who are they referring to here? I feel like I'm forgetting something important. Because we could be talking about Tomotage. Oh, the mayor. Oh, the mayor. Yeah, because Rika is still undetermined if Rika's dead or not, so he's referring to Shion and the mayor. Okay. Sorry. I revealed everything, so he was killed. Wait, no, but I revealed everything? Wait, who are you actually talking about? Oh, is it because you revealed stuff to... No, Shion revealed everything to him. And killed as opposed to disappeared. Maybe Tomotage? But Tomotage was cooked. I don't know why he's taken on the Tomotage death. I think I, generally get the sentiment. Oh, Shion's words are playing in his head. Okay. Yes, I like that. That's why it's italicized. Okay, that's much better. Because, yeah, I was... Okay, cool. Yeah, I felt like I had, the right idea, but I wasn't sure exactly what. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. So funny how she still talks in the third person. Rena asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her ever using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. The thing is, she's a villager, bro. She knows what's going on, like to some degree. Rena was Rika-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan disappearing. If I told Rena, then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears. Rena's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, "No matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you." It's crazy that she's being such a real one right now, because chapter 1, she was the opposite of a real one. She was a menace. She needed to go. But now it's like, I appreciate you, you know? That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth.
Rika-chanが危ない気がするんだ。
それは虫の知らせかな。それともリカちゃんに危険が迫っている何か確信がある？
Keiichi would. I really didn't have time to go back and forth with Rena about this. Still, I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience. Pointless? Your impatience is not pointless, big dog. If you think Rika is actively in trouble, then it's good to be impatient. Yet I still hesitated. I had told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom Shion had confessed before that, had already disappeared. So, it was possible that Rika-chan also. I didn't know how to explain it to Rena. While I was tongue-tied, Rena spoke up. Rena laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Rena continued in a cheerful yet still purposeful voice. Wait, do you guys think that the painting here is one of the paintings the dad made? Is this really the dad's work? Because if so, how is he still selling these? This is not exactly a painting I would purchase. Rena, thank you. Modern artist. He's trying. It's like 2 hill. No, I'm not gonna do it. I almost just made it sexual for no reason. Lock in, come on. Be serious! See, okay, but somebody else already went there. You see, it's hills but boobs. Yeah, no, I was thinking like, you know, booby, but then I was like, you know what? Let's try to lock in for 5 seconds.
10分以上は鳴らし続けたと思う。ひょっとしたら気づかなくて寝てるだけなのかも。
Taking my joke.
リカちゃんの家はとても狭いの。だから電話が鳴ったらたとえ寝ていても気づかないわけはないよ。
The dad is a bit of a freak. Whoa! Satoko is there too? Oh, so we just put the 2 children in the shack. God, I hate this village. This village is evil. I don't even care. They put both the children in the shack. Lives at Furude shack at Shrine Grounds. With Rika. Like... This is so evil. I hate the villagers, dude. They literally kill Rika's parents, kill Rika's brother, or make him disappear, kill... Or Satoko's brother, Satoko's parents, Rika's parents, and then throw them in a shack.
Satoko ってリカちゃんと一緒に住んでるのか？
うん。知らなかったの？今はその話は後ね。とにかく電話をそれだけ鳴らして誰も出ないのは
Rena understood that the situation wasn't normal far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. Made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Rena had acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all was just being the result of my own needless fears went out the window. Yeah, well the problem is like they're orphans, but the villagers are like I thought this village would take care of their own, right? That they would like be like xenophobic or whatever, sure, but at least they would like take care of their own. They just put both the child orphans that they orphaned into a shack. That's really, like, upsetting to me. These villagers, they need to go! Oh, Rena wants to join. That's fine. I think that's fine. I think I would take this.
じゃあいつもの待ち合わせ場所で合流しよ
Rena's been, in this chapter, she's been pretty fine.
私ケイチ君の家に迎えに行くから、だからお家で待ってていいよ。それからご家族に私と一緒にリカちゃんの家に
Tell
来
your
てくれ
family?
って
That's fine.
伝えて
That's
おいて
fine.
ね。
う。うちでいいのか？時間のロスのような。
Yeah, why?
みーちゃんには電話した？みーちゃんはこういう時すっごく頼もしいの。
No.
私から
No, no, Rena. Okay, this is the problem. Rena, I don't know about that, brother, man. Mion's kind of not part of the squad right now. Mion's part of the Yakuza, okay? She can go have fun with her Yakuza stuff. My thoughts froze for a moment. Shion had just told me to be careful around Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. The Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths. Then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. Keiichi's actually being smart right now. Oh my goodness. So, wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano-san and Tomitake-san? And also the mayor's disappearance? He has grown so much from chapter 1. He has grown so much. I know that he hasn't even grown because it's just two, like, parallel things or whatever. No, frick Mion. Mion sucks. And this is the reason why. He's on it. Keiichi's actually using his Keiichi brain.
じゃあね。
What?
すぐに行くからね。
Okay, maybe we convinced her not to? Okay, I think we convinced her not to.
待っててね。
That's all Rena said before hurriedly hanging up. Now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. He was close. He was close. I need to make sure Rika-chan was safe. He was so close. He's following the plot, but he hesitated a little bit. Which is believable. I'm not mad at him for that. That's believable. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. Again, I don't remember the bike in chapter 1. The bike has been so important in chapter 2. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in the place we usually do before school. Rena wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. Because the bike was literally, like, bro, if we had the bike in chapter 1, biking to the school with the bat and biking home from school with the bat would be 10 times safer because you could out-pedal Rena, which was who he was scared of. So it's actually kind of plot important if he has a bike or not. And so him having a bike in chapter 2 is kind of throwing me off a little bit. Maybe something was mentioned in chapter 1, I just forgot though. I don't know. Rena wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. Yeah, Rena's being slightly weird. But we'll take it. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. Wait, I'm actually feeling this right now. This is good. I love the drama. Didn't he give Rena a bike chapter 1? Maybe. Yeah, maybe he, like, gave it away or it broke or something. Like, I don't know. She said that Rika-chan and Satoko lived together, right? Huh? Then it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either. There's no reason to get rid of Satoko, though. Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. That can't be. Satoko is. She's got nothing to do with any of this. Exactly. Even if there were a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko. Rena was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Oh, she even has a bike. Oh, let's just bike our booties over there. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going.
Oh, Rena. さあ、行こうぜ。
ケイチ君、私、お家で待っててって言ったはずだよ。
Rena's expression was all business. Was she mad? It came out of the blue and I faltered for a moment.
いや、ここで合流した方が早く出発できると思ってさ。
ケイチ君は本当に分かってるの？
She could say, like, you're also in danger, like, you need to be careful, because I would accept that. Rena shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Rena like this before.
分かってるのかって何がだよ。
Rena seemed to notice she was scaring me, took a couple of deep breaths, and continued as if admonishing me, but... W emotional control. Her expression didn't soften at all. I'll still take it.
ケイチ君、昨日村長さんがいなくなって村中で大騒ぎになったよね。
ああ。
そんな中でケイチ君はリカちゃんとサトコちゃんがいなくなったって言ってるんだよ。
ああ。そういうことになるな。
じゃあもっと用心しなくち
Yeah,
ゃ
that's
ダメ
fine.
だよ。
Good, Rena, good.
中にたった一人でこんなところで突っ立ってるなんて。
But also, Rena, you are also the same thing, where you coming here alone is kind of same difference. But also, it's different because you're traveling, I guess, as opposed to just standing there. I began to understand where Rena's anger was coming from. And he should have done that. That was a good idea. Because you always want, like, people to know where you're going so they can find your corpse later when you die.
万が一
Yeah, exactly, bro. Rena's locked in.
私と圭一君が揃って失踪しちゃうようなことがあったら
Thank you, thank
いつ
you.
どの辺でいなくなったのかを残すことができる
Rena was perfectly level-headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of the Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano-san and Tomitaka-san met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now, on the next night after that, Rika-chan and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Himenizawa was a little weird at the moment. It was, in fact, extremely strange. Rena had even anticipated our own disappearances and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed of my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night.
ごめん、まだ言ってなかった。
うんじゃあ一緒に言いに行こ
I'm fine with this. With Rena beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. Yeah, Rena's actually fine. She's just also a psychopath. Or at least has like another personality that breaks windows and breaks spines, okay? So when she's not like switching, she's totally fine. She's gotta be like a sleeper agent, dude. They got like a drug or something and they just started drugging her and said, "Sleeper agent Rena, Ryugu, go kill Keiichi," you know? But not in chapter 2, so we're fine. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky, a sky that was uselessly vast and cold. So that no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Rena had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Rena caution me against carelessness, was, to me, the most fearsome thing of all. Yeah, Rena also has an identical twin. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. I'm writing down that Watanagashi happens on a full moon. Or like around a full moon. That's kind of important. Happens close to a full moon. Because that's like a spiritual thing, potentially. See, this is the problem. This here is the problem. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan or Satoko's disappearance.
本気で言ってんの
Yeah, I mean, they're not picking up the
も
phone,
し
brother
冗
man.
談だったらかなり怒るよ
It's not a joke. Lock in. Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
うみーちゃん本当に冗談だったなら怒るんじゃなく
Okay,
笑おうよ
this is not a good...
だって冗談なんだから
Rena, that's not the
私た
reply.
ちはそれが冗談であ
Okay,
る
that's
ことを
fine, that's fine,
確かめ
that's
な
fine.
くちゃいけない
Good reply, good reply.
そうだね機嫌の悪そうなことを言ってごめん
However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it would end up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Rena, Mion gave a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted her bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycles' lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside.
ケイちゃんはなぜ急にこんな時間にリカちゃんの家に電話なんかする気になったわけ
Mion asked me the same thing that I had trouble explaining to Rena.
虫が知らせた。じゃあおかしいか。
I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the
俺
darkness.
さ、うたた寝してる時に悪い夢を見ると
Keiichi's just
どうして
yapping.
も気になっちゃうんだよ。
Say that you tried to call him.
それでリカちゃんが
That's
さ
the
らわれる
real...
夢を見たわ
That's
け
a
か
really
な
good, like,
Yeah.
piece of evidence.
その もっと漠然とした予感みたいなものだよ。リカちゃんが電話に出てくれたなら、
There we go. Good,
レ
good,
ナ
good,
や
good.
ミオにも続けて電話するつもりだったよ。
Lies smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. Good lying, good lying. He's actually good at lying for once. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Shion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press me any further. I don't know whether that convinced her. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika-chan and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved and immediately felt a little guilty. Guys, the bar is really low for Keiichi, okay? Keiichi has stumbled and revealed information, like, continuously. And so him saying, like, I just dreamed it, is, like, 99% better than anything he's ever done before, okay? We take whatever wins we can get. We can take whatever wins we can get here. Because, like, I don't think Mion... It doesn't matter if Mion believes it as long as she doesn't press the issue right now, right? We need... It's all about right now. Mion hadn't really been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Ooishi-san that she was the successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi Maebara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of Watanagashi? In such a harsh tone at that. Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At the time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about Mion, then Shion and Ooishi-san's descriptions of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that. Yo, Keiichi cosplay would be weak, bro. If it was a cosplay, it would be Rena in her current outfit, in her cute little sailor uniform. That would be the cosplay. Keiichi cosplay is literally just like Shinji, you know? That's easy! We've already done that! Shout out the Instagram. I was conveniently thinking of everything she had done after that, while disregarding the very first thing, the thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, okay, at least he was looking at her back and not her booty. It never gave me answers to any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead. Mion swimsuit cosplay. Waitress cosplay. Alright.
みんな公園みたいな感覚で勝手に出入りしてるけど、本当はここは古出家の立派な私有地なんだよ。
We want the Ooishi cosplay. So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked the exact same.
だとすると、古出家って結構な旧家なんじゃないのか？代々続いた由緒ある。
Yo, we don't got time for a historical lesson, big bro.
ない。おかしいよ。
Okay, they're gone. Rena said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her.
どうしたレナ？
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいつもここ
Their
に
bikes
自
are
転車を
gone.
止めてるはずなの。
Force femme Keiichi.
どこにもない。
I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here. That's weird because it means they might have left. Like if they disappeared, I don't know why the bikes would
女
be
の子
gone.
には無理だよ、ケイイチ君。
Just as she said, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Tsutoko lugging their bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you'd call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. That's stupid. I refuse to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they disappeared. Listen, brother man, I'm pretty sure Rena would know where the bikes usually are, right? Always leave their bicycles here. You know, why would they break habit? Brother man, it's not looking good. This is fair, though. This is fair. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arch and came out onto the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never happened.
リカちゃんたちが住んでいる家ってのはどこにあるんだ？
こっち。
Yeah, this would be the cosplay right here, chat. But which variation? Yeah. Bro, this is killing me, bro. Her trying to look determined in this style. Man! Okay.
ついてきて。
Rena took the lead and sprinted off. Mion's not really saying much. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small prefab, two-story shack that looked like a warehouse. Yo, who stacked all this lumber here? Like, I know the little girls did not be stacking this lumber. Do they even have a housekeeper, or is it literally just these two, like, 8-year-olds taking care of themselves? They might just be taking care of themselves. In which case, I'm pissed. Yo, that's my house. I would actually live here, I think. I'm such an apartment Andy. I don't want a big house. I am fine with a tiny ass house. I need a kitchen, a bathroom, and I don't even need a bed. I just need a mattress. Mattress, kitchen, bathroom. Done. And place to put the computer. I need a computer. One storm in that shack is done for. Actually true.
明かり消えてるね。寝てるんじゃない？
Yo, why are you making these
ノッ
faces?
クしてみよう。
Rena and Mion are near the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I figured they live in an equally beautiful house. No, we just abuse the children here. It was far from what I had expected. We just neglect them.
リカちゃん、さとこちゃん、いる？
Rena shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all. Alright, breach and clear. Kick the door
寝てる
in.
のかもしれない。
Well, we're going... Yeah. Get in there. Mion banged on the shutter with both hands, and the loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to notice this much noise. They would turn on the light in their room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Yeah, they're gone, man. Mion stopped slamming her fist on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts. I could feel the blood draining from my face.
鍵かかってる。どこかから中に入れないかな。
Rena showed no signs of stopping. It didn't look like she would admit that they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. See, I'm starting to worry, because, like, if the three of us all, like, can't find them, then everyone's gonna start freaking out. Which means, like, we might start infighting, right? I'm worried that, like, we're all gonna freak out, and then Keiichi's gonna freak out and be like, "Mion! What did you do?" And then Mion's gonna be like, "What do you think I did? What did you do?" And then it's all gonna just fall apart, you know? That refusal to give in gave me strength.
2階の窓とか鍵をかけ忘れてないかな。
Go get... Oh, there's a ladder right here. Use the ladder.
俺ちょっと試してみる。
ケイちゃん、はしご。
Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. Satoko bros, it's over. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. It's details like this that, like, drive me insane. Keiichi, the last thing I care about right now is your ladder climbing experience. Cut this out. Cut this out. I don't need to know about your ladder climbing experience. We have to save the children. Alright, Keiichi. Bro wants to think of anything other than what's going on. Fair enough. My experience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor.
みーちゃん、私念のため本宅の方も見てくるね。す
That's
ぐ
fine.
戻るから。
I'm a little scared being alone with Mion, but that's fine. Rena darted away. What? A main house? There's a main house, but let's send the, yeah, let's send the children to live in the shack, huh? Music? I heard one note of us. I like this track, I think.
Yeah,
no, it is very 12-year-old kid internal thoughts maniac. It also drives me a little bit crazy because, you know, it is what it is. But you know, it is what it is. It's Keiichi. We gotta put some respect on Keiichi. Keiichi not being good at ladders is actually a massive plot point. I mean, you're talking to the guy that wrote down that he had, like, never held a, has never used a hatchet before is one of my notes for Keiichi. It's the Furude family's actual house. After parents passed away, I think it's been left like that.
あ、そうか。
Why did they move to the shack?
リカちゃんのご両親って亡くなってるんだよな。
Good press for information. Very subtle. Good. At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here too?
サトコも親なしだよ。お社様のたたりってことで、両親が崖から落っこちてね。お兄さんだったサトシ君もいなくなっちゃって。
Thank you for telling us information for once in our life,
前に聞いた名
Mion.
前だな。
I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse.
それ以来、サトコはリカちゃんと一緒に
Mion is
この小屋で暮らしてるんだよ。互いに身寄りのない一人ぼっち同士。
Okay, yeah, let's have the two 8-year-olds live together. This is the most brain dead. Mion, you are literally the Yakuza crime boss of the town. Adopt them. Like, I don't care. They cannot be. We cannot have the 8-year-olds living alone in the shack. They're going to burn the place down.
本宅って言ったかそっちで暮らした方が楽だろう
Great point. The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but maybe they just don't want to because it's, like, you know, a reminder of their dead family. Or of Rika's dead family. 2 young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life.
初めはそうしてたみたい。でも、
Yeah.
両親を思い出すから辛いって言って。
I'm on it, Mion. I'm on it. I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of
リカちゃんも
this.
サトコも大変なんだな
Yeah, and the villagers don't
呪わ
care.
れてるんだよ。
She's cursed. Which one? Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. Satoko? Or Rika? Turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again.
ミオンお前今なんて言った
Because low-key both are. If anyone.
呪われてるって言ったの。
Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up to look me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. They whirled around and around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street.
ミオンお前なんて顔してんだよ
I intended to follow that up with a "you're going too far with this joke" and give her a forced smile. However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan, as I desperately struggled to not let nausea overwhelm me.
北条聡子はね、
Okay, I was thinking Satoko's the one that lost the brother and the parents.
お社様のたたりを一心に受
Why?
け呪われた子なの。
Mion answers with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's
公園
question.
の展望台から転落死したのは両親だけ。あの子をミソッカス扱いしてた冷たい両親だけが死んだ。
Oh, abusive
あの子は
parents?
一人だけ。
Oh, so Satoko's life is just terrible. Okay. Parents treated her like dirt? Yeah, Satoko, think about it this way. Satoko has the worst home life possible. Terrible parents who treated her like dirt. Parents died. Brother died. Lives with another orphan in a shack alone. And she's still the best character. This is why Satoko's the GOAT. She was the only one to survive.
引き取り先であの子をいじめたおばは綿流しの夜に
Oh!
異常者に脳みそがぐっちゃぐちゃに飛び散って
Oh, that one was her
頭が
aunt?
原型をとどめないくらいにめった打ちにされて殺された。
That was her aunt that did? I didn't know that was her aunt that died. Okay. Woman murdered on Watanagashi was her aunt, who also treated her like dirt. Her like dirt. But okay, how does this mean she's cursed? Because this might not mean that she's cursed, it might mean that she's protected.
いつもあの子をかばってたサトシ君も
Okay, well this one I don't get.
あの子の誕生日に突然消えてしまう。
On her birthday? But why? That's just cruel.
あの子をいじめていなかったのに消されてしまった。
Maybe he was.
警察は家出したんだって決めつけたけど、サトシ君は逃げ出すような
Probably
人じゃな
not
かっ
though.
た。いつも
Her
一生
entire
懸命
life is a trap.
誰の力も借りずにコツコツと一人懸命に努力する人だった。
True.
たった一人の妹のために身を粉にして頑張ってたのに消されてしまった。あの子のためにだけに生きていたのに消されてしまった。
Satoshi is a Satoko? Wait, what? I don't get what you're trying to say. I'm confused. Well no, because it's Satoko Hojo, and so it'd be Satoko Satoshi, right? Yeah, I might have misspoken somewhere, if that's maybe referring.
かわいそうなサトシ君。
Or maybe I confused them for like a split second. It's fine.
なんて
Lock
も
in.
食われないサトシ君。 なんて恩知らずなあの子なの。あの子は呪われた子。あの子に近づけばそれが誰でも
The
末
mic
路を
quality
同じ
just
死
dropped for
ぬ
that
か
for
た
that
た
for
り
no
で消える
reason.
か。あの子に安らぎなんてあるものか。あの子に安らぎなんてあるものか。リカちゃんが消えたのもきっとサトコのせいだよ。違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない違いない。
Guys, this is why I can't stand Mion. What do you mean? It's probably Satoko's fault. Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. I almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away the ground really was.
落ち着けよミオ。何のことを言ってるのかわからないよ。
I wasn't sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and that rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Dude, you're holding the ladder! Help me! The ladder, it's falling! Help me! Help! Just then I heard the sound of... I heard the sound of many people running towards us? I don't know! I don't know if we want them to find us. If only he was good at ladders. I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults led by Rena, okay, better, ran over here with flashlights.
Keiichi-kun, Mii-chan, 遅れてごめんね。
True, the ladder thing came in so it was actually important. Oh, got the key, nice.
助かったね。
Don't act normal, you insano Oyashiro-sama believing insanity puppet, okay? I don't want to hear it, Mion. I mean, okay. I mean, I don't blame Mion too much. Because maybe, I mean, it kind of seems to be that if the curse is real, Sotoko's giga cursed. We can just agree with that, right? It's just a little bit like, how are you like, we're friends with Sotoko, and you're just like, Sotoko is cursed by Oyashiro-sama. Let me be friends with her. I feel there's cognitive dissonance going on, Mion. Because, like, personally, if I'm friends with somebody that I think is cursed to the degree that people around them goes missing and dies, then why would I ever get close to them? That is literally just signing up to die, right? If I really believe. So, Mion's skull, by the way, was probably, like, bisected as a youth, and she just has 2 brains. Because these things are just, you gotta connect them in your head, Mion. Because right now you look like you're just really quick to betray and backstab your friends. Sotoko, the child, who's an orphan, and who's abused her entire life, okay? And now she's the problem? Like,
どうも窓も戸締まりは完璧らしくてね。困ってた。
When I heard Mion talking like nothing had just happened, I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place, it was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then, who was that? The person muttering to themselves just a few seconds ago. Who was that? We can't be doing this game again. I can't play this one. Not the... that wasn't Rena. Who was it? Brother, it's just a version of Rena. The person who was mumbling about terrible things like curses, who was that? I guess, like, there's gotta be other halves. They're all sleeper agents, bro. The 2 of them both got as the successor to the family, Mion got, like, brain surgery'd. Rena, too. Rena also got turned into a sleeper agent, okay? That's, like, that's all I got. Multiple personalities that the villagers, like, put into them or something. I jumped down from the ladder as if running away before Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a key ring as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor.
リカちゃんの家はね、もともとは町会の防災倉庫だったの。
Pink face reveal win.
だからシャッターの鍵を今でも村長さんの家が預かってるの。
今ではリカちゃんとサトコの指定だけど。
Yeah, and the mayor just gets to have a key.
もともとリカちゃんの家の敷地内だし、誰も文句は言わないけどね。
Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Bang, bam, clatter, 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 bang! The shutter opened for the first time in a very long while. Rena located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in. They're gone, man. It's over. We climbed a narrow staircase. It had looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow the scent of the two of them filled the place. What, Keiichi? This was definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. All I can see is Pink's nose because it's so big. I'll be seeing y'all next week. I'm just kidding. I'm just playing around. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Yeah, let's check out their place. I'm gonna be really honest. Chat, this place is not fit for 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, right? Tell me in what world are either of them reaching this pot? Thank you, Sif, for the gifty. Ooh, thank you, Sif, for throwing out the little gift sub. I appreciate you for that. But can we, again, a beautiful goblin nose. I'll take that. I'll take goblin nose. I will take goblin nose. Let's look for dirty magazines? I don't think the children got dirty mags. I have a truly brilliant idea. What if there was a third identical twin named Mion? You know what? I believe it. But dude, they cannot reach these top shelf items, okay? All they're getting is sugar, spice, and everything nice down here. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space, and in the corner there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted from all of it. It was strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults, climbing the stairs one at a time, began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves. Nope, we're cooked. I don't even mean to be mean. I don't even mean to be mean about it, but it's just so distracting to me because his nose is at least 34% bigger than the national average, and it's tripping me up. Chat, have I told you the story of how when I was streaming like 6 years ago, back when we're pausing the drama. Back like 5 or 6 years ago when I was streaming before I like did YouTube or anything, I would have like no viewers, right? No chatters because, you know, you're just doing your thing. And at one point, I would just like commentate to myself, like try to do whatever, make it interesting. The only chat message I got for an entire stream, I keep looking over to chat, no one's there. I look back, I look over to chat, no one's there. I see a message pop up. I'm like, oh my goodness, a chatter. I turn, I read it. They say, your nose is like a bird beak, toucan. And I'm like, yeah, I guess so. And that's the only message the entire stream. And the way that the Twitch chat works is that it doesn't just go away, right? It just stays there. It just stays there. So I'll like glance back over every 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And guess what? That same message is just hovering right there. Rest of the stream. Rest of the stream. Yeah. All right. So when I say I got trauma, when I say I got toucan trauma, y'all taking advantage of my trauma, okay? I don't actually care. I've gotten used to it. But, like, yeah, it's just funny. It's so crazy because I never considered it large. And then I never considered it large. But then I started, like, doing YouTube and streaming. And it's the one consistent thing people talk about. Right? So it's just amazing. It's also because I look over the side profile. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? The Keiichi reactions will be so peak. If you weren't a mod, I would tell the mods to ban you. Lock in. Size does matter. Oh, and I got plenty. You know what they say about big noses? What they correlate to. A big heart. The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then today, even Rika-chan and Satoko had. Were they out playing somewhere together? Yeah, at like midnight. Did Pink reveal this whole story so I lose power over him? Yes. That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where did they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down.
信じたくないけど、君吉の村長さんが消えたのが昨日の今日、無関係とは言い切れないね。
The adult's faces paled at Mion's declaration. My and Rena's did as
例え
well.
ば、ご近所に行ってお茶でもごちそうになって眠っちゃって、起こすに起こせなくなってるなんて可能性ももちろんあるよね。
What is this copium? They've gone nearby for some tea, then accidentally fallen asleep. Whoever invited them might just not be able to wake them up at all, too? Do you mean like they don't have the heart to do it? Or that the tea was so strong that it knocked them out to the point that we couldn't wake them up? Because that's not tea. That is a sedative. So is the hypothetical here that they got sedative? They got invited to somebody's house and sedatived? The two 8-year-old girls?
その可能性を
Break win, by the way, I'm hungry. Brother man, we got like 3 hours till the break.
牧野さんは裏手から沢の
This is fine though. I mean, it's a fine thing to check. It's just like we're cooked. You
慶太
know?
郎さんは
They're
お茶
gone.
会家の方、岡村さんは
Okamura? I feel like I recognize that one. Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation, despite her age.
私はここに残って電話で片っ端から心当たりに問い合わせてみます。じゃあ皆
Chat,
さん
would you follow Mion's
そういうことで
instructions? Despite her age. Got it. The adults all roared in reply and pounded down the stairs below. They did what to the stairs? Alright.
さすがみーちゃ
Now
んだ
laugh.
ね。みーちゃんは学校だけじゃなくひなみ沢の委員長さんみたいだよね。
茶化さない茶化さない。ほらどいて。おじさんは電話を使うんだから。
Oh, that was so sweet. That was such a sweet message from her. Actually, that was one of my favorite lines she's ever said. If she wasn't insano, half-split, sleeper agent Yakuza problem. No time for jokes. Hey, step aside. This old man is using the phone. That is such a this is actually a perfect line from her. Because it's like, the situation's serious, like, let's not play around. But then she also, like, slightly undoes the sentence. Being like, hey, step aside. So it's gentle. This old man is using the phone. Old man is like a slight joke. So she's like, now's not the time for it, but she's still trying to keep it a little lighthearted, and so she's still joking a tiny bit. Okay, okay. Like, and listen to the way she says it.
茶化さない茶化さない。ほらどいて。おじさんは電話を使うんだから。
It's gentle, man. What I like that line. Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Rena gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all of this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated, since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family successor impression that Shion and Ooishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maebara. None of that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika-chan and Satoko are safe. This is kind of true. I mean, she is going to be dedicated to looking for them, if nothing else. And so it's kind of the best chance we got. But then the question is, who are the people making them disappear if it's not the Yakuza, you know? Let's see, couldn't there be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room? Yeah, look around for like signs of a struggle.
そんなの分かるはずもないよな。
If we tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before, we might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room, and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maebara. Stop thinking and start looking. For something! In search of something, I tried pulling open the dresser drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Rena, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was.
でもレナ、冷蔵庫や流しの下の棚とかを
Piss
開い
break
て
when I'm
リカちゃんは
hungry.
見つからないと思うぞ。
Chad, just take the hall pass. Just take the hall pass.
隠れてるかなって思って。
I'll drink more Dr. Pepper to speed up my bladder. As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called.
私、みんなに話をしてくる。遅かれ、警察も来るだろうしね。大石のやつにも事情を説明しなきゃ。
We'll need to explain the situation to Ooishi. Please don't bring Ooishi into this. Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out to the front of the house. Chat, I suddenly kind of have to pee a tiny bit, but I'm going to hold it in a little bit. What? Stop. There were already... Wait. We followed her to the front of the house. There were already around 10 adults there, and all of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. The thing though is, why would Satoko disappear? That's different than the curse up to this point where the people around her disappear, you know? The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raped her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down.
誰かの家にお邪魔していないか、町会の回覧区分に沿って全校をまず調べよう。本人たちがこっちの気も知らずに、誰かの家ですやすやとお泊まりしてる可能性もあるわけだからね。
It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case.
こんなことは考えたくないけど。
And Satoko, though?
もちろん、悪いことが起こった可能性もある。
Mion's face grew remarkably more grim in a wave of Wait. The door was locked behind them. The door was locked. Which means I don't think they ever made it home. Because if they made it home, they would lock the door behind them. Well, I guess that could be the case. The door being locked still is interesting. Because either they would have been inside, and then an intruder would have somehow gotten in, maybe just knocked on the door, they unlock the door, they open it, they're children, what do you expect? Grab the child, grab the other child, flee. Oh no, but it wouldn't even be flee, it'd grab the children, get the key, lock the door behind them, and then leave. Or they never made it home. Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults.
昨夜の村長探しで回ったところをもう一度回る。
俺たちはダム現場をよく念入りに探してみる。お前さんたちは学校のあたりを探してみてくれ。
どうしたら早よ回らんと。行こう行こ
う。みんな昨日も村長さん探しで徹夜だったからね。寝不足で辛いだろうけど、どうかよろしく。
With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. Oh man. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I should be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So nobody else would disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. Higurashi when they cry. Next time the Higurashi start crying, it's Satoko and Rika. Meep. Meep. Suddenly, my vision cleared and a cold wind assailed my body, or something. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Wow, a moving shot. This is kind of high quality. Man, this village is tiny. Look, there's like this big middle street here, the patties. We probably live like back left down here, because I think we passed the patties to go to school. School is probably like over here. So we walk across the entire town. The hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Akano-san and Tomitaki-san, then the mayor, and now even Rika-chan and Satoko had been sacrificed, and word of it was spreading everywhere. React bore to the village. The strength in my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. I'd crush this town with my little finger. Chat, they might still... until we get Satoko out, we can't crush the town. We could have found them. Mion would have told me I was a worrywart. Rena would just be glad we did. And they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms both bent forward onto the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. I couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would each have to bear the weight of until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. Yo, frick the sin. Somebody stole them. We have to find those people and murder them and get the girls back. You know what I mean? I'm done. We're kicking in every door in the village. We are going everywhere. We are asking everyone. We are killing anyone. There is a director out there, you know? Somewhere in this town is a director. And they're all in on it. They're all in on it. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start. Yet I lost out to cheap curiosity. And peer pressure. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was. It's just Rika. Meep.
Keiichi-kun?
Oh, hi, Rena.
Keiichi-kun? 大丈夫?
It was Rena. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. He's just taking a shit out in the woods. She ran over and rubbed my back to make me feel better. Thanks, Rena.
全部悪いんだ。俺のせいで。俺のせいで。
I'm the one who killed Satoko. Chat, if any of you kill Satoko, I will kill
何
you.
も悪いわけはないよ。自分をどうか責めないでね。
Without any hesitation. I could tell Rena was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, you know why Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Is this what she really meant to say? Because it was an emergency, Rena had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Rena would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Rena disappear either. Exactly.
ケイチ君、こんな風通しのいいところにずっといたら風邪ひいちゃう。
Rena sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine.
子供たちはね、もう解散して家で寝ろって。
Are we're children? I guess we are. Rena showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long? See, I'm not gonna lie.
明日の学校に差し支えるの？
I'm skipping school tomorrow. You think I give a frick about school tomorrow? Because the entire time I'm going to be sitting there staring at Satoko and Rika's desks, okay? And I'm not here for that. Because every single moment I'm there, I could be out looking for them. So we are skipping every class. We still gotta eat meals, okay? We gotta stay fueled up. But we have become an instrument for finding them. That is our new life's purpose for at least the next, like, month. I don't even care.
大人たちだって、昨夜も一晩中村長さんを探したから、みんなクタクタ。
Yo, my middle name is not Nose!
今夜は少し早めに解散するって。
I was a little upset that they weren't all allotting as much time to this as they had to search for the mayor last night, but that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
大丈夫。
Rena, can you just hug me?
さっきね、警察の人も来たの。今、どんどん街から応援のパトカーが来てるよ。
Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All of the incidents that occurred right after Obatonagashi were seen as the product of Yashiro-sama's curse and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko too, their disappearances would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, declared a mystery, and disappeared from memory. Rika-chan's face, her sweet face, like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic, faint smile, would fade away. The more I tried to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserved to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity. Keiichi didn't even do, like, anything wrong, is the best part. Good night, Zeus. Sleep well. But that's the crazy thing. Like, chapter 1, you can get mad at him, I feel like, somewhat decently. Keiichi's literally done nothing but be, a victim this chapter, right? Like, both during Slice of Life and during drama. He's just been victimized. I don't blame him at all. Like, I get what he's saying, and I get why he's blaming himself, like, and it makes sense. But I'm not about to, like, press him for it. I wasn't about to deny it, I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Rena out of this. If she found out, she would become involved.
頼む。レナ、放っておいてくれないか。俺きっと 家に帰ったって眠れない。
If I couldn't get to sleep, then I at least wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. This guy's the goat. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it.
俺のせいで消えてしまったんだ。他の探してくれてる人たちよりも先になんか眠れるものか。
That's my boy. I had said that to myself in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Rena was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoke.
ケイチ君のせいなの？どうしてそう思うのかな？
That can't be. Keiichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Rena said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo on the night of Otonagashi, then even Rena would curse my existence. However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Rena. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Otonagashi, then even Rena could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always ha-ing. But at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Rena might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross. Alone.
ケイチ君がとても仲間思いだって知ってるから。自分を傷つけたくなる気持ちもよくわかるよ。だけど、レナはケイチ君のせいじゃないって知ってる。ケイチ君が悪くないって知ってるから。
Thank you, Rena.
知ってるって。
The shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Rena to figure it out? This is bad. Now Rena will disappear, Rena will disappear, Rena will disappear. Then Rena, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
ケイチ君、ひょっとしてレナも消えちゃうかもしれないって思って。
She's got us!
お社様のたたりで。
She puts more force into the hand rubbing my head.
だったら安心して。レナは消えたりしないよ。
Aww.
絶対に。
Thanks, Rena.
どうして消えないなんて。
I have no idea.
自信を持って言え
I
るんだ
mean,
よ。
Rika with the mayor, with the padlock, right? I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There was no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Rena. I don't care who you are. Just please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion and Rika-chan and Satoko for me. It's weird that it's 5. Because it's the 2 that got murked, and then Mayor, Rika go missing, which you would think would be like 1-to-1, 1-to-1, but then also Satoko goes missing. So it's 5. That's uneven. I feel like they're supposed to be paired up, right? Because it's like you kill someone and then you do a sacrifice to, like, honor the demons that helped you kill them. And so it makes me think that maybe, like, another person died. Because, like, low-key, I wouldn't be surprised if Rika and the mayor got killed. Well, but in the past, it's, like, even if 2 people are, like, kind of cringe, they just kill one and then sacrifice the other. I don't know. Please stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion and Rika-chan and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to mind. They must be planning to kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start by killing those we're close to. Then after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing.
Rena.
No, Keiichi, it's gonna be okay. It actually won't. Please don't disappear. Please don't, as long as I'm still here. I can no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me. Yo, let him cook. I mean, let him cry. Let him cry! No, Rena, this is where you give him a little hug and you let him cry into your shoulder. And this is still comforting though. This is still good, but Rena prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers that sipped at the soup there, they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary looks on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet.
Kei-chan, どこ行ってたんだよ? Kei-chan までいなくなったのかと心配したよ。
すまん。
I think that was him saying sorry. Yeah. Mion held up some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite.
みーちゃん、どう？何か手がかりはあった？
Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank.
全然ない。学校が終わってから家に帰って、二
And
人
they
で
went
自転車に乗って
home.
どこかに行ったらし
Then the
い。
two of them went somewhere on their
しかも、
bicycles. Moreover,
二
nobody
人が
ever
自
saw
転
them
車に乗
riding
った
their
姿
bikes.
は
So,
全
oh
く
yeah, and the
目撃さ
missing
れていない
bikes.
し。
When it gets dark out in Himizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back from heading back from town in cars or on bicycles, it was normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't at all strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Stoko riding their bikes.
昨日の村長の時と同じ。お手上げだよ。
There's no hope. Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She'd been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I had spent the time hunched over in indecision all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion.
ケイちゃんも辛いだろうけど今夜はこれで休もう。さっき今夜は解散しようってなったところだよ。これを飲んだらもう終わりにしよう。
終わりなのか？
あ、もちろん終わりじゃないよ。明るくなったら警察も増援を入れて徹底的に探すってさ。沖宮の方に行ってる可能性もあるからね。村長の件も含めて獅子骨市全体で目撃情報がないか洗うって言ってる。それよりもケイちゃんだよ。どこに行ってたんだい？いつの間にかいなくなっちゃうから心配したんだよ。
Suddenly, I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond.
すまん。気をつけるよ。
何もなかった。怪しい人に監視されてるとか、付け狙われてる。
That's a crazy question to
そういうのは
ask.
なかった。
Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been. Despite being in so much pain, I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin, and I must bear it alone.
何もないよ。
New mantra just unlocked.
気をつける。すまん。
I have a feeling we'll be seeing a lot more of that line. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved.
おやおやおや。
I think I just got like a headache. I think I just actually got a headache. Like why are you speaking like that? Why is your tone so like lackadaisical? There are 2 missing orphan girls, Ooishi. Oh my. Oh, he's rubbing his big fat ass belly. Oh my. This miso soup is so delicious. Oh, I can feel it bubbling in my tummy. Ooishi. Stop yapping. Stop.
美味しい匂いが漂ってくる。
I knew it. I knew he would talk about the miso soup because you don't care about people missing. You don't care about people dying because you don't care about people. You care about your money. You care about one last job before you retire. Okay? What do you want, the fame? What do you want? You want to? I don't think you want anything. I think you are a soulless automaton. I think you're not a real human. I think you're a robot. You are a pea zombie. Oh.
ぜひご商売に預かりたいです
I-
ね。
We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. Chapter 2 Keiichi is like 20 times better than Chapter 1 Keiichi. Chapter 2 Keiichi is my boy, alright? He has been making only good decisions. I cannot really fault him on anything that hard. I can like micromanage a little bit, but it's all like so fine. Calling Ooishi a repulsive fat man, 10 out of 10 Keiichi. It was Ooishi-san, showed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically in a way unfitting given the situation.
大して残ってないですよ。
Yeah, tell him no.
それでもよければ勝手にどうぞ。
Alright. Tell him that, like, you don't need miso soup. You can just, like, use the fat stored on your body. A-cab, air conditioning. Mion didn't like Ooishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, didn't seem to bother Ooishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water in a frog's face. We should kill the frog.
ありゃりゃ。味噌汁のお残りってちょっと と塩分高めなんですよね。参ったな。君たちはいただきます？
He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
どうですか？警察の方では何か
Thank
手
you,
がかり
Rena,
がつかめ
asking
ま
the
した
good
か？
questions. Rena's smile was warm enough to replace the miso soup.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢さん。ご安心、ご安心。
Huh?
ちゃんと探してるんですから。
How long have you been out here, Ooishi-san? You know what? I got a feeling that they came into town. The cars came into town while we were up on the mountain. We saw the cars coming into town, right? You guys remember that? We saw the cars coming into town. Where did they go? They came here because that was immediately like 5 minutes ago, maybe 10. And then he's now here. And guess what? He immediately beelines for miso soup and then says, "We're searching for them real good," as he's patting his fat booty tummy. He hasn't looked in the forest for even 5 seconds. He hasn't done anything. None of the cops have. All the cops did was enter town and go straight to the assembly hall and ask for miso soup. No, miso soup is for people looking for the little girls, not people leeching off of my tax money. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush. He loves beating his bush. That's all he does. He goes home and beats his bush for hours on end.
それよりも、もう本当に遅い時間です。
Oh yeah, it's
もう
late.
皆さんはお帰りになって。
Let's all go to bed. Miso soup? Yeah, miso soup's really salty. Alright, cops, let's go home.
体に触りますよ。
そうだよ。ケイちゃんもレナも今日はも
Not
う
you,
休み。
Mion.
あとは税金で働いてるおっさんたちがやってくれるから。
These guys get our tax money. They'll handle it from here for us. I got real bad news. They don't care. It doesn't. Tax money into they'll handle it is it doesn't work. It's a non-transferable statement. Just because they get our tax money doesn't mean they're gonna do anything productive for society. Alright? Don't pay your taxes! In-game.
私たちだって税金払ってるんですから、
Why are you talking about paying taxes?
蕎麦屋さんが自分の作った蕎麦食ってるみたいな
I hate
気
him.
分ですよ。な。
I hate him so much. I really was in the mood for laughter. In fact, Ooishi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
じゃあ本当によろしくお願いし
Yeah,
ます。
if Rena's telling you to be serious, then you're a problem.
帰ろう、ケイチ君。明日が辛くなるよ。
そうです、そうです。なんなら。
Yeah, Mion definitely doesn't pay taxes. Like, this village pays no taxes. That's so true.
もうじゃあ車を回してあげてください。
あ、結構です。俺たち自転車で来てるんで。
Oh, throw the bicycles in the back.
ご安心。私たちワゴン車で来ますから、自転車も詰めますよ。
We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just need to ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Yo, the police are bothering me! Rena, however, nodded.
せっかくだからお世話になろうよ。私た
That's
ちだ
fine.
けで帰る。
Rena's in the car, so it's fine. Oh,
きっと安全だよ。
safer too. Smart. That's actually true. When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Rena's idea was extremely rational. My goat.
そうと決まれば行きましょう行きましょう。
じゃあね。おやすみ。レナもケイちゃんも。
うん。みーちゃんも早めに休んでね。おやすみ。
I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Yeah, I wonder how Yashiro-sama ties into the taxpayer dilemma here. Interesting. Rena showed the police where our bicycles were so that Ooishi-san could haul them up into their truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. I hate this car. I could hear the spring squeaking as I sat down onto a seat that would normally hurt my rear end. But at this point, it was very soft and was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on.
では、レディーファーストでお嬢さんの家から行きましょう。 住所はどちらです？
That means we have to drive
ありがとうござい
alone.
ます。私の家はですね、
Oh, rent a house drop? Okay, thank goodness we're skipping. Rena's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep. Oh, he fell asleep before? That's actually bad, because that means we don't get to see what Rena's house is like.
もしもし。
Bro, I'm trying to sleep.
完全に眠っちゃってますか？
If we're not at my house, I'm pissed. When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Ooishi-san was giving me light slaps to the cheek. It didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. Wake up, Maebara-san!
すみませ
This
ん。
guy, man.
すっかり寝込んじゃって。
Something was being held right under my nose, smelling salts. A clump of metal? A gun? It was a can of coffee.
ぬるいですがね。
Bro,
甘いカフェオレなら常温でも結構飲めます。
brother man, it's like 2 a.m. Why are you giving me caffeine?
ど
No,
うも
don't drink that, Keiichi. Go to bed. I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. This is such a This is okay. This is the worst idea of the chapter. Worst idea of the chapter. A coffee at 2 a.m. Oh, so we're not sleeping tonight. I don't... When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped and why I was offered coffee. Ooishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. He's not reaching... Okay, because in my brain, it was one of these situations, right? Where he's in the front seat, and he's like, wait. He's in the front seat, right? And he's like, Maebara, wake up. Here, have some coffee. That's not our situation right now, okay? It's him sitting in the back with us, which means Rena's already gone, because he's in the back seat, you know, took her spot. I want to hear Ooishi better. You are torturing the rest of chat. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I'd made a mistake. Today, of all days, it didn't look like I'd be getting away. Just open the door and leave. He can't lock the doors, or else that'd be illegally detaining you, a child. Like, you are. It's just crazy that he has trapped a minor in the car. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This is insanity. I had a feeling that until Ooishi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go. For what?
そんなに構えられても困ります。別に取って食おうってわけじゃないんですから。
He's gonna start touching you, Keiichi. If he starts touching you, bite, okay? You should bite him.
前原さん。
Ooishi-san gulped down the last of his coffee, then stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. See, he's about to slide an arm over Keiichi's shoulder, okay? That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness.
俺にまた何の用ですか？
Yo, if he's in the back seat, I don't even know if the car is on right now. We're not even getting air conditioning buff.
よう。いえいえ、別に別に。
But there's something I want from you. You're going to evade the question at this point? What a deeply unreadable man.
私からは用はないんですが、前原さんから私に用があるんじゃないかと思いましてね。
別に用なんかないです。
ありゃ、本当にあるんじゃないですか？
There was only one side door in the back seat of his truck. Okay, two questions. One, who designed this truck? Is this a real truck that anybody in the entire world has ever sat in? What kind of truck doesn't have a door on each end? That doesn't even make sense conceptually to me. That doesn't even make sense. That freaky. This is freaky Ooishi. This is insane. He and his fat stomach is body blocking the exit so the minor cannot escape. I couldn't get away. Well, let me read this. In other words, my only exit was blocked by Ooishi-san. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. A truck for trapping minors for questioning. I once have been in a truck with only one door. What you mean? Are there actually trucks like this? Because this is crazy to me that this even exists, if so. It doesn't make sense to me, like, mechanically. Ooishi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. In the car? In the car! You were smoking the cigarette. Okay. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite. That is Rika and Satoko crying out for us right now.
前原さんから相談したいことがきっとあったと思ってたんですけどね。
No, I would like to go home, please. Ooishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smoke still accumulated inside the vehicle. Disgusting. How much did Ooishi-san know? What did he know, and what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Ooishi-san disappear too? That's true. Okay, Keiichi, new strategy. Tell him everything. We just got rid of all the cops, baby. JJ! I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in his case. Dang it!
どうしてこんなことになっちゃったんでしょう
Jump out the window. True. Yeah. No, I bet the window is only open. Everything except for Keiichi's window is open to deny that. And the child lock is on. Ooishi-san addressed me in a low tone as if he was talking to himself. How all this ended up happening, how the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to know.
富武二郎さんと高野美代さんご存知です。お祭りの時園崎紫音さんを含めて4人で一緒におられたのを私がこの目で拝見してますから。その富武さんと高野さん
they're probably rotting right now, actually.
実はお亡くなりになってましてね。気の毒な死に方でした。
Okay, maybe Ooishi hadn't told us this before. We already knew that. Ooishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. However, I already knew and didn't display the extreme reaction he expected. Which means now he knows we already know.
ひょっとしてご存知でした？
That's a little bit. Unfortunately, for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yes.
じゃあこっちもご存知かな。富武さんと高野さんがたたりに遭われた理由の方です。なんでもですね。入っちゃいけない禁断の建物に入ったからだって言われてるんですよ。
Storehouse for ritual implements, that forbidden shed, sealing away Hinamizawa's bloodstained past. It is kind of ironic that, like, we opened the door to the forbidden shed, which is, like, in a sense, us opening the door to Hinamizawa's bloodthirsty past. And so, like, it's like Pandora's box, we, like, let that place out. We let the blood out, and then people start dying. Where the mistake that started it all happened.
村長さんや古出里香さんもそのせいでたたりに遭われたんだという噂はご存知で
That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did.
最具伝って言いましたっけあそこの鍵を簡易なものに付け替えたから俗に入られたんだ
I don't know if Keiichi knows this part yet. This might have... Can you look to the side for a bit, please? I know your game plan here. Your game plan is I'm going to look to the side. You're going to get a nice side peripheral of my face. You're going to trace it and turn it into a mountain range. Okay? And then you're going to say this is Nose Mountain. And you're going to compare it to Mount Everest. I see your game. Alright? I'm ahead of you. What? This was news to me.
一昨年くらいまでは
Yeah, we already heard this from the tip. Ooishi's about to give us his tip in the backseat of the car while we can't escape.
ところがほら、神主夫妻がお亡くなりになられて、今は古出里香さんが切り盛りされてるでしょ。神抜きが多くて大変だから、もっと軽い簡単な錠前に付け替えてほしいと村長さんに相談して。
I hate the village. This is a super fair thing for her. If she's the only person in this village maintaining the shrine, doing anything, then, like, are you really telling... Yes, I did shower. Are you really telling me that her... Like, she physically cannot do stuff like that. It's actually hard for her to... Because she's like an 8-year-old, right? And you killed her parents, you know? So... And now it's her fault that the big bars... It's just like... This village I hate, dude. I hate the people in this village. I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock had certainly been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one, too, and it didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like.
リカさんはあの通り、小柄な女の子ですからね。
Yeah, so like either get her help, like get her like a handmaid, or like stop being evil. Like I don't know, or just I can't take it. I can't take it.
つまりですね、前の厳重な錠前なら賊には忍び込まれなかった。村長さんとリカさんが勝手に安っぽい影に変えたから賊に破られたんだと、こういう話らしいんですよ。
そんな話。
そういう話がまかり通ってて。一部の村人たちが西宮殿に忍び込んだ族と
Yeah, this is good for Keiichi to hear because that might absolve him a little bit of what he feels is a sin. Because he'll be like, oh, maybe it wasn't us telling them, maybe it was just that this happened. Though if Shion goes missing, then we're cooked. Let's really hope Shion doesn't go missing here. Because then we're just going to have the exact same thing at Chapter 1 ending, where we're just trying to not get murdered, you know, for the rest of the show. And then it's literally just going to be Keiichi running around panicking and then getting murdered. And then it's just GG. I mean, it'd be nice though, because we would get to see what demoning away really means, you know? Yes. I am familiar with that. Furude, Kimiyoshi, and Sonozaki.
祭りには途中から来たからよくは。
御三家ってのはひなみ沢の旧家の3つの家のことなんです。具体的に言うと。君吉家、園崎家、古出家の3つのことです。本当に古い家筋。
It's also crazy, by the way, if the Furude family is such a big deal, being one of the 3 families, for the village to be like, yeah, let's make the only child left disappear. Like, brother man, that's the end of an entire bloodline. Okay? You gotta have her grow up and have some kids if you want this thing to continue, if this means anything to anyone. Like, they don't care.
大昔から。I feel
like that is like almost sacrilegious to the village itself, you know? The Kimiyoshi family, old man Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. Sonozaki family was Mion's, so the Furude family was Rika-chan's family then. Yeah, maybe there's like, it is interesting that the mayor too, so like maybe there's like some group outside of the 3 families that really doesn't like the 3 families and is willing to chop them, you know? Because otherwise you would blame Sonozaki, Mion, which you could do. But because they're the ones in the most power right now, but maybe like the director or whatever is like outside of this and is doing like a new thing. I volunteer to continue the Furude bloodline. Chat, okay. Mods, can we check that chatter's hard drive? So the Furude family was Rika-chan's family then.
例のダム闘争で反ダムの旗頭になってからは事実上。ひなみ沢を牛耳るトップに躍り出ました。でもですね、古いしきたりに従い、今でも重要な村の方針は御三家で合議して決めているんだそうです。だから渡流しの開会。
Yo, okay, check that. Another hard drive to check. We gotta check witches too, okay? Chat, I will open up your computer and I will find whatever you are hiding.
つまり、村長と園崎家の現当主のおばあ様。
I just checked it. This man is freaky.
園崎家が大した家柄だという話は聞かされた。リカちゃんの家も。
We're not gonna make it, chat. We're not gonna make it.
親族は全くおられませんから。古出家は事実上全く勢力を持ちませんがね。ただ、リカさん個人には求心力があるようで、村のお年寄りには申し
The mods agree with me. It was certainly true that Rika-chan had an old sort of charisma amongst the elderly. Don't check my hard drive, the therapy is gonna cost you. Can we just lock these people up? I think if you're in Pink Cube's chat, you probably need to be locked up just inherently. At this point, I think it's actually just like, it's a red flag. Official Prisma Illa fan convention opened in chat. Like, I thought the Discord was the only place we had these problems. No, it's everywhere now? Okay.
で、その御三家ってのは何だって言うんですか?
Ooishi, that's a brilliant question. Hey Ooishi, why are you yapping? Ooishi spam pause for emphasis, lighting another cigarette. Chain smoker. The chat reflects the streamer. I disagree. I am not any of you. I am not like you. I am not like you. I'm asking because I don't understand it. We should give me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke. Yo, chat! Do not tell me about your, habits, okay? I don't want to hear about your habits. I don't want to hear about what collections you have. I don't want to hear about what, characters you're sexualizing. I don't want to hear any of it, okay? How about you just lock yourself in, right? How about you just keep that to yourself, okay? That is not something we can go public with. That's something, that's an inside thought. Chat, your inside thoughts stay inside. Don't bring your fat fingers onto the keyboard for that, okay? Keep those in here. Oh, you think Sonozaki going next? Oh, okay. So Sonozaki is next. And that means Shion. Alright, bye Shion.
ひなみ沢の内側の古い飲酒か何かに基づいているんじゃないかと読んでいるんですが、それ以上のことはさっぱり。
そんなの俺にだってさっぱりです。
ですから君吉家古出家の当主が消えたんですから。
You think the leader? I mean, what, Mion?
じゃないかな、なんて思ったり思わなかったりしたりする今日この頃、いかがお過ごしでしょうか。な。
I hate Ooishi so much.
なんちゃって。
その崎家の当主って。
Yo, you know the answer to this, Keiichi.
当主はその崎本家のおばあちゃんなんですが、実質上の当主権限は。
It wouldn't really make sense for Mion to go missing, I feel like. I don't think, because she hasn't done anything wrong. I mean, she's attached to Shion and Mion, or Shion and us. So maybe as punishment for us, but like, I don't know. I feel like Rika at least had like a dual meaning, which is something. Satoko doesn't make sense to me either, though. The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan sprung back into mind. See, now we're just freaking out the child for no reason. As we got them trapped in the back seat. It just doesn't make sense, Ooishi. I didn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane. So tell me what you know. Bro, if Oishi's using this as a technique in order to get information from Keiichi, he's officially evil. Clamp. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands. Okay, don't touch me. Yeah, no, that is so manipulative. Hey, 12-year-old boy that I have trapped in my car alone at 3 a.m. If you don't tell us everything you know, your friends are gonna go missing. You're never gonna see them again. Oh, I'm just joking around, but you can't leave. Bad touch. Horrible touch. Odious touch. I just spat an entire stream of spit on my mouse keyboard. Emergency napkin. Deploy. This pressure. Wait. I was going along with him? By the time I'd realized it, it was too late. Oishi-san brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram into me. Insane statement again! His face is close enough to ram into you? Is he trying to, like, do, like, a sloppy French kiss? Waiting for my next words. Relevant meme in stream channel? Stream channel. Mayabar-san, it's over. I've become the Higurashi. The air conditioner has frozen the doors. You cannot escape. The crazy thing is it's not even a joke. It's not even a joke. It's actually just this is just the situation. Ooishi confirmed is about to do that to minors. Wait, I'm being asked if I have a specific meme right now. I have to send this. A horse staring emo. Wait, this is important, chat. Give me a second. A wistful horse image. Horse. Is it an image? Hold chat. My services are being requested. I need to find a very specific image in a short amount of time. I don't think I got it, chat. I don't think I got it. I don't think I got what is being looked for. I think I'm a failure. Chat, I'm a failure. We have to return to the stream. GG. Okay. Piss break for the meme thing. I'll piss after this scene is over. Do it on the toilet, Pink. No, yeah, I'll do it. Let me finish the scene. Let me finish the scene. We just saw him brought his facing closer, almost close enough to ram to me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't turn my eyes away from his. Insane statement. That moment I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat. Hey, did you drop off the miner yet? I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could use this opening to escape. He's too fat. Apparently, he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd be freed, the tension in my body dissipated all at once. Grabs the miner, gets close enough to, quote, ram the miner. Okay, I can't be saying stuff like this, brother. I cannot be describing Ooishi's actions or I'm gonna get banned from Twitch. That's what I'm starting to notice. I can't even say this out loud. It's too bad. It's really bad. It sounds really bad when I actually start verbalizing these sentences. And then he says, we were just getting to the good part. Ooishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around the front to the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave? He's keeping them. He took Satoko and Rika. Many of your friends is a crazy thing. Did he want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika-chan and Satoko? Straight up, witch. Straight up. It's amazing that he says this with the way he was acting at the police station earlier about like, guys, it's a new record for how fast we found the corpse. Good job, team. Oh, the job's to prevent it? So you knew it was going to happen, and then we celebrated finding the corpse quickly. It's almost like you don't care about it happening, and you're just there to find the corpse. Alright? Are you the police? Do you protect the living, or do you find the dead? Because it sounds like you only care about finding the dead. That's just me, though. I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address. But I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care. You know what? I can't stay. 3 in the morning? When I was about to get out of the truck, as if to deliver a parting blow, Ooishi-san said in a raised voice, this can't be okay. You cannot be coming by every day to a miner's house as a police officer, asking for information when they're not detained. It's harassment. You couldn't get me into an interrogation room. That's the thing. I don't think you have a single legal reason that you could put me in an interrogation room. So you saying this is you trying to make, like, you're trying to gain favor that you don't deserve. I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. Good job, Keiichi. After lightly beeping the horn, Ooishi-san's truck drove off. Bro, we didn't even tell him our address either. He already knew our address. We didn't tell him. We just fell asleep and then he drove us home. So he already knew our address. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Then walked over to the staircase. I wonder if the Rika's house had a chain. Not that it really matters. That was where I lost consciousness? He fell asleep on the stairs? We fell asleep, did we make it to bed or did we sleep on the stairs, Keiichi? Brother man. I'm gonna need you to make it to bed at least. Okay, nice. Scrapbook note 10. Infinite scrapbook. Alright. Chat. It's time for the first pee break. Lock in, chat. I'll be right back. Alright, chat, we got like 50 tips to get through. This one's an Ooishi, and this one's probably an Ooishi. Oh. I was looking for the image. I don't think I found it. I don't know if it exists. I can't like place it in my memory, but I looked anyways. I looked all the same. The Sonozaki family. The one to drastically expand its influence after the war was the Sonozaki family. The leader at the time was Oruyo. And do I have this name? I'm pretty sure I don't know. Who still has the seat today. Oruyo Sonozaki has grown old, and today you can only catch a glimpse of who she was at the time. From what I've been told, however, she was a leader extolled as the best in history. Having become so old, aside from going out a few times a week for lessons, she spends her time at home in solitude, and seems to leave most of the ceremonial affairs to her heir, Mion. How was the Ooishi Joy ASMR? I like how you follow that up with actually like helping me with my notes. Like, you really play both fields, huh? There are different views on why the successor was not her daughter, but her granddaughter Mion, but it's rumored that it has to do with the disownment of her daughter and son-in-law. Do I care about the disownment of her daughter and son-in-law enough to write that down? That is a big question here. I will. Disowned daughter and son-in-law. That uninhibited granddaughter, Mion Sonozaki, still shows no signs of the dignity required of the next leader. Disagree? However, she does have Sonozaki blood in her veins and is permitted the name of Demon. She still doubtlessly requires caution and is probably hiding her fangs and claws as skillfully as the leaders of the past did. Yo, who wrote this? Alright. Is this going to be an Ooishi scene?
はい。郵便局員も目撃してないそうです。園崎本家は郵便受けにハンコが吊るしてあるそうで、書き留めも宅配便も勝手にハンコをして投函していいことになってるんだそうっす。
Permitted the name of demon was a weird thing for him to say. I mean, like, demon blood. I mean, anybody with town blood, especially of the three families, is probably permitted the name of demon just because you got, like, demon blood in you. So it honestly didn't mean much to me because I felt like that was kind of just, like... I'm more surprised that, like, it at all was mentioned because like, maybe it's... I don't know. Does that mean other people aren't permitted the name of demon?
綿流しの開会式でした挨拶が最後です。その後すぐに帰宅したらしいっすから。
これですからね。話じゃ週に何回かお稽古ごとで外出してるそうじゃないですか。そっちはどうです？
毎週月曜に集会所で大正事を習ってるんですが、今週は休んだそうです。
No idea what Taisho Goto is.
欠席の電話とかは？それを誰かが確認したとかは？
いえ、誰も。ただ、たまに休むことがあったらしいので、誰も不審には思わなかったようです。
明日さ、10時くらいになったら市役所のふりして電話してみましょうかね。
That can't be allowed. Can a cop pretend to be somebody else? Like, pretend we're the town hall.
10時ですね。
And cool guys like bet. I feel like you might not be able to just do that, but okay. Ever since it started to seem more and more like ancient Haniuzawa traditions had something to do with all this, he'd been keeping a careful eye on the three families. At this point, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family and the leader of the Furude family had disappeared. There was only one leader left. Oruyo Sonozaki, the leader of the Sonozaki family. Yeah, I mean, low-key, the Sonozakis might be to blame, and this is their power grab. She was apparently a pretty old woman. Her dignity hadn't waned, but she still only appeared before people rarely, so it was difficult to confirm where she was at any given time. She, the last leader, hadn't been seen since the day of the Watanagashi. In limited circumstances without a warrant, cops can use trickery to obtain information. Like, not even trickery, but, like, pretending to be someone else? I guess it probably depends on, like, the extent that they do it. Because, like, they obviously can't forge, like, a town hall badge, because that'd be, like, forgery, right? Or something. But I guess they could just call and be like, hey. Posing as an individual. Oh, so you can pose as an individual. That's interesting. It's also a little terrifying. Because then you can, like... I don't know, man. I definitely don't trust the cops in the game, alright? Just to say that. And now, thinking of... This is not legal advice, Clutched. Was she still alive and well within the Sonozaki main house? Yeah, do not give legal advice to this chat, alright? They cannot be trusted with it. Or had she...
Sonozaki Mion が言うには体調を崩して寝込んでるんだそうです
本当に寝込んでるのかな
I'd like to take a look at her face.
まったくっす
Oh, and her pulse. To see if she's still alive. The two of them breathed out a big puff of cigarette smoke.
大石さん園崎本家と古出神社の捜査令状申請通ると思います
Ooishi didn't respond, exhaled another cloud of tobacco smoke. His surroundings now as foggy as his mind. His mind is very foggy. He has never thought an actual thought. This is all he does. He just smokes and then finds corpses. And talks about miso soup. Oh, scrapbook. Okay, that's who wrote the first thing. It was the scrapbook. It was Homegirl's scrapbook. I already knew that. I forgot we were opening a scrapbook page with that. The hidden demon. The inhabitants of Hinamizawa believe that the blood demons flows in their blood. As such, the character for demon is treated as very sacred. For example, usage of the character, the demon one, in names is apparently a right reserved for only the leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Sonozaki families. Case in point, we can see it in the current Sonozaki family leader's name. Oryo is written with the character, this character. This and only this is proof that she is a legitimate leader of the Sonozaki family. In the same way, Mion Sonozaki, its successor, contains thing in her name. It's different. Oh no, this one. Oh, I see. So this is like this half. With me being written as this part. Okay, cool. It also goes for Oryo's daughter and Mion's mother, Akane, who did not succeed her. It's known that before the disowning, Akane's name was actually written as something else, though it was changed afterwards to blank. Incidentally, it's thought that the first character in the Mayor Kichiro's name, blank, originally meant demon, which can also be read as key. It should be said that names using the character aren't limited only to successors of the Sonozaki family. You can even find it in the last names of the three families. For example, the characters for Kimiyoshi are likely a split-up version of that character. If you write it in reverse and top to bottom as blank, it clearly resembles the character. As for this Furude family, who have been in the Shinto priesthood for generations, the word for fortune teller can be written without interval characters as... I think that with the addition of a demon's horn, the tick on the top of the character and the thing became that is used in their name now. That is, yeah, it is crazy that it forces the name change. In the name of the Sonozaki in the case of the Sonozaki family, where Sonozaki is written, I can't find any reference to the character. Perhaps it's because it's already ingrained into their first names. They were the clan responsible for running their Tanagashi ceremony, so I think that instead they included the contents of that ceremony into their last name. The Zaki in Sonozaki is a conjunction of the word for slice, and the Sono, written as, it probably contains the hidden meaning of human body. Their last name is Slice Human Body? Okay, so my first name is Demon, and my last name is Slice Human Body. I feel like we should never trust anyone that's named anything close to this in any case. Right? Like, excuse, as it is a complicated mess, organs enclosed by four sides. I think, in other words, that Sonozaki comes from those who slice open the gut. Yeah, Mion in any chapter can literally never be trusted ever. Mion is just permanently and untrustworthy. The name Slice Human Body. Demon Slice Human Body. But like, she's literally just mafia boss. She can never be trusted again. So whenever we're doing like cute, like slice of life, like, oh, we're having so much fun playing games with each other, I'm just never, like, she's never on our side. She's always the enemy, you know? At least Rena, we can, like, think that she has, like, a multiple personality thing. But Mion, even without the multiple personality, is just a Yakuza boss. It's over for her. And Satoshi and Rika are just victims. Request denied for the warrants. Is this about the warrants?
Ah, お疲れ様です。
Welcome back.
どうです？何か手がかりはありました？
The officers shook their head in disappointment. Exhaustion was plainly showing on everyone's faces. That was only natural. Notice that the detectives enter the office and Ooishi is already there, because his booty wasn't helping. That was only natural. None of them had gotten a wink of sleep since the day of Watanagashi.
課長、若い子から交代で仮眠取らせてあげてください。ここからは長丁場になりますからね。無理せず、体を休めながらのんびり行きましょう。
Yay, clues! I'm sure we're definitely going to get clues, right?
みんな
We're definitely going to get clues. It's not going to just be Ooishi yapping.
おいしさんからも言ってくれないか。
ありゃありゃ。みんな遠慮しないでいいんですよ。小宮山君。若い子から順に交代で休ませてあげてください。
小宮山さん、そうしてあげてください。
After the chief told him as well, Komiyami-san left his seat.
で課長、例の請求なんですけど、まだダメそうです。
第一、村人の噂だけなんでしょ。もっと具体的な証拠がなければ難しいよ。
その証拠があの中に詰まってるかもしれないんですよ。
その証拠が中に詰まっているという証拠が必要なんだよ。
課長、謎々
That is not a riddle. That is basic.
2人を含む4人が綿流しの番に最後伝と呼ばれる禁断の蔵に無断で入り込み。
I mean, okay, this is fair. The second half is fair. That's fair. That's fair.
ここまでは信頼できる情報なんです。
情報と言ったってあくまでも噂だよ。証拠があるわけじゃない。
Four witness or like two witness
4人が
ceremonies.
放火無理して忍び込む写真はありませんがね。
And then his
とにか
own
く
witness
4
ceremony.
人は最後伝の中で何かを見たんです。消されるくらいの何かを。
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're denying this stuff.
何か？それは何だい？
That's why I'm asking for a warrant to go looking for it in the first place. Yeah, literally, like, he's Ooishi. Yeah, that sentence was weird, but like, Ooishi, I think, should get the warrant. I mean, he's literally a cop that saw the four of them together, and then knows that they all went into this shed, and then two of them died after going to the shed that night. You know, so I feel like the shed, yeah, like I feel like the warrant should be given there. I don't know how warrants work, but like that seems pretty good to me. It feels pretty solid.
拳銃の山か密造工場か
Oh, aren't poppies used for some drug?
捨てがたいあたりです。
I don't actually know.
大石さん、気持ちはわかるけど、あの西宮殿ってのは古手神社にある神聖な建物で、地元の人間への相当な配慮が必要な建物なんだよ。
I'm kind of a who cares angle. I heard there was an hour-long call made from Congressman Sonozaki to the big man. Chief, could he have nailed you back down?
とにかく、
Yeah, they probably just
相当の
pressured
証
him.
拠がない限り、西宮殿の捜査令状は取れないよ。その先本家への令状も同じだ。
Yeah, I think that should be enough, and that they're being suppressed by the Sonozakis.
特にその先本家への捜査は四課と県警の暴対が絡んでる。入念な事前調整がいるんだ。
調整がいるってんなら、私直接乗り込んでつけてきてもいいですよ。四課長はしげちゃんでしょう。暴対は三階さん。隣の雀荘で話した方が早そうなメンツですね。
Bro just wants to play
課長にお
mahjong.
客様です。
Yikes. Pushing the employee who got him right out of the way was an old man who looked like a Yakuza member, given his crested kimono and hakama. Did he not get enough of this over the phone? Huh? This is the pressure. Yeah, this is the pressure. Whoa.
どうも、私が課長の高杉でございます。
Taka, brother.
お前なんぞ、いつだって感触に飛ばせるんじゃぞ。
You're gonna let this Yakuza member stroll into the police? Threaten you with a demotion? And this is how you respond. Ready?
どうも。
Takasugi, man! Takasugi, you're not a little puppy. Don't roll over.
それにお前だけでは足らん。
Bring out the one called Ooishi. Wait, can you... Okay, this is insane.
申し訳ございません。大石はただいま捜査に出ておりまして、なかなか連絡がつきにくく、私が代わって受けたまわりますので。
A non-police member of the Yakuza comes in and says that Ooishi deserves punishment? He can just do that?
どうぞおかけください。
I mean, deserves punishment isn't like necessarily a threat, but like it kind of. The chief's eyes were telling me to get out of here. Perhaps I'll gratefully accept his favor. Maybe I'll go lay down in the nap room. And Ooishi's taking a nap. Oh, okay.
よいか。古手神社はそもそも公暦2600年に次ぐ2500年の歴史を有する神聖にして犯すべからずの聖地なのじゃ。八百万の神々と
800,000 gods.
先祖の霊を祀り、日が昇りてから沈むまで、月が昇りてから沈むまで。
The spirits of our ancestors are enshrined there.
神社なのじゃ。それを土足で踏みにじろうというバカがいる。そもそも信仰の自由は憲法で定められた国民の最も尊い権利
He's
であ
bringing
る
up the Constitution.
それを自らの捜
I
査
guess the
の対話
Japanese
を口実
Constitution
に
is like pretty defensive or pretty good with religion. That's
そん
interesting.
なものは断じて許せんぞ。聞いておるのか、大竹が。わしを怒らせて。
Yo, this Sonozaki guy is like
ただで済むと思わん
he's so aggressive.
いいぞ。
I'm gonna get you. You can't do that. I'll demote you. I was a Navy SEAL. Brother man. You're in a kimono. Go home. Stop role-playing in the police office. Like, please. Please, man, please. Okay. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. I looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I'd awoken at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low in sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. I can't. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. Me for real, for real? I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Oh, that is an Evo reference, yeah. I just kind of... But yeah, they do say a very similar... I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Isn't that... Is that what you're talking about? Because that kind of does feel reminiscent to Eva. Unless I'm tripping. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we, too, had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were, and Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening.
ゆうべはお友達とみんなで夜遅くまで過ごしてたの
？3時くらいまでかな。うん。
Are we really about to go to school right now?
結局見つかったの？そのリカちゃんとサトコちゃんは。
Crunch. I rarely bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Oh, Rika? Or I mean, Rena? Just then we heard the chime go ding ding. I looked up at the clock and saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Rena. It was her at the door. Hi, Rena.
何時間寝れたんだろうな。多分鶏の足でも数えられるくらいだと思う。
On a chicken's toes, up to 6? That's funny. Rena seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
学校行くか。
うん。その方がね、きっといいと思うの。
She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Rena was probably worrying her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school. Fair enough. I mean, I don't hate that.
今日お休みしたら、きっとケイチ君は病んで病んで。
Get your mind off of it a little bit. I mean, I also would be super down to just keep looking, but like,
だから一緒に
if we're being really honest, those two girls are gone. They're never being found. It's over. Like, if we're being really honest with ourselves, it's GG for them. There's zero hope. They've been got. They're never being found. They're either corpses or kidnapped, and we're never seeing them again. So it doesn't really matter what we do because we've already lost. It's already over.
わかった。
It's over.
ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐ支度するから。
I was just a little bit happy about Rena mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us. She might just be skipping. Managing...
さすがに今日は起きられないかもね。
あ、そうか。
stuff.
あいつにとっては昨日だけじゃないんだよな。一昨日の晩も村長さんを探して徹夜してるんだよな。
We waited for a bit. Time passed until we got to a point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances.
どうする？もう少し待つか？
At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Ooishi-san had left me with last night. Satoko over. No, it's just Satoko getting trust. Satoko will be found. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be.
行こう。今日は寝かせておいてあげようよ。
I mean, if she's gonna disappear, she's gonna disappear tonight.
Mion.
Rena gave me a pat on the back.
何か言ったかな？
あ、いや、独り言。行こうぜ。
Yo, so it's just us and Rena at school? The two of us head to school by ourselves. This is about to be the most lame school day. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. Even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Smart. No one trying to lose their kids. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
The principal was bowing to our classmates' guardians. The wooden sword leaning next to him was a little ominous.
前原君、おはよう。
Tell me when Pink goes to piss? Yo, can you...
先生から大切な
Stop!
話があるから、すぐに教室に入るように。
Chat, nobody tell No Games when I go to piss. I do not want No Games knowing when I'm pissing. That seems like information that will be used against me. The principal was bound to our classmates. Okay, they're just saying good morning.
いいかね?
Rena and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Yeah, that would be a really weird atmosphere in the school. All those little things of people being extra scared and like protective. The hushed conversation that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
まず校長先生から大切なお話があります。校長先生、どうぞ。
The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais.
もう知っている生徒もおるだろう。
The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoko's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying, for good reason. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either.
はい、皆さん注目注目。今日から当分の間、登下校は保護者の方と一緒に行います。保護者の方の都合がつきにくい生徒は集団での登下校とします。プリントを作りましたので、よく読み、保護者の方にも必ず見せてください。いいですね。
We're just getting like tortured emotionally. The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented, abnormal situation. I don't know about unprecedented. Are we forgetting about, what was his name, Satoshi? Satoshi was a person in this class that went missing. I guess I think it was explained away differently, where here it's like they went missing, but I think with Satoshi it was like ran away or something. So I guess they just had a different excuse, but like unprecedented is a slightly, whatever. They should just have canceled school today. However, Rena told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled. Yeah, he just transferred, yeah. Yeah, and with the mayor missing too, yeah.
では授業を始めます。委員長は
Bruh.
では日直号令。起立。
That feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school. I just realized the biggest problem. Absolutely massive problem. Chat, you remember those two young boys, chat? What were their names? The two young boys? Tomita and Okamura. Chat, we promised Tomita and Okamura that we would give them Satoshi and Rika. They were our Rika and Satoshi, and Satoko were our bartering chips for Tomita and Okamura. We lost our bartering chips. Now we can't have them give us assists anymore because we can't give them the little girls like saliva or whatever. We just got giga debuffed. What? They won't be able to take them on a walk with a leash. Yo, we have to find them. Oh, that's probably what happened. Tomita and Okamura, they went and they kidnapped the Satoko and Rika, and they put them on a leash. And they're walking them around in the basement. Oh, it's their fault. The feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something that I agreed with at this point. As for the teacher, who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. Oh, that's nice of her. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Rena brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
眠いね。
ああ。でも、もうそんなに気にならなくなったよ。むしろ今寝れるくらいのずぶとい神経が羨ましい。
The curry thing is killing me.
そうかもね。
Now is not the time for curry, Chie. I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Rena's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Rena was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gone up early this morning.
遠慮なくつっつけよ。今日は素直に俺の弁当の方が立派なのを認めろ。
Man, I really don't trust Mion.
じゃあ遠慮なく
I
いただくね。
really don't trust Mion in the
シソチ
Sonozaki's
ーズの
firm.
ちくわ巻きなんて面白い
Yo,
な。
Rena, stop making me
レナ
hungry.
のだって、今日のはレトルトだろうけど、なかなかうまいぞ。
I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. Looked around the classroom and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
こうして二人だけでお弁当をつつき合ってる
Oh,
と
it's kind of
な
romantic.
んだかすごい
Okay, Rena.
なんだかだよね。は
Wait, this is actually good for us. Keiichi and Rena can now form a stronger bond because all the chaff was cut out. All the fat was cut away. Oh. This is good. Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess
ごめ
up.
ん。その、悪かった。
We're freaking in.
うん。
We're trauma bonding
いい
with
よ
her.
仕方ないよ。
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
リカちゃんとサトコ、どこに行ったんだろうな。
They're calling out right now. Rika and Satoko, they're crying. They're crying. You hear them? Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right out and said it. I heard Rena catch her breath. All the fat was cut away. Ooishi showing up.
昨日ね、ケイチ君がいなくなってる間にいろいろと話を聞い
It's
て
just
たから。
rumors are gonna be rumors.
レナの
ゆうべはす
Oh,
まなかっ
sorry,
た。
sorry, Rena.
頼む。
At that time, since they had arrived for support, Rena was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all the information the villagers had gathered, and Rena said she overheard it.
でも、結局何もわからなかったんだろう。学校が終わってから家に帰って、二人で自転車に乗ってどこかへ行ったらしいということ
I
以外
mean,
は
Rika might have gone somewhere with Satoko to try to, like, fix the situation, because she had said that with Keiichi, and then been like, "We have the way for you to fix it, Rika. Your doom." You know? Like, she goes to, like, talk to the director, and then just gets, like, giga killed. Mion had told me yesterday. We had no clues.
うん。警察の人も家に帰ってからすぐに自転車で遊びに行ったんだろうって言ってる。
Maybe they went to go
家に
play,
帰
I
って
mean,
か
who
らすぐ
knows?
に自転車で遊びに行くところと言ったら 町かもしれないでしょ。だから沖宮の町でいなくなったんじゃないかって結論になってるみたい。警察は明るくなってから捜査範囲を沖宮にも広げるって言ってた。
In town. It makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we could. Okay, wait. In town, it makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. Oh, you mean Okonomiya. Oh, okay, I get it now. So we're extending the search zone outside of Hinamizawa. I had no basis for thinking that, just a gut feeling. Yeah, I don't really... I kind of agree with Keiichi. I feel like it's something to do with Hinamizawa. But I think this is still a good idea, of course. But it's gotta be Hinamizawa-centric. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then... what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog, too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I didn't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch. And why would she bring Satoko?
町なんかに行くわけないと思うんだ。
ケイチ君もそう思う？レナもそう思うよ。リカちゃんもサトコちゃんもひなみ沢でいなくなったに違いないの。
I looked back at Rena, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway. Oh, bye.
お弁当箱を洗ってくるね。
Oh, okay. She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Rena didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Rena didn't say a word. Then, after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんが町に遊びに行っていなくなったなんて、なんだか腑に落ちなくて。私なりにいろいろ聞いたり調
Detective Rena on
べ
the
たりした
case.
の。
About to be more effective than the entire police department? What do you got?
婦人会のおばさんたちにいろいろ昨日のお味噌汁、お豆腐がいっぱい入ってたでしょ。
There was a lot of tofu.
富
That
田
is an
豆腐店
important
のおばあちゃん
clue.
も来てたの。
The Tomita Tofu Shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
おばあちゃんね、昨日学校の帰り道に
Oh,
サト
okay.
コちゃんがお店に寄ってお豆腐を買っていったのを覚えてたの。
That is really important,
学校
actually.
の帰り道にだろ。それが何か手がか
Because
りに
that's the
なるの
latest
か
she was seen, right?
いいから聞いて。リカちゃんの家に行った時のこと
No tofu.
覚えてるかな。
Rena stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room. Or maybe there was tofu.
ガス台にお鍋がかけてあって、
There was
その
miso
中にお
soup.
味噌汁が入っ
Okay.
てたの。中にはお豆腐が多分一丁の半分くらい入ってたと思う。残りの半分は冷蔵庫の中に入って
Okay, so they made it
冷
home.
ややっこにするつもりだったんだね。
Uh-huh. So they made it home and prepared tofu. And that means they left again and locked the doors behind them and then got on their bikes and went somewhere to try to fix the situation and then got disappeared. Low-key, it might be that, like, Rika might have kind of known this was going to happen and just was willing to take the fall. I think that's a possibility.
お皿に開けてラップがかけてあった。
As Rena explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room.
でもレナ、それが何だというんだ。
Keiichi, come on, hurry your
ケ
brain
イチ
up.
君、お味噌汁のお豆腐って本当に最後の最後に入れるんだよ。つまりお料理してたリカちゃんか、もしくはサトコちゃんはお夕飯の時間の直
They
前まで
paused.
あそこに立って料理をして
They
いたこ
paused
と
the
になるの。
tofu.
夕食の時間の直前まで。
Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves? That doesn't make any
コーナーの
sense.
ゴミを見たら すごく不吉祥だった。食事やお弁当はほとんどリカちゃんが作ってるんだけど、たまにね、さとこちゃんがすることもあるの。だからその晩はさとこちゃんがお料理するのね。
That's what I'm saying, dude. Rena alone is stronger for detective work than Ooishi and the entire police force. Ooishi is just like forcing children to be stuck in his car and interrogating them and harassing them, and Rena's actually cluing things.
それってつまりさとこに関しては遊びに行かず夕食の準備をしてたってことなのか？
Yeah.
それで私、炊飯釜も見てみたの。炊飯釜には2人分のご飯が炊けていた。
ってことは2人分の夕飯は作ったけど、
yeah.
2人とも夕飯は食べなかった。
She literally spots based on the way the trash is put out, being like, yeah, this is some Satoko trash. Actually the goat.
そういうことか。
Ooishi is perhaps the worst thing in the I hate Ooishi so much. He's worthless and he's just annoying. I can't stand that guy, bro. He's just so incompetent. Rena nodded.
それで次に冷蔵庫の中も見てみたの。
Okay.
そうしたら残り半分のお豆腐で作った冷ややっこがあったの。それだけじゃない。
I would eat some tofu right now.
お夕飯用に作ったおかずも何皿かあって、それらにはみんなラップがされていた。
Man, they chefing. Your hatred for Ooishi makes me like him. You usually plastic wrap things so you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
そう。ラップって食べ残しとかを取っておくためにするも
Where
の
are
だ
you
よ
going with
ね。
this, Rena?
冷蔵庫に入れたということは、少なくともその晩のうちには食べないつもりだったと
But
いう
they
こと。
did plan on eating the rice in the rice cooker.
そういうことになるのか？
ケイチ君、もっとよく考えて。お夕飯を
Use your
全く手
brain.
つけずで
Use your
ラッ
brain,
プしてあったんだよ。
Keiichi
どういうこ
kun.
とだと思う？
And wrapped up?
じゃあ、
Oh,
夕食を食べる必要がなくなったわけだ。
yeah, so they made dinner and then something happened. And so they were like, okay, we don't have time to eat this. Wrap the dinner up. They put the dinner away. I guess they just left the rice in the rice cooker. The rice can just stay. I guess you don't need to fridge the rice. They're like, we'll come back for this. So something happened. I guess they could have gone on a phone call because they have a phone. And plans changed. And then they got. So guess what? If we had the police as actually competent, we would have like checked the phone records, right? We can do that, right? The technology isn't like super in the past that like, can't we check if anybody called them? Because that'd be kind of useful to see if, oh, look at this. The Sonozakis called them? And then Keiichi called them like 50 times later. You know what I mean? Like that would be so incredibly important. Because if it can line up roughly with dinner time, then we know that it's them, you know? Whoever called them did it.
出前とかで。
I don't know if call records are a thing though.
それも突然にね。
And Rena can't get those because Rena's just
前
a
もって
girl.
決まっていたら、
Shut up, my
お料
just a
理なん
girls
か
out
しない
there.
そして、
Yeah.
お夕食は2
Yeah.
人分用意
Good. Thank you. Good
つまりさ
clues.
とこちゃんは
Real
2
life
人で食事
accurate
ができると
police.
本当に
Kinda
直前ま
true.
でそう思って料理をしていたという
Yeah.
ことなの。
Good. Good.
じゃあ、2人で遊びに行っていなくなったというのは間違いじゃないか。
It was a dumb theory the entire time. Yeah,
So-
it was a useless theory.
つまりいなくなったのはお夕飯ができて夕食に至るまでの本当に
Good job,
わずかな
Rena.
時間
Good job.
多分7時頃くらい。
Now we got a rough
そん
time
な時間
piece.
に食事もせずに2
And
人は
why?
どこへ行
What
った
would
ん
have
だ？
interrupted them? Somebody would have had to come
当
to the
然そこに行き
place,
着くよね。
or somebody would have had to
ケイ
call
チ君
them.
覚えてるかな？折りたたみ机が置いてあってその上にお醤油や箸立てなんかが置いてあったのを。
There might have been something like that. I didn't remember.
お醤油の小瓶ね、空っぽだったの。もう一滴も入ってなかった。これじゃあ冷ややっこは美味しくないよね。
Huh?
だから私、流しの下にある醤油の大瓶を探してみたの。
よくそんなところにあるって知ってるな。
Oh.
私もリカちゃんの家に行って
This is
料
actually
理したことあ
crazy,
っ
dude.
たから。
I know, Rena, I feel like, I was thinking about this earlier. I feel like in a tier list, I have to rank them all, like, independent chapter-wise. Because Rena in this chapter, like, kind of borderline feels like a different character than chapter 1. Just because she's not doing so much stuff, right? Like, she's not being insane, she's not hunting us down, she's not doing multiple personalities. She's literally just effective. And so, like, the slice of life part, they're consistent, but, like, in the drama section, they're completely different. And, like, Mion and Shion, like, Shion didn't even exist in chapter 1, you know? So it's like, and that very dramatically changes, like, Mion's character and how she acts, and, like, the Yakuza stuff, you know? So I kind of feel like it doesn't even make sense for it to be, like, cumulative, how the characters are, but more, like, almost independent. Because, I mean, Keiichi and Rena are both, like, substantially, like, more helpful for us, you know? Rena, of course, was an antagonist in chapter 1, and so it's kind of, like, a little bit of a different ranking criteria as opposed to somebody, like, on our side. Where, like, but, like, as an antagonist, she just, like, even as an antagonist in chapter 1, she was just holding a hatchet and walking around like this for, like, 30 minutes, and then we just hit her with a bat a bunch. Like, I didn't even really understand what was going on there that well, right? So a lot of it was still kind of like, I was like, I don't know, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Rena cleared her throat, her face returned to a serious expression. Yeah, she's doing, like, she is actually being helpful, side character, good clues, good personality. I like the way it's, like, weaving her, like, cheerful tone with, like, serious stuff, and so we can hear it in her voice. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff with her, this chapter. Yeah, interesting. And this is when she was saying that she was looking for them. Remember, she opened the cabinets, and she was like, trying to see if they're hiding or not. She was probably trying to do the soy sauce stuff, and just didn't want to talk to us about it, for some reason. We blame Ooishi for the half-hour thing. She probably held it above her head for only a few moments. It's just, it was weird, though, that she was just following us around for, you know, and just doing, like... And then she would, like, we would run away, and then she'd just follow us, and then just held it. And then we passed out, and then she, like, kidnapped us. It was just crazy. If all these kids lock in, they could resolve Higurashi. Agreed. Well, you say these all kids. I assume you mean all these kids. Mion is not on the team. Rena can be on the team as long as her sleeper agent chip doesn't activate. Then Rena's fine. And then Satoko and Rika so far are fine. But also, I feel like chapter 1 was the Rena chapter. She was also, like, on the cover. And then chapter 2 is the Mion chapter. She was on the cover. And we've gotten a lot of, like, Mion and, like, maybe Mion antagonist stuff. So I feel like there's a world that, like, chapter 3 and 4 are, like, Rika and Satoko as, like, the villains. I could see that happening. But I don't know. So I don't know. I don't trust the kids. Tomita and Okamura would have the culprit down in 5 minutes. Yo, oh, the two young boys? As long as the culprit was Rika and Satoko, then yeah. They would be there, and they would not put them in handcuffs, but put them on a leash. True. Rena, speculate. Hit them. Why would they... Yeah, why was did they not have soy sauce? It's an interesting... Interesting. I do not trust Ooishi the adult. Ooishi has the mentality of, like, a 2-year-old that has brain damage. Respectfully. Respect to my 2-year-olds with brain damage. I actually... saying that you were similar to Ooishi is a bit of a, you know, criticism to you. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs. Oh, okay. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, so the big bottle's not there, which means they probably got on their bikes with the big bottle. Yeah, I guess that would be a good enough reason for them to leave the house, a good enough sudden reason. But I think that's a little weird, like, for them to wrap up all the food, because it's like, oh, we gotta go grab soy sauce. They wrap up all the food? I mean, they might just be trying to be careful, like, they don't want, like, bugs to get in their food. They do live in a really shitty shack. It just feels a little strange, doesn't it, you know? Because you would think they would just pop over to their neighbors, get soy sauce, pop over back, and then they have to, like, take it all back out of the fridge, and now it's all cold. I guess it'd be cold anyways, because it'd just be standing there. But yeah, it could also be that they wanted to go to the shop, right? They would go to the shop to buy more soy sauce. But maybe, I don't know how you would buy it. Do you buy soy sauce in big bottles? Because in that case, you wouldn't bring the bottle. You just throw out the bottle. So yeah. And also, a random neighbor kidnapping them would be crazy, right? It's a decent theory. We could run with it for a minute here. And we would just go for the closest neighbor, right? So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited, though, Rika didn't come back. Oh. And so Satoko went to follow? I was kind of thinking that Satoko and Rika would go together, but this could also be the case. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Moshi Moshi! Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that. Then the other person must have replied with something like this. Oh, and that's why she wrapped up the food? But why would the random neighbor? That's just bad RNG. That doesn't really make sense to me. So they called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She was like, that idiot. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Then Satoko got on her bike too and headed for the house where Rika-chan was. Okay, so we just need to find their bikes. Well, obviously. But if I'm the person that kidnapped them, I'm going to bring the bikes. I'm going to destroy the bikes or bring the bikes in my house. Bad RNG, that's just Satoko. True. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people. And they also, it doesn't make sense because why they would have no reason to know that Satoko and Rika would come over, or that Rika would come over asking for soy sauce, right? Which I guess is why it's a trap, is the idea. That they would say that as a trick. They don't actually have that food. We're getting too lost in the hypothetical here. But yeah, wherever they win, wherever Rika win, was a trap. Rena flatly denied that. True. We already have dinner at home type beat. This was all only circumstantial evidence and Rena's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple the situation, bereft of clues. Big question. That's the one. That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce. And somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. The mayor... maybe not the mayor's house. Maybe the Sonozaki's? Oh, Hunger Games deaths have been announced. For those that don't know, in the Discord server, there's a Hunger Games going on. And so let's see who died for today. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of deaths. Oh my goodness. 3. Oh my goodness! We got Vermilia has died, mauled by a bear in Sector 4. DC has died, drowned to death in Sector 12. Chadomir has died of constipation in Sector 5. Bin has died. Bin was sacrificed in Sector 8. Oh my goodness. Mauled by a bear. How embarrassing. Didn't even die to a person. Better than 2 spike pits. That's insane. That's insanity. That's the most deaths by a lot. So yeah, Bin sacrifice is like, that's a player death. Constipation, you probably just like ate something bad. And then drowned to death, who knows? And mauled by a bear is just like a bad hunt. Dang, crazy, crazy. How many people are left in the Hunger Games? Let's see. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Are we down to 11? That's crazy. All right, well, GG. Rip to those. Rip to those. Personally, I've been dead for a minute, so like, welcome to the death squad. Alright, anyway, speaking of a lot of death, we gotta find these missing children. So who was it? Rena slowly shook her head.
Renaの推理はここまで。あくまでも想像だからね。
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Sonozakis, if they're reasonably close, would be somewhere they might go, or just random villagers, because everybody knows everybody, so it might just be like the closest one.
警察の人とかには
Keep them a secret from the police. Yeah, the police would not know what to do with it anyways. Can't get a warrant, can't learn anything. Only move, intimidate children. Yeah.
隠すことはないんじゃないか。
No, I hate the police.
仮に半分しか会ってないとしても、きっとヒントにはなると思うぞ。
I mean, there is a world that we should tell them just to like help, but
これってひなみ沢の人を疑うっていう
oh, you're trying to
確信もないのに村の人を疑う
Okay. Okay. That's a little protecting the villain. I saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. It's a little bit like if one of I get what she's doing, but it's like we're gonna cut the conversation short there and return to the classroom. I stayed there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Shout out Satoko. Shout out Rika. Let's think about this in my own way. Rena had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reasoned out that much. So there should be something that only I, who know far more than Rena did, could deduce. Ooishi-san said this last night too, but the incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Rena might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking that tubu was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitake-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. It's so funny. With the knowledge of this, I have so much less sympathy for these two. Tomitake-san has had a great fall from grace from Chapter 1. Where I thought he was just a victim that got xenophobic. No. Bro broke into a religious secret compartment while fully aware that the religious gear inside was based around murdering people. Like, these two are low-key deserved it. Not like actually, but like they were dumb, you know? They kind of reaped what they sowed. And he just wanted a piece of her, you know? Even if she didn't care about the village, it could paint a target on the two of them. That's also true, yeah. Like, just making bad accusations, I get. And she's doing complete speculation. So I do get it. And it probably is the better idea until we should probably look around a bit, see if we can get a little bit more information. And then if we do, then we can send the police on them. I'm fine with that. But yeah, these two are freaking stupid, especially Takano. Tomitake just wanted a piece of the pie. I can understand that. But brother man, look at your muscles. You can get a better woman than her. Right? You can do better than a Hello Kitty girl, all right? So he got taken advantage of basically, but still kind of skill issue, you know? And then she was just dumb. Like, wow, this village has a really bloody history and people go missing and die every year. Let me, on the recurring death dates every year, do something that would get me killed if found out. I can't understand it. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. See, the thing is, they shouldn't have this much information, though. Where are they getting all the information? The mayor, I mean, would the mayor have tried to do something, and then Rika tried to do something? But, like, how would they know Shion told the mayor, right? They would have to just know that, well, I guess because who else would say it, right? I guess that makes sense, because only Shion and Keiichi's alive, so who would have told the mayor, who would have told Rika? You can kind of put that together, like, somewhat easily, because, you know, you just have to know that Rika and Keiichi, like, know each other pretty well. Higurashi playthrough was still a thing. Oh, we are on it, brother man. We're only on episode 2. Chapter 2, baby! Then what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? Yeah, I don't even know. By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying, but Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? It might have been just trying to clear the evidence, or like get rid of loose threads, but also, I don't know, that doesn't make that, I feel like they could have found a way to do it better. I thought everybody's grandma and uncle already watched the anime. Nah, brother man, fully blind. I'm on break next week? Oh, I might be actually. Is that the... Yeah, so next Wednesday, I'm not going to be able to stream, and the next Tuesday, I might not. I don't know. I don't think I will be able to stream next Tuesday. But I'll update. I'll update. So reasonable chance that no Higurashi next week, because I'm going on a little trip. I'm going on a little trip. What do you think of the game so far? Mysterious. And also drives me insane a little bit, but definitely mysterious. Everything was my fault. Who would be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? I'm going on a trip! I'm driving. It's a drive. I have to like go drive down and like do something, you know? It's a little mini vacation. It's like a 2 or 3 day vacation. My thing is, I don't know though if I'm if Tuesday is when I'm driving down or if I'm driving down Wednesday. But either way, definitely no Runa stream next week. And then we'll see on Higurashi. I'll make sure to update in the Discord, and I'll probably make a post about it too. Oh, the question mark. Yeah, no. Yeah, I gotta go find... Listen, guys. I gotta go find Satoko myself, okay? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? And also, it's like, the 2 people that did the most, the woman and Tomitake-san, why would you kill them first and then make us suffer, right? Like... If they're all... Like, it doesn't even make sense that we're, like, suffering maxing, right? Oh, let's really make them painful. Let's really make it hurt by killing all their friends. If they didn't also do it with the 2 other ones. Maybe because they were going to leave the city? Because they were going to leave Hinamizawa? I guess that could make sense. Doing it for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. But we can still leave Hinamizawa, you know? What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we confessed to. Like, if theoretically, if Keiichi talked to his parents and said, hey, I broke into a place and they're killing everybody that broke into this place, I'm really scared, we need to leave, then, like, there's a reasonable chance he would be able to leave. They would move out. It would be hard, but at least temporarily they'd move out. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely, though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. That's another story, though. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Could it be? Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? Yeah, maybe they don't even want you guys dead. Right? Because, you know, I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case. That I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. Okay, so basically we came up with no information. Wait, Keiichi. This is so funny. Rena thinks so hard that Keiichi's like, I need to shape up and think about it myself. And then he sits there and he tries to deduce, and I don't think we came up with a single answer to anything. We just had a bunch of questions. A bunch of unanswered questions. It was a good try. At least he tried. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. And then put an end to all of this. Shion's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. You gotta reach out to Shion! They plan to murder those close to us first to make us as miserable as possible, and then only then would they kill us. Maybe. We gotta talk to Shion. We gotta cooperate again. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. We really gotta talk to Shion. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everybody else, following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers, silently marching through the mountains. As we went, one left, and then another, and in the end, it was just Rena and me. I was supposed to escort Rena all the way to her house, but she declined. We just never get to see your house, Rena? Do you live in the damn construction site in the rubble with Colonel Sanders? Like, what's going on? We've never gotten to see her house. Oh, this is also true. This is also true, though. I'm just curious why the narrative, we haven't heard about her address or gotten to her house before, so I'm worried.
あれあれ警察の人じゃないかな。
I swear. Rena point towards my house. Oh, Ooishi's already here. Oh my goodness. There was a car stopped in front of it. Alright. Chat, I gotta piss. The sheer horror that is peeing while knowing that when you come back that this is the face you'll see. I should have stayed on the toilet longer. From out of that car came Ooishi. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Ooishi-san started walking over wearing that annoying grin. Rena, give me the assist, Rena. Like, dude. He is spending his time... He is literally spending his time waiting for the kid to come home. No games, why are you only here for when I piss, brother man? Ooishi is literally spending his time chilling at our house. At our house. Just waiting for us. Instead of, I don't know, trying to get the warrant. Talking to the Sonozaki family at all. Trying to look for the missing children. Doing literally anything. He would rather just sit in his AC car and wait for us to come home. Like, what a waste! My tax dollars!
でもどうして警察の人がケイチ君に用があるんだろう。
Rena's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth.
そんなの知ってるよ。
You dream about Ooishi. You mentioned him so much. Ooishi has never made it into my dreams. I will lose my mind. If he ever appears in my dreams, I will drop Higurashi because it's gone too far. It's gone too far.
何の関わりもないとは言い切れない。
Rena simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she was looking at something dirty. Man, Keiichi and Rena should get together. I feel like it's a really cool, like, good childhood crush dynamic. How did both of you type the exact same thing? No, it's not a yet. It's an ever. Lock in.
待ってるね。
Wet dreams. I am not having a wet dream about Ooishi as a middle-aged man and me getting a taste of him. I am not having that as a wet dream.
じゃあ早く行きな。
Me having a wet dream tonight of being trapped in his car as he grabs my shoulders and, quote, rams into me. Rena gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Ooishi-san, who walked over. Brother, just walk past him and go home. This is my own private domicile and I will not be harassed. Aren't there missing kids, Ooishi? Insane thing to say. Insane thing to say to the kid. Your parents aren't home. You want to let me inside? Where's your bedroom? Like, Ooishi, I see through you. You came all the way to my house? I could only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they'd probably be back late.
親父の仕事の関係で出かけてるんだと思います。帰りは遅いと思いますよ。
そうですか。
Can we Chris Hansen this guy, dude?
親御さんに変な思いをさせずに済みます。
We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. And then he reaches out and he physically touches Keiichi. He physically reaches out and touches Keiichi. Ooishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. Seemed like he wanted me to get in the car. Don't get in the car. I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. It wouldn't be weird if you wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling.
いえいえ、立ち話もなんですから、車の中でお話ししようってだけですよ。さあさあ、どうぞどうぞ。
Just leave, Keiichi. Don't get in the car. He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The power dynamic is so bad. The inside of the coil had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely. Can you explain to our YouTube chat why you were talking about Ooishi wet dreams? Chat, you are trying to pin this on me. It's you. It's you. He turned off the engine and instantly began quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi with all their cool loneliness snuck inside. The situation with the Ooishi is normal. You're making it sound weird. Listen. This is anything but normal, alright? This is anything but normal. Maybe Ooishi doesn't want a piece of the Keiichi pie. I could accept that he doesn't. This is still a massive issue. Blaming chat. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices, lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented. The days had been twisted and distorted since that night. Ooishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first. Pink loves middle-aged men. Ooishi and Keiichi Mpreg art. Oh, but it's me. Oh, but I'm the problem. Chat's talking about Mpreg art, but I'm the guy. I'm the guy. Oh, okay. Okay. No, I get it. I understand.
捜査の方はどうなってるんですか？
捜査？何のですか？最近はいっぱいやりすぎてどれのことやら。
I'm losing it. I'm actually losing it. The investigation of what? You want to play dumb with me? Obviously, I'm talking about the one that we talked about last night.
全部です。
いいですよ。
Oh, and now he's gonna lore dump. It's over. They're officially secret investigations. Hey, 12-year-old, I'll let you know. I'll let you in. Like, are you a real cop? Alright, get ready. The freak deaths of Tomitake-san and Takano-san on the night of the Tanagashi.
さっぱり進展なしです。まずは集団で暴行を受けた形跡はあるのですが、自分の喉をかき破るなんて。
Oh man, I almost just spat out my drink. Dude, on this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress. It's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. I can't take it. I cannot take it. First of all, Tomitake-san, there are indications of on his body that he was assaulted. He just admits, yeah, we haven't figured anything out. Yeah, I don't know, man. Okay.
何らかの薬物中毒を疑っているんですが、検出はされませんでした。
This guy sucks so much. I hate this guy so much.
どんな感じなんです？
同じくさっぱりです。
Yeah, we ain't got nothing for that either.
非常に困難でして、
Yeah, it's just hard.
閉められた後にガソリンをかけられたんじゃないかと見ています。管轄が岐阜県産でね。あちらさん、自分たちの縄張りの事件だからって。
Why? If it's in our territory, why is it their department?
これは関係ない話ですね。
So police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably. Perfect.
犯行時間はおおむねお祭りが終わった直後だろうと見ています。
Really?
さんの方は
Oh, really?
富武さんとほぼ同じ時刻に
Can anybody believe this?
岐阜の山中に遺棄された。
Oh, the incident occurred generally right after the festival ended. Who would have thought? It's almost like this happens every year. It's almost like we found the bodies right after that. Like, obviously.
どうしてわざわざ遠くの山まで死体を運んだんでしょう。
We didn't figure anything out, and then repeats literally the information that everybody already knows. Like the
同じように遠くへ運べばよかったの。
前原さん、あなた。
Wait.
私もそこは注目すべき点だと思っていますよ。
Oh, why take one of the bodies down the mountains? And he starts glazing Maebara. All right.
他にもいくつか不審点はありますが。 I
thought you said you're gonna let me in on the secrets. You told us no new information. Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject. Otherwise, he might turn the conversation on me. Good move. Good move. We didn't find anything. Okay. Hemorrhoids. Bro just wants screen time. Unironically, absolutely. Now he's telling us the mayor's hemorrhoids. He's telling us about the mayor's hemorrhoids. I mean, I'll write it down. I mean, yeah, mayor had hemorrhoids. This is important. Mayor had hemorrhoids. And went to hospital in Shibone. Like medical doctors? No, the lines before the mayor, Keiichi Kimiyoshi, apparently he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. There you go. It's crazy to me because it's like medical confidentiality. And not that he's a doctor, so it's, I guess, not up to him to keep it, I guess. But, like... And yeah, the repeating information drives me, like, a little bit insane. I'm gonna be honest. Like every once in a while repeating stuff is one thing, but it's like every time Ooishi talks, I feel like we get... Like, every time Ooishi talks, a person could enter the stream and not have heard a single conversation of his up to that point, and they would be fully caught up. Because he always says every single part of everything. It's like, Ooishi, stop repeating information! He does it the worst. That's one reason he drives me crazy, is he does it the most. Even I knew that big hospitals like university hospitals had a really long waiting time. Apparently, people would get in line for hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment. No, Ooishi's not a good thing for a stream. Ooishi drags out the stream. No, it's bad. I dip around Ooishi was on screen earlier for food. Like, I think, chat, unironically, if I was trying to go through this on my own, I would probably, like, skip and or incredibly fast skim every Ooishi section. I had a moment where I was just like, I don't want to hear this guy talk. I just want to skip through it and then skim the text. Because it's just like, I got places to be, Ooishi. How do you know he's passed the time reading a magazine? I'd have to cook dinner and came back and he's still in his car. Let me out! We know this because of a receipt. Okay, wait. Whoa, okay. How do you know that he was reading a magazine? Huh? How does a receipt tell you he was reading a magazine? Can you buy a magazine? Oh, maybe the magazine was on the receipt. Oh, okay. There was nothing suspicious at all about that. You are just a hater. You're jealous of Ooishi.
途中電車で人身事故がありました、ね。
There was an accident on the train coming back?
もうそれで足止めを食ってしまったらしく、
Okay,
家
so
に
he
着い
got
た
home
の
a
は
little
会
bit
合の時間
late.
の直前でした。ご家族が大慌てで神社の集会場に出かけていく村長さんを目撃しています。
会合ってのは何だったんですか？確かその会合の帰り道に失踪してるんですよね。
会合は御三家と町会の主要役員が集まって、
So they were the ones that last saw
今
him.
年も起こってしまった連続開始事件の対応について協議したものと思われます。
They were probably debating who to sacrifice. So then on his way back home, like, what if the three families were all there and they sacrificed the mayor in front of them all? He gets retirement pay and you don't as a failed streamer. Alright. Let's see. Timeout user. Let's do like that. Alright. So then on his way home, the old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter. He was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet. Okay. Last scene at assembly meeting at shrine with three families. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the three families, they all talked about, like, who do we like have go missing, or something like that, and then he just gets cooked, right? Like, I don't trust any of the witness reports from the three families of like, oh yeah, he left the assembly hall. Like, they're kind of the problems, you know? They very well could have just demoned him away right there. He was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Keiichi has a realization, maybe? Hmm?
どうなさいました?
You haven't talked with Shion in a while? I was taken back by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try to drag back out what I had only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maebara, you just realized something. Something important. The night of Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. Okay. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. Gotta check up at the hospital. Okay, walk through it, walk through it. Ate something. Okay. And then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. Yeah, which means he was in a rush. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. Okay. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watanagashi until when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that he went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maebara? What does that matter, Keiichi Maebara? Ah. Wait, let me think. Well, like, okay, A, why do the cops know? Do we know why we know this, Ooishi? We investigated his movements. He was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. He had a checkup. So I guess maybe they just pulled his medical records, which you might be able to do as a cop. So how do we know he had planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall? That's a little bit weird. He was supposed to return with plenty of time to spare, but... Well, I guess... No, we even know about the meeting. And so it makes sense that they would know about the meeting. Right. Because Keiichi mentions the meeting. They plan to talk about during the evening meeting. Well, I think, okay, the evening meeting probably is, like, easy to know about. Because, of course, they're going to have a meeting right after. But what does him being alone matter? About what? Who cares? That, like... Nobody, maybe he doesn't have, like, anybody he's with? He doesn't have, like, a caregiver? He's able to just leave and nobody notices? I mean, that's kind of important, I guess, but that doesn't really tell us anything. That just tells us it's going to be really hard to figure anything out. Yeah, Keiichi, what do you got? What do you got? Oh, maybe when did Shion? Oh, when did Shion talk to him? Oh. Oh. Because he thought of Shion's voice, and then that is when he realized something. Oh. Yeah, okay, wait. Shion is a good actor. Because it's weird, then, that all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't even have called him on the phone. So when did Shion talk to him? There might not have been any time. Well... Okay, he had an appointment for a checkup, so we went out first thing in the morning. Yeah, okay. So Shion should not have been able to talk to him. That's a really... Okay, that's really smart. So that means either... Well, yes and no. Because maybe she just maybe, like, she could have known about the hemorrhoids. That's random, but maybe she just knows about the hemorrhoids. And then she, like, met him there or something, because they're, like, close. Probably not, but, like... You know, or that she just randomly runs into him on the way. But it is kind of a sus thing with Shion. Yeah, when did this happen? Okay. I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything. That night. Okay, thank you for the update, Shion. From past Shion. Okay, well that night makes sense. So it'd be the night previous, which would be the night of the festival, right? Right? Night of the festival? Because it was... Them two died, and then the mayor went missing. And then... the kids went missing. And so it would have been... That night would have been, like, right after Tomotage-san and all that happened. Like, yeah. Which makes enough sense. I mean, Mayor would have been at the festival, right? So she just would have, after we all talked, I mean, people were still lingering around. She could have maybe tried to talk to him then. Maybe there's something I'm missing. That night, I told the Mayor that we stuck into the ritual storehouse.
Ah. それで
君吉のおじいちゃん怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑ってしおちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって本当に笑いながら任せなさい。
It's okay, Shion. It's okay. It's okay. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose and fell. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Keiichi, Marbar, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Okay, right. That night. I mean, just during the festival? Or is there something... then yeah, it doesn't make sense. Okay. Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. Right, because she only would have told him after they got confirmed dead. Because I was kind of thinking maybe she just told him because she felt really bad about going in and they would have still been alive. But I don't remember this detail, but apparently she said that she learned of them dying in the morning, and then that night doesn't make sense because he was accounted for the entire day. Okay. The mayor had left his house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall. I mean, okay, but what does this mean? That Shion's in on it? That Shion's the problem? I mean, Shion's a good actress, but, like, why would she be doing this? Then the meeting at the assembly hall began and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant, or she would... It's weird, because so if he leaves and then nobody sees him again, it either means that he gets demoned away before making it home, because assumedly he would be going home, or maybe Mion, or Shion met with him after that, and then he left and got demoned away. So it either means that Shion's lying, or that Shion's the last person that saw him. It's got to mean one of those two, right? Which meant. Ooishi, shut your trap. I'm in the middle of thinking.
大丈夫ですか? やっぱり暑いならクーラー入れますよ.
Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I didn't think any further than that. My head was pounding violently, and the fluids packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer to retain its shape. It's also interesting then that, like, say Shion's in on it, Shion's part of the problem, then that kind of exonerates Mion, because Shion was trying to make sure Mion wasn't involved. And so that would not only exonerate Mion, but also low-key exonerate the entire Sonozaki family, in which case, why are we doing this? And also it's weird because Shion has said the entire time that she is, like, not a believer of the curse. So why would she be part of the group that's used, like, making the curse happen? I mean, she could have just been lying the entire time, but then at that point, we just don't trust anything she's saying. I guess. It was just about to settle. It had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape.
Moshi.
Ooishi-san lit yet another cigarette, bro's a chain smoker. There was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long?
私、知ってる限りのことを話したつもりです。お返しに、今度は前原さんの話を聞かせてもらってもいいですよね。
My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had been totally minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think.
ほら、また黙り込む。もし誤解があるようなら先に解いておきたいんですがね。私は別にあなたが犯人だなんて思っちゃいないんです。
Ooishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile.
あの晩、あなたたち4人が西宮殿に忍び込んだことは知っています。
Really? Wait, you know that, Ooishi? Ooishi, you know that?
それ自体は不法侵入として問われるべきことですが、問題はそれじゃない。そこで何があったかなんです。
Do you just want me to tell you?
人間が次々と犠牲になるような。
That I don't mind telling him that actually. That's kind of fine. That gives him a.
なかったです。
Really? Relying? As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore.
本当に何もなかったんですか？だって現にこうして中に入った人たちが
It would give him a. Oh, but you'd have to like witness testimony.
しかも扉の鍵を付け替えた村長やリカさんまで犠牲に。それだけの事態を引き起こす何があの中にあったんです。
As far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Ooishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore.
大昔に使った拷問道具がたくさんし
There
まっ
we
て
go.
ありま
I
した。
mean,
それを高野さんたちと見て回りました。
本当にそれだけ。
but yeah, that was it. That's not like anything worth.
口封じをされるようなとんでもないものが隠してあったんじゃないですか。
There was a weird thumping.
覚醒剤の山とか、
No, there was
消し
no
の秘密
LSD,
工場があったと
There was no
か、
heroin, brother.
あるいはソ連か中国あたりの拳
We're
銃
not
が山ほ
Soviet
ど
or
積
Chinese
まれてい
handguns.
たと。不審な木箱やコンテナが山積みされてませんでしたか？
There was nothing, as exaggerated as what Ooishi-san was hoping for, but I felt like in a way there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. The four of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened.
あの西宮殿に何か秘密があるんじゃないかと思って捜査令状を請求したんですがね。もう空前絶後の妨害工作がありまして、信仰の対象に対する侮辱であり、憲法で定めた信仰の自由をなんたらかんたら、いやもう。だから実際に入ったあなたに聞くほかなかったんですよ。
Yeah, I don't mind that move from
本当に
Ooishi. That's fine.
古い錆びて
And
埃をかぶっ
Keiichi
た
telling
拷
him
問
this,
道
I
具
think
しか
that's all
な
fine. I
かっ
mean,
た
it
です。
doesn't
他に目立
confirm
つ
what
も
he
のなん
already
て
knew.
何もなかったです。
But and that also could be used as like an admission of guilt, but like who
富武
cares?
さんたちが殺されたのは禁忌を破ったからという制裁だけなんですかね。
I didn't have an answer for the only part.
もういちいち隠しませんけどね。あなただけが今日まで被害を
What
免
happened
れ
to
てい
Shion?
ます。あなた以外は全員が消えたのに。
Oh, Shion's gone? Are you telling me Shion's gone?
あなたが無事で、あなた以外が被害に
You
遭
tell
う
me Shion's gone?
どんな違いがあったのか、それが知りたいんです。
There was something wrong with what Ooishi-san was saying. You alone. You alone. What? Yeah, I've been saying we need to check up on her for a minute, okay? I've been saying. Oh, and let's laugh. Yeah.
ですから、あなただけが最後の生き残りなんじゃないですか。
Like, why is he laughing? Right? Oh, let me tell this kid that his friend is dead or missing. Ha 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 ha. It's just unbelievable. And he's playing like roundabout with the way he's saying it too. Ah, 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 ah. You know the 4 people that walked in the shed? You're the only one left. Ah, 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 ah. The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still... Right here it comes, here it comes. What do you mean disappeared the next day? The next day? No, that doesn't make sense. We talked to her that night, I thought. Wait, what? No, that doesn't make sense. We talked to her after the mayor went missing. And the mayor went missing day 2. Evening. Day 1 was them dying. Day 1 was Watanagashi, they died. Day 2, Shion we talk with Shion. And she talks about the mayor stuff. She might have been lying though, but we do talk to her that night? Or was it the next night? I think it was that night. Because the news of the mayor going missing was that night. And so I think we heard about it really fast. So, we talked to her ghost? Or, I feel like I'm missing something, but okay. Lock in. That sucks. But I feel like this doesn't make... I feel like we talked to her after that... The next day. I mean, maybe she could have just disappeared after we talked to her. But he said day, which just could include that night. I hate timelines. Pulling a Keiichi right now. I feel like that's chat's way of saying that I forgot something important. But also, who cares? Don't worry. Ooishi's gonna repeat whatever I forgot like 17 times in the next 30 seconds. Lock in. I just hate timelines, bro. I'm so bad with timelines. Yeah. I intentionally raised my voice, but I didn't care about that. Tomitake-san died. Takano-san died. Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about? Okay! Thank you! Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew that. Yeah, okay, clarify. The day after Watanagashi, and then Keiichi's gonna be like, huh? Right, Keiichi? Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand. Okay. She a free spirit? Agreed, thank you. Oh my goodness, yes, thank you. Keiichi cut through all the facts. When during the day? The fluids in my body all reverse direction. I lost my sense of balance and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then... That night, that phone call, who was that? Oh. You say who? Oh, okay, so, at least my timeline was correct. I guess the insinuation there is that it could be Mion. Which, fair. I don't know, I wonder if I even said that at the time. Okay, so Shion, Mion. I guess that's something Mion... It's weird, though, because... I mean, that's an idea, but then it's a little weird for Shion during that conversation to tell us not to trust Mion. You know? I feel like if I was Mion pretending to be Shion, I wouldn't tell you to not trust Mion. Right? But it could be like a giga-brained play to be like, I want him to think of me as someone to trust when I pretend to be Shion, and then I can see if he's like willing to trust me or not, despite getting warned. Like, it could be like a weird test. So it could be that either Shion's lying, or that Shion being on the call was a lie, and that it was Mion. And then Mion would have done that in order to get information. Oh, so it is all Mion. Because Mion already knew about the mayor being told by Shion, got the mayor, or got Shion and then got the mayor, and then she got the information out of us that we told Rika, and then Rika goes missing. And then which house was it that Rika and Satoko probably went to and would have felt comfortable going to? The Sonozakis. That's always been my favorite answer to that question. Which would make sense that it was all Mion. And so that was Mion's way of getting a bunch of information out of us by making it feel like a safe space. It's only us two. We're the only ones that I'm the only one you can trust type shit. And then it's like, oh, tricked you. We're actually got you. Now I know you told Rika. Let me go deal with her. But also, Mion, you're actually a sadistic monster in this case. And you're not even like in a sleeper agent, this is a different version of you mode. You're actually just a monster that kills kids. Like, I can't even blame you for being under a curse. You're actually just an evil being, right? She called me every night. If that's the case, or it's that Shion is lying or some weird shit there, you know? She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. This is why, bro, we should have gone there in person. Not that would have helped, they're identical. You got rid of your own sister, Mion? Is that where we're at? You got rid of your own sister? And your two young friends? That are basically like your little sisters? You're evil, and I need to kill you. Get the bat. Keiichi, get the bat. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore of my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When I had completely recovered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well. Yeah, and she was there. If that was even her. I mean, it probably was, but... Identical twins, I can never tell. It's all just guesswork. That day, Ooishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, lying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night? So she didn't actually go to work. But that could have just been a lie. Oh, or the window. I guess the window. But it also could have been Mion in disguise. I don't know. Right after Shion ran away without me? Oh my goodness. Don't put this on me, Ooishi! It's not that I didn't... He's gonna he has the audacity to repeat... We found the bodies on the day after the Watanagashi festival. Like, he has the audacity to repeat information, and then the one piece of information he's never told us, he's like, you should have talked to me more. I guess you would have known. Dude! And how did nobody else tell us this? Is this just not public information? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? That's so bad. That couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It was from Shion. From Shion. Because yeah, her disappearing would also be like none of the places she normally stayed like saw her that night, which means she did not make it to that night because we would have had a witness that says she made it there that night, and she would have needed a place that had a phone, which would be one of those houses. She doesn't live on her own. She lives with relatives. I hope she calls tonight. Shion! Then who was on the phone those past nights? Keiichi Maebara, I'd like you to take a guess. Keiichi Maebara. I'd like you to think with your noggin, alright? Alright, you were trying to deduct things earlier. You just got a massive clue, Keiichi Maebara. I would like you to put your brain to work. Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? He knows, he just doesn't want to admit it. Through no fault of his own, we are back in Chapter 1 situation. Yeah. Alright. Let's kill Mion and the Yakuza. GG, win the game for free. Is that the end of the chapter? Nope. I lay down on the couch and stayed there dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. They're always gone when this stuff goes wrong. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared. Would she still call me? Where were they calling from and who were they? Brother, man, I thought you put it together when you screamed. We're still pretending to not know. Lock in. There's one answer. The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I'd been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maebara. Ooishi-san admitted himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? So the cope has begun. Couldn't she just have gone to relatives that Ooishi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both getting targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Ooishi-san couldn't locate her and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Good move, right hand. I told you Keiichi's right hand knows what to do. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Clutch! Oh my goodness, he's so much better than Chapter 1 Keiichi. He's locked in. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. No, I don't want to join this Apple TV. Lock in. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? No, bad idea. It seemed like an incredibly absurd thing to do. It's obviously Mion. It can't be anyone else. We gotta admit that much, right? Have you ever slapped yourself before? Not reading the rest of that comment. If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off the monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Still, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? Oh, no, that's a good idea to time him out. Thank you, Sif. Thank you, Sif. I will do that. Yeah, good idea. Good idea. Still, then who? Who would call me and pretend to be Shion? Keiichi. Mei. Ibara. I'd like you to think. I'd like you to think really hard. Who could pretend to be Shion? You got at least one answer, right? Probably not more than one. Or are we not getting that far? Did we just forget about the first, I don't know, 12 hours of this chapter? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. Sound just like her. Could have only been Shion. How is this such a big blind spot? Thank you, yes, we're getting there, oh my goodness. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Oh, it took him like an hour, but he got there. He had to leave the car, go inside, and lay on the couch for like ever, and then he put it together. But he got there, Please. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking to the ritual storehouse and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have? Why though? Why would Mion? I thought back to the things about the Sonozaki family that I had heard from Ooishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. True? I madly scratched in my head. Courage, give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It'd be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. 3 on. Ah! I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful, be careful. I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do this. That was me this morning getting out of bed. I am Keiichi Miyabara. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, 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 ring. At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. So, my thing, though, is that, like, what information could Mion still be fishing for? I feel like Mion knows everything that could be known. Right? Maybe, like, did you tell anybody else? That would maybe be something. Shion had disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now again, tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Nope, bad idea. Alternatively, would I pretend I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? I like that, I like that. Yep. And we know that Mion has a cat tail in the closet, remember? She has a cat tail and a cat like bell and cat ears, right? And so we know that if she has that outfit on, we can yank her by the tail. Because she probably has that outfit on right now, right? Every night, she just pretends to be a kitty cat. What I was most afraid of was the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? I just made sure to be careful. That should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing has happened. Ah! That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? Man, this phone is ringing for a minute. What was she thinking, and what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi.
Moshi moshi.
Moshi moshi. Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion.
Kei-chan desu ka? Watashi desu. Shion desu.
My momentary convenient and above all fleeting prediction was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this. She's already latching onto it. Oh, now she has to know that they're out of town. Oh, that's dangerous information, but yeah, that is true. I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house. Oh. No, I mean, you don't have to fail now. You can just be like, oh, I think they were just upstairs, and I said I would get it. No, I told them from the bat that I would get it because I knew it was you. Like, there is still a way to recover. Alright, that is not the way to recover. Okay, actually, not that bad. It's a pivot. It's a pivot to, like, being like, well, actually, you know? Like, he didn't really answer. I mean, well, no is kind of an answer. Are your parents home? Well, no. He could have been like, more importantly, you know? Have you heard about Rika-chan Satoko?
結局あの後どうなったんですか？見つかったんですか？
ああ、見つからなかった。
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
If Ooishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear to Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that I had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver, the more perfect a Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear.
リカちゃんとサトコはさらわれたんだよな。
はい、それは間違いないでしょうね。
Just how cruel and grave a meaning did those words hold. Their weight astonished me, and then a moment later I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan's Toko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt, that cruel meaning behind her words.
リカちゃんとサトコは、いや、ごめん、村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？
He does need more practice playing club games. You think that those skills would transfer over, man? What happened to Rika-chan and Toko after they were kidnapped? That's what I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. So he asked about the mayor. What if she had given me that question, a terrifying response, in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however, I talked about the mayor.
殺されちゃったんだと思います。
おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。人質にするんでもない限り、ヨンが済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
The world started to bend so much I almost lost my balance. The scenery in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, a severe nausea welled up within me. Puke all over the phone receiver. How was she saying such things so lightly? Yeah, that is kind of crazy, because Shion is supposed to be, like, really sad about this. Okay, a new tune just dropped. The most crazy thing is I'm so used to just reading shit that they play one new song and it's like the craziest thing. They really like that. That's how they get you. That's how VNs get you, okay? They make us excited about one different song after hearing the same 3 for 20 and 30 hours. Then we get one different, you know, and it's like, oh my goodness! Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy how Shion's saying this stuff, right? But she could just be, like, numb to it all. If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? Yeah. No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily. Press F10. Y'all just tell me the name of the song. Just tell me the name of the song. I don't need to, like... I don't need to look at it in the thing. I'm sure y'all got that. Reasonable. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. It's called fascism. This is reasonable. This is so fine. I mean, he just learned that the 2 little girls probably just got murdered, so I don't blame him. This time the tears flowed. I've been confronted with the most horrific outcome that I've been trying to avoid considering it ever since last night, and I cried. There were no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness in my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in, even my voice gave out, and yet still I cried. And cried. I am going to kill Mion forever. Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. And she's doing this pretending thing where it's like, oh, but, you know, calm down. I care about you. But she, you know, like, we couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. You forgot the quotations? This is just a way to torture him. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? Why? It would take a demon. I hate her so much! Oh, this is her way of... She's like masturbating right now. Not like literally, but like she's being masturbatory. You know? It would take a demon. On the other line, she's like... And I am the demon because of the village's blood. The demon blood flows through me. And I have the moniker, the demon. It would take a demon. Keiichi, I'm a demon, right? Like, I hate her. She's so annoying. I feel like crushing the receiver in my hand. Good. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? Alright, new plan just dropped. New plan just dropped. We pretend that we're overcome with grief. We go like, I'm sorry, call back tomorrow, I can't take it. You hang up, and then tomorrow at school, Mion's probably gonna be there, right? Mion's probably gonna be there. Oh, we're not gonna survive tonight, huh? Alright, let's say we find a way to make it to school tomorrow. We ambush and kill her. Or we pretend that we told somebody else, like I told somebody else in the village, or I told Rena. Freaking say I told Rena. Get Rena disappeared tonight first. No, okay, bad idea. No, the plan is, bring a knife to school, talk to Mion, be like, Mion, I need to tell you something important. You pull her aside, and then you start stabbing her to death. You just kill her. Because it's Mion, and we're not gonna get the cops to be able to figure this out. I'm gonna be honest, the cops suck. So we just have to kill her. GG. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach and I felt like it was going to erupt any moment. Call Ooishi and calls military and they nuke her house. Ooishi's ass couldn't get permission to go into the shed, okay? He is not getting any support from anybody ever! Because they hate him because he sucks! Let me wipe the spit off of my screen. Jeez, man. I have to look at this painting, okay? No, we must feed. We must feed on people because we're demons. Ooh, I'm a demon. I'm a demon. I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. Dangerous, dangerous. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying. Secondhand smoke. True. Two-faced rat. Two-faced rat. Ha! Ha! Both our ragged breaths could be heard over the phone. Is she just playing with her food?
そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたちが殺された。
じゃあ2人で十分じゃねえかよ。どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコまで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。それに俺は過去のことは今さら
Yeah, he says, who cares about someone talking
リカちゃんと
son?
サトコがなぜ殺されなくちゃなら
Fair,
なかった
fair,
の
fair,
か。
fair, fair, fair.
その一点にしか
Good
興味がないん
good
だ。
information.
どうしてなんだ。
Hunt.
サトコには打ち上げですらないんだぞ。どうしてサトコまで、どうしてなんだ。
I mean, Mion thought she was cursed, so it could have been just trying to cut out the curse. A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while.
ケイちゃん、もういじめないでください。
Please stop being mean? A sob. Was Shion Please stop being mean? What? Okay, pretending to be Shion, this doesn't make any sense. Please stop being mean. Okay, well, it's just overwhelming intensity, sure. What do you mean?
私だって何が何だか
Okay, yeah, she's playing the, like, don't take this out on me kind of thing.
最後殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
Sure, 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 sure. But pretend to be Mion is great. It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
あの晩、高野さんたちが死んだと聞き、耳を疑いました。そしてすぐに気づいたんです。今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。忍び込んだのは私たち4人、私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて。
Yeah, she's trying to... Yeah, you're really terrified, right? She's trying to make sure that her evil works. She's trying to make sure that her evil, sadistic torture, emotional torture is working. Haven't you been so terrified? Hasn't it been horrible that you're gonna die? I see through you, Mion. There was nothing fake about her words. She'd even understood how I felt.
だから私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。私はみんなが入ってはいけないという西宮殿に面白半分な気持ちで踏み入ってしまいました。いけないことだとは分かっていましたが、本当に面白半分な気持ち、ちょっとした探検気分のつもりだったんです。一緒に入った高野さんたちはその後すぐに殺されてしまいました。それもあんなむごい最後。あの日からいつ私も襲われるのではないかと怯えています。君吉のおじいちゃんしか助けてくれる人がいません。だからおじいちゃん、助けてって。君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら本当に笑いながら。
I wonder if this even... I mean, this didn't happen. This didn't even happen. Shion never talked to Kimiyoshi because Shion disappeared. And so she couldn't have met with him, right? Because she disappeared that day after the police thing. And so she couldn't have met with him that night. So, yeah, it's just, like, over, basically. Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Okay, stop believing that she's actually Shion. Flip back, come on. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget, Keiichi Maribara. Don't forget about the mayor, or the morning after we're talking Nagashi. On the morning after we're talking Nagashi. He was told of Takano-san and Tomitaka's deaths over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Ooishi-san said."
いつ村長に打ち明けたんだよ。
It's that's kind of exposing your hand too much because you're catching her out on a lie, and it's kind of like it's kind of obvious that that's what he's doing.
シオン、悲しい気持ちのところに追い打ちをかけるようで。
It's gonna be really hard to make this sound good.
打ち明けたんだよな、君吉のおじいちゃん。つまり村長に。
はい。
いつ打ち明けたんだよ。
How would you go about it? you don't need information at this point. You already got the answer. It's Mion. Mion's the threat. Mion's everything. So it's now just your idea. It doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. You're catching out on her a lie. You already know she's lying. You don't need her to know that you know. It's not worth catching her out, right? He's just trying to confirm it for himself because he doesn't want to admit it, right? What you do, you say like we, stay safe. I'll see you tomorrow, baby girl, or we can talk again tomorrow, baby girl. You hang up. You get the knife, and then you go to school tomorrow and you assassinate Mion. You just kill her, right? I mean, really, if you want to be really smart, you'd like go to Ooishi and like the cops and talk to your parents and try to like find a way to actually survive. But if you want to deal with the problem, you kill Mion, right? Because you don't really got evidence. I mean, you can point them in a direction if you do like witness testimony and stuff. I don't think you'll survive, but I mean, yeah, the real strat would be witness protection with the cops, and then just hunt Mion down with have the cops hunt her down. The thing is, the cops are already kind of compromised because they suck. They're miserable. They don't know how to do their jobs, and they get pressured by the town all the time. So I don't think it would go anywhere, in which case you go vigilante justice mode, you kill Mion, right? But like, no, you should do the cops and survive and talk to your parents and get out of Dodge. I'd begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. And now it's like, how does Keiichi know? Now she knows that Keiichi talked to somebody. You know? He's just trying to confirm suspicions. There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied. Okay. Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. That meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital, confess everything. Yeah, and that was one idea I threw out. Since she didn't know his destination, then she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed, and he only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to listen to Shion's spoken beans. Alright. And now we get hunted down and murdered. She's trying to pivot away. She knows. Now she knows. Stop your crocodile tears. Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion. There's just not a point to doing this. Because now, if it is Mion, then now you can't keep up the illusion anymore, which might be the only thing keeping you alive, is that she thinks she's milking suffering out of you, or something. So now you're breaking the only thing that might be keeping you alive. Yeah, and now it's like all this extra information is confirming that Keiichi's talked to the cops, which might make them even more mad. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. I wouldn't really make coherent thoughts if two of my friends are dead. The only point of this is for her to prove her innocence. It's impossible. I mean, the thing, we can't. Her innocence cannot be proved. We've already, I know it's like he's praying that he's wrong, and so he's giving please, Shion, be alive, and so it's all just a giga gamble. It's a giga gamble on she is alive, and there's an explanation that makes sense. But that gamble is just unrealistic. But it makes sense that emotionally he doesn't want to. He really doesn't want it to be true. so he's trying to take the gamble, you know? And so he's trying to find like a reasonable way for the Ooishi information to not have ruined everything, but this is just gonna get him killed. I mean, that would be an idea. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. The problem is he should have kept the pressure up on her. He's giving too much information. Like in trying to get something out of her, look at everything he's saying, right? This right here, this accusation, he shouldn't have done, right? He should have just been, when did you have to tell the mayor about everything? When and where? And then she's saying why, and he just needs to double down and be like, it's important to me. I need to know, because I think it's important to when I told Rika as well. And then she says a lie, and then you mentally catch it, and you go, okay, confirmed it's not her, right? Like there's entire play here. I'd be camping in the woods, so this whole thing blows over. But yeah, right here was like his misplay. It's just GG now. Because now it's all accusations, so it all falls apart. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? Now it's just the cope. The cope begins. Oh, the cope! Not the cope! The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response. Okay. And it also is kind of bad that he's feeding her answers that he's willing to accept. So, if she wants to lie, like let's say it's Mion. If Mion wants to lie, all she has to do is, he says, like, or no, he didn't say Shion went to the meeting out loud. Wait, did he? Because with the meeting, he did refer to the meeting. Oh yeah, no, he did right here. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Right? So now, he's just given her the answer that would satisfy him. So if it's Mion, and because the entire point of this little move here is to try to catch her out on a lie that doesn't make sense, right? It's all about catching her on a lie that doesn't make sense to confirm to yourself that it's not Shion so that you feel okay about stabbing her to death tomorrow, right? That's the important thing here. The problem is that if it's Mion, like, and the way that works is that you put her into a difficult question and then she gives a bad answer and then you get it. But you've given her answers that'll satisfy you. So for her to lie, she doesn't have to come up with anything. You know, there's no deception check. She just has to regurgitate, right? Did you go to the meeting too? She says, yes, I went to the meeting too. And then it's over, you know? Because then the way that he would catch her out on the lie is to confirm with one of the families that she didn't go to the meeting, but he's not going to get any information out of them. So that his dedication to coping is just his fatal flaw. Chapter 1, he did it continuously the entire time and got, like, mind destroyed. Here, it was just this Shion thing that broke him. But that's really what just ruins his day every time. And it's not, again, I don't even blame him that much. I mean, this is a misplay, but it's like, you know, I can understand what he's trying to do. He's just executing it poorly. And he's feeding her information in this accusation, right? Which is just telling Mion so much. He's saying, I know exactly what happened. He's telling Mion that he knows exactly what happened, while also not believing that that's exactly what happened. But it's like, dude. And let her finish her sentences so she can lie poorly and you can catch her. Like, he's interrupting her. Oh, and now he's dropping the bomb. He's dropping the bomb. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Yeah, it's just over. He's in the midst of a mental breakdown. This kid's not built to scheme. He's not, and it's killing him every time. He's built to cope. He's not built to scheme. It's just, it sucks. It sucks because he had the right idea at the start, right? He had the right idea up here about, like, this is Mion on the other end of the phone, you know? I need to act normal, blah, blah, blah. So he had that right idea. He just couldn't keep it. He got emotionally overwhelmed and he just fumbled it. It was so quiet that it was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Yeah, he's cooked now. He's gambling. He's gambling on like a 1% chance that Shion's actually Shion. Instead of being Mion. Shion's sobs were torturing me. That's what she wants. That's what she wants. She wants to torture you, bro. Still, I'm pretty sure I hadn't said anything wrong.
俺が言ったことが間違ってるならそうだと言ってくれ、シオン。
Yeah, this one stings because he knew the right play, right? And it is still like, I get he's a kid. And this chapter 2 has been a lot like, he's been a lot more palatable, right? Like he's actually like made some reasonable decisions and hasn't messed everything up and hasn't coped nearly as much. So it doesn't feel as like it doesn't feel as, crazy. So it's like, I can accept it. I can accept this Keiichi. But still, it's just sad because he had it, but he just couldn't do it.
シオン、お前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ。もし会ったとしたなら。
If Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant
村長が会合を終えた後、すなわち
that was one of the thoughts I had,
失踪
yeah.
する直前、
Right before he disappeared.
失踪
But
して
after
か
the
らし
meeting.
かありえないんだ。
But again, he's just feeding outs, which is not a good idea. Not that Mion's taking any of them. LOL! Pranked! That's what she gets for cucking me! Beep beep! Went the dial toad. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. And we're dead. Okay, so this is when you get a knife and you get on your bike and you leave town and you never come back. It's actually, like, you run now, because she's coming here today. Alright, she's coming here right now, okay? Man, and it's all Shion's fault for cucking her sister, dude. That's the real reason. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Run! Keiichi Miyabara, run! Is that the end of chapter? That feels like end of chapter material. Alright. Alright, chat. Pee break. I'll be right back. Yeah, rest in peace, Keiichi, again for chapter 2. Rest in peace. It is what it is. Chat. Let's rip these. Wait, how many tips? Let's check how many tips. 2 tips. Let's do our 2 tips, and then we're gonna take a little break for me to eat food. That's the play. But we will keep moving on. But I do want to go grab food from downstairs. This chair is an eyesore. Better than me being an eyesore. Chat, this scrapbook is never ending. This is never ending. The problem with twins. It's a little late. I feel like this scrapbook would have been really nice to be at the front of the book, as opposed to the end. Because this would have been really good in advance, but, you know. This is not limited to just Hinamizawa, but in Unagafuchi especially, the 3 families detested giving birth to twins as successors. The long-term dictatorship built on the precarious balance of the 3 families must have feared collapsing under the weight of eternal strife from things like family quarrels. I always just assumed that it would be, the older twin would just get the rights, which is, I think, what happened, right? Shion's the younger sister, so that, you know, I haven't thought of this as a problem, but, I mean, fair enough. Ah. Okay. According to the literature, if twins were born, then they had to be culled. With that, the very fact that both the Sonosaki family successor, Mion Sonozaki, and her twin Shion are alive is in itself deeply interesting. Perhaps the current leader, Oryu, is sympathetic? Of course, the twins were not cared for equally, and as the heir, Mion received special treatment. From what I've heard, despite the 2 of them looking exactly the same on the outside, the talent lies solely within Mion. My own observations of the 2 of them don't leave me with that impression. Tradition dictates that the leader of the Sonozaki family is said to inherit a demon, and they tattoo a magnificent one onto his or her back. Oh my... I have been saying from the beginning we need to strip both the twins and analyze their bodies. I've been saying that ever since they started messing with us, dude. You're telling me it would have worked? You're telling me that the strip the twins tech actually would have clutched? I don't know if she got the tattoo yet. Maybe she hasn't inherited it yet. But also the whole inherited demon thing, and then she calls herself a demon as Shion. Brother, man. In accordance with the tradition, there's an extremely high possibility that Mion has such a tattoo on her back. I've been saying for a while we need to strip them. This is being locked in. This is me from the beginning. We should have been stripping them, stripping them, stripping them. Every time we see them, I don't care what they're wearing. Take it off. From what I've heard, there's apparently a magnificent demon tattooed on Oryu's back as well. Then, I wonder what sort of tattoo belongs to the heir Mion. I really want to see her back. Really putting the minor in strip minor. Like in Minecraft, guys. Can we strip the old lady? I mean... Yeah? I don't know if I want to. Guys, hey, let's go to the Mahjong parlor. I bet Ooishi's playing a match, right? Let's lock in. We're reserved for the day. Suzu Mahjong parlor. Imagine those 2 boys show up here. Of course, he's out playing Mahjong. Like, he's out playing Mahjong instead of working on any of the cases. I can't understand him. Any single person that's an Ooishi defender is brain rotted. Ooishi handed over a convenience store bag with a carton of cigarettes in it to the old lady who owned the Mahjong parlor, and she shrewdly made herself scarce. She was used to this by now.
Ooishi-san, お疲れ様っす。
なんだ、みんな真面目に待ってたんですか?
I hate these guys so much. These cops are the worst. Rena is doing a better job. Though, is Rena in on it? I'm curious. I mean, because Rena and Mion seem pretty tight, and in chapter 1, Rena and Mion were like the 2 problems. And Rena is the one that brought Mion with us to go find Rika. So Rena could just be in on all of it. I just can't defend Rena. I mean, Rena's too likely to be an issue. She was being, like... She was giving good ideas, but, like, what mattered? Like, that's the crazy thing. That's the crazy thing. Play Mahjong with us in the Discord. Alright. Wait, no, you have to play Space Station 13 with me, and then we can talk. No, for real, though. Shout out Space Station 13. Like, it doesn't even matter. Everything Rena said, or, I am saying her name right, Rena, yeah? None of that actually matters to us. We have to be honest with ourselves. Because everyone was already dead. You know? The two kids are already kidnapped. They're already gone. They're already dead. And so it's like, oh, the soy sauce. It doesn't matter. Yes, yes. But it just doesn't matter, right? Because who cares if we figure out that, oh, they went missing at a different time. The current problem, or the current theory is wrong. They're already dead, and we're next. So it's just over. Yeah, we might try to do a Space Station 13 thing in the Discord server, by the way. Shout out to the Discord. Thank you, Sif, for the ad. I learned how to do the power management with the Super Crystal last night, or maybe the night before, because I realized that we need someone that knows how to do that. Yeah, so that should be fun, if anyone's interested. Everyone's sitting at the mahjong tables in the small parlor where Ooishi subordinates, but there were no tiles laid out anywhere.
皆さん、連日の不眠不休の捜査、本当にお疲れ様です。
Notice that everybody else is investigating without sleep except Ooishi. Energetic responses filled the parlor. Already it had lost the atmosphere of a place of entertainment.
状況は芳しくありません。所長が園崎系議員の恫喝に屈したそうです。近日中に高野殺しは岐阜県警に譲り、村長たちの失踪は行方不明扱いで生活。
Do we have a plan, Ooishi, or that damn upstart chief? The veterans in the room cursed him.
請求した令状もすべて却下されました。課長からは園崎家界隈には近づくなとまで言われています。いやいや困ったもんです。ちなみに私には来週から警視庁への研修命令が出るそうです。その後は余った有給を伊豆で消化しろとまで言われています。
I'll be getting orders to go training somewhere else next week, and after that I've been told to take a paid vacation.
いや、そういうのも悪くないですね。
Brother man. He heard a few dry laughs. It wasn't anything to laugh about, but that was all they could do.
いつもそうですが、事件と車のキーの閉じ込めはよく似ています。開けるための鍵は
What? What,
いつ
Ooishi?
もその
What?
中に閉じ込められているんです。車なら修理業者を呼んで扉をこじ開ける。
Are you making cop jokes?
事件なら熊ちゃん、図面を。
Kuma guy flipped over the whiteboard. On the back was a map of the Sonozaki premises made with magnets.
私もずーっとこの商売をやってます。勘には自信
You
がある。
do got a big gut.
今回ばかりは外れるかもしれませんよ。退職金が欲しい方は私が10数える間に。
Okay, he might be making a move here. Let's see if he's making a move. We should begin to count to 10, and everyone counted along with him. It was their famous 10-count resolution.
9、10。ああ、誰も出てかないよ。皆さん、ご家族はもっと大切にしてくださいよ。
That's actually 1/75th of 1%. Oh, okay. If Pink ever looks like Ooishi in 20 years, I'm paying him 10 grand. I would eat a lot of food, become fat, and play mahjong if I made 10 grand. Everybody laughed uproariously, cheering things up.
手元の資料を確認。監視カメラの所在と資格を叩き込んでくだ
Are
さい。
we breaking in without telling
熊ちゃん
anyone?
は指揮者で待機。非常時は私に代わって指揮をお願いしますよ。
What? We're breaking the law?
突入 A 班。
Infiltration Team A. Wait, you're cops. You don't have a warrant. Like, I appreciate it because this is good for us, and like that family needs to go down. But you guys are all going to get fired. Like, this is all fired.
ボンチ君はタイムテーブルを
Like, even if they find stuff, they're all fired, right? Because they went actively against what they were told to do by their chief. And so, I appreciate it, Ooishi. I really do. But, oh my goodness.
署に怪しまれないようローテを管理してください。
So HQ doesn't get wise.
待機中の
Yeah, because you're gonna have to tell them what happened eventually. Putting his job on the line for justice? Yeah, I mean, thank you, Ooishi. I never thought there would be a day, but thank you, Ooishi. He's actually doing something. Our guest? You better not be talking about our guy. Oh my goodness, you are talking about our guy. Like, why? Why even bring him there? I don't understand. It's just why? You're cops. It's an infiltration mission. Like, why bring the 12-year-old? No warrant likely makes the evidence gathered inadmissible in court. That's crazy. I don't think they have probable cause because they tried to get a warrant and they got actively denied and then told to stay away. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I feel like they're doing this against what will work, but it's going to probably work anyways if they found what they were looking for. Bringing bringing a 13-year-old boy with you, that's got to be against protocol. That's got to make like, imagine Keiichi comes and then gets shot and killed. Because that could happen when you're raiding a Yakuza base and you are bringing a child. That's insane. That's insane. If they believe Rika and Sotoko are there, yeah, that could be fair. It's just it's weird because they tried to get this stuff and they didn't. So I'm curious how that manifests. I like how these are called tips, by the way, when they're actually just extra scenes that are not from Keiichi's perspective. They have nothing to do with tips. This is not a tip. I just got told read all tips in Watanagashi, which means the next chapter is the last one. Shout out the achievements for low-key spoiling me. It's fine. I think 12 was pretty much how long the last one is, anyways. And we don't know how long the actual chapter's gonna be. Anyways, we're gonna take a quick break, chat. I'm gonna grab my food from downstairs. And then I'm gonna eat some food, and then we will do this last chapter. So I'll be right back, chat. All right, chatters, check out the meal. Check out the meal. Ready? We got gnocchi with like some chicken. I think it's chicken. It looks like chicken. Chicken, gnocchi, a little bit of tomato, some, I think, like spinach leaves or something. Sauced up. So I'm going to eat this, and then we're going to do the last chapter. Which means I guess it's an eating stream. Which is so fun. Yo, a YouTube short is not long enough to, like, watch during, you know? It's going to, like, loop the entire time. No, it's just a me eating. It's just a me eating, eating stream. People are going to join and be like, I thought this was Higurashi, and it's just going to be me chewing. I just have a feeling it's not worth it, FBI. I just have a feeling. A gut feeling. I also don't want to change it to display. And it's so much work for me to change it so y'all can see. Looks good. Yeah, it's delicious. Get yourself a treat, snack. Wait, I just called you snack. Get yourself a treat, chat. We gotta be fueled for this endgame. You can time me out for 10 minutes if it's not. I'm just gonna time you out for 10 minutes anyways. Just for fun. Boop. GG. Win the game for free. Trolled. You're not even timed out. Trolled. Oh. I'm good. It's like almost 6 a.m. Jeez, man. Jeez. All right, bring out the short. You're gonna have to link it again. Bring out the short. Bring it out. Bring it out. Yeah, chapter 3 should be fun. All right, let's see.
Me.
Oh no, I don't know. No, chat, I don't know. I don't think this is the one. Alright.
I feel like you're just here for the zip line.
I've seen this. I've seen it already.
All
Pre-watched. Pre-watched. I've watched this guy's like comedy show. Look at him go. Woo! What's this called? Like you have to leave?
I do like that you can drop into the pool, but I'm just trying to remember.
You were never joining us at any of the group meals, and when you were reprimanded and asked to join us, you ate as fast as you could.
How do you think your connection to Megan is? Good.
To the zip line!
You've gotten into several fights with Mike from Adventure 365, who runs the zip line.
He's just too excited. He's too rough on the rope.
Shut up, Mike.
He pulls on the rope. He wrenches on the rope. He thinks it's his.
Shut up, Mike.
It's just you yanked on the rope so hard.
I said shut up, Mike.
And is it true that when you found out I was upset about the zip line, you started spreading rumors about your fellow summer lovers?
I sincerely believe Cody is a drug addict.
Cody says he's never touched a drug in his life.
Well, that's what I believe. Megan, before you decide whether to send me home or not, I just want you to know, Carmelo said your face looks like a clock.
I never said that.
Me, I feel...
Chat. That reminds me of Love Island, chat. What a crazy, like, concept. Throw a bunch of people on an island and just see what happens. Fall in love now! And you give them, like, no privacy. They're in, like, shared rooms. Nothing to do except bang each other. It's like a human hamster cage. It's just crazy. Time to time out FBI for 10 minutes. I feel like we can't properly do that because I had seen the clip. That exonerates him. Well, did any of y'all watch, what was it called? MILF Manor? Did any of y'all watch MILF Manor, or was that just me? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Hunger Games is like a human hamster cage. True. Peak show. Brother, I'm living it. Let me in. Bro, MILF Manor's peak. It's like a dating show. That's actually crazy with different concepts. Yeah, Manor like M-A-N-O-R, like a house. So it's a dating show with like men and women like on an island or like in a manor, right? And they're supposed to like match with each other. Except the gimmick is that all of them are sons and mothers. And so there's a bunch of MILFs, the moms, and their sons all on the island falling in love with each other. And there'll be like events or whatever where it'll be like, there was a crazy one where it was like, so minor spoiler, where like they had to like massage the moms. The sons had to like massage all the moms, but the sons were all blindfolded. And so they would go and like massage each of the mothers, right? And they're being like sensual with it, right? Because they're trying to like, you know, it's like, ooh, who's gonna be the best at massaging, right? That's like the contest. And so they're like, I warned you for spoilers. They start massaging the moms, right? And they don't know that they're also massaging their own mom. So like sometimes they're getting into it with their own mother. Bro, Freud is crazy, all right? But he low-key like pre-fired that one. You just described Sex House and then there's a link. I don't think I'm going to open that link on stream if it's called Sex House. Their own what? Yeah, exactly. That was a crazy scene. I think that's the only one I remember off the top that was like, that they did anything with their own mom. And it was like, but yeah, no, it was insane. It was an insane show. Loki, I should rewatch. I only watched like 3 episodes of it. I should watch the entire season on stream. That'd be a really funny stream thing. And then next is gonna be, so MILF Manor, I propose that the next show should be DILF Dungeon. Thoughts? So instead of it being a bunch of like 19, 20-year-old boys and their like 40-year-old moms, you bring in a bunch of 40-year-old dads and it's like a bunch of 20-year-old of their daughters, right? That doesn't sound like insane and unhinged, right guys? DILF Dungeon! Alright. Ooh, I just drank that Dr. Pepper. I haven't even finished my gnocchi. I had a decent amount. I feel like that was enough that I'm like fueled. Well, I'll get like one more bite. One more bite of gnocchi. Maybe an extra few pieces of gnocchi here. Alright. Chat. Lock in. Gilf Grove. We're so back. Gilf Grove. Oh my goodness. Chat, who would attend Gilf Grove? Would you go to Gilf Grove? How much would you have to be paid to go to Gilf Grove? That's the real question. And remember, you have to bring a grandparent. It doesn't even... Gilf is funny because it's gender neutral, right? So it could be grandma or grandpa. Let's just say grandma because that's probably what you're assuming. Gotta bring your grandma, all right? I guess prerequisite is you have to have a living grandma. Rest in peace all the dead grandmas out there. All right, anyways, enough about dead grandmas. Rest in peace again. Respectfully. Am I the Gilf? No, you're the son. I guess the prerequisite is also you have to be a... Well, no, you can have a lesbian version, huh? Ooh, lesbian MILF Manor? So it's a bunch of hot moms and their hot lesbian daughters? So it's just giga, you know? Oh, but the moms would all have to be bisexual or, like, repressed lesbian because they would have to have had the daughter, which means... Well, I guess they could have had insemination. Like, you can do that. It's getting complicated. Is Ooishi a DILF or a GILF? He's a DILF. No, he's not. I mean, like, if he was one or the other, he would be a DILF. But he's not a DILF. There we go. Clutch! I have one more bite of tilapia. Spit it out! Spit it out! Bad dog! Bad! I'm gonna grab you and I'll put your face in it. Bad! Bad dog! Being barred entry from Gilf Grove is like being turned away by St. Peter. No, they're not letting me into Gilf Grove. Please, please. Okay, wait, what game are we playing? Oh, okay, lock in, right? All right, Dr. Pepper. This sip, full refresh, lock in. Cheers.
Keiichi.
Mom's here. Oh wait, we're so back. So okay, Keiichi, the plan here. Tell mom, tell dad. Hey guys, so my friend's trying to kill me. Everybody that's been dying, I'm next. I broke into a place I shouldn't have. It's bad. They're trying to kill me. Let's leave. And then you leave, and then you survive. Unless this is on the phone. But also, you'd still say it anyways.
Keiichi.
放っておいてやれ。友達が行方不明になったんだ。
I like to imagine Pink doing one of his abuse bits and someone new joins stream and then leaves. If anybody joined while I was doing an abuse bit, I would grab them by their ankle when they try to leave, pull them back in, and they would be part of the abuse now.
気の毒にな。
So mom, have you heard of MILF Manor? Jeez. Normally my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
そうね。もしもってこと
Is he in like a catatonic state?
学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
それよりもこんな物騒な事態になったら学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？まったく学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself, I really had no interest in anything. Alright, he's just cooked. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. I felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ？圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. The problem is his survival instinct isn't activated. He doesn't have the will to survive right now because he doesn't realize how immediately threatened his life is. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. And this is also a problem. Like, yeah, check my clock. Check my clock. Clock. Keiichi's next line is, Mom, have you ever heard of MILF Manor? That's his next line. Alright, lock in. No, but this is also a problem, is that he's doing like a like it's all my fault thing. Which is not, it's not your fault. It's actually Mion's fault for kidnapping and killing people. Right? You're the one that spurred on her wrath, but also it's her wrath. So, like, this is really debuffing him as well, right? Chat, if you were on MILF Manor and Keiichi's mom was on MILF Manor, it should be an obvious decision what you do. When I'm in a self-deprecation contest, my opponent is Keiichi Maebara. Literally. Mion's grandma on Gilf Grove. You are speaking facts right now. Oh my goodness. Facts no printer. Mion's grandma and her back tattoo. Shee! Imagine her in a bikini, like suntanning, and they're massaging her tattoo on Gilf Grove. Man, things I do. Who else? Any other moms or dads in this? I don't think Chie's a parent. No, I mean that's pretty much it. Keiichi's dad on Dilf Dungeon. All right, lock in. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny little and incredibly stupid curiosity and broke to that taboo. Maebara, please adopt me. Replace your son. The things I'd do to get with Miss Maebara.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろう。鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。シオンだって、これが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろ。俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
I'm proud of all as I took the lock from Tomotage-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomotage-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. Yeah, he's imagining a fake reality. pushed everyone farther and farther away. Rika-chan's dance was still going on. Then, at least, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. This village is evil, and we need to kill them. I, too, until my hands turned red. I clapped. And I clapped. Me at MILF Manor with Keiichi's mom. Ding dong.
Rena-chan じゃない?
Okay, Rena. Let's see if Rena's compromised in this chapter. I think there's a reasonable chance she's already compromised because she was compromised in chapter 1. And honestly, she was the main one, and then Mion was also compromised. And so for them to both work together then means there's a chance that Rena's still like gonna get cooked now. Yeah, so it's over. Looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena.
Keiichi, しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか?
Are we going to school?
そうだね。
Okay.
気を使ってくれてありがとう。
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
おはよう。
Rena, can you just stay here and we can hang out? I'm just kidding. No, you might murder me.
今日から集団登校だから遅れちゃダメだよ。
Ah, that's right. If we, the ones farthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there would be waiting for us.
俺さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ、学校。
うん。
Rena answered shortly,
圭一
nodding.
君が自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。あ、それからこれ。うん。回覧板。お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ
Yeah, I'll hand it to my mom.
大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika-chan, and Satoko, and that they wanted information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も
Lock
必
in,
死
your
に
friends
探
are
してくれ
dead.
てる。
You don't understand. It's not that our friends are dead, it's that we're dead. No, it's that we're dead. Keiichi is a walking corpse right now. Because he is gonna just hang out and he is too stuck in like self-atonement, self-deprecation, blah 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 blah, that he's dead. He's a corpse, alright? Mion's going to get him and he's going to die. And the worst part about it is that his parents are right there and talking to them. They're not even out of town. His parents are actively trying to communicate with him, and all he has to say is like, I'm going to die, they're going to kill me, get me out of here. And then they would be able to get out. But now he's too destroyed mentally to even try to save his mind, or his body, or his life. Any of it. He's just cooked. So it's just over. It's like predetermined. We're done. We're over.
きっと見つかるから待ってよ。ね。
Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
俺を問い詰めないんだな。
Rena's been so nice, but like, I wonder if she's compromised.
知ってるんだろ、俺があの晩。
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
Okay. I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりも
Was it Shion she was
そ
upset
れを
about?
隠していたことだ
Oh,
と
it's
思
about
う
you
の。
hiding it from her.
圭一君は自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなか
I
った
don't
んじ
think
ゃ
it
な
would
い
have
かな。
helped. She still would have killed him. I should have told her myself and apologized. I mean, and also she has said on the phone, like, the mayor told me that if I, said I was sorry and was sorry about it, then I wouldn't be demoted away. That's something that Mion said on the phone, pretend to be Shion, that she had apparently heard in the fake conversation with the mayor from the mayor. So, that could have been a discreet way of telling Keiichi, you have to apologize, and then I might not demon you away. In which case, that's a fine route. If we don't want to flee the town, then go to school. It's a public location. You won't get killed at school. Find Mion, pull her aside in a still relatively public space and say, Mion, I broke in. I'm sorry. I messed everything up. What can I do to fix this? Everyone's gone because of me. And you just throw your life into her hands. If you don't want to survive your own life, then the best thing you can do is just throw it into her hands and let her kill you quick, or let her forgive you. Because that's your only... If you don't want to survive, that's fine. I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me just 1 week ago. I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I'd hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it. Oh, we're talking about that now?
レナの言う通りだな。俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
ケイチ君、もしもだよ。もしもケイチ君が悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めて兄ちゃんに謝っていたら、リカちゃんとサトコちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
Rena, you are officially falling from S tier to F. This is such an insane thing to say. This is the most troubling thing Rena could be saying in this happy, like, chill tone. She's been on our side this entire time, and she just said, like, I guess it's your fault they're gone, huh? Like, if you did things differently, then they wouldn't have had to disappear, huh? Rena! You're just saying it's Keiichi's fault. It's Mion's fault for killing them! That is an insanely horrible thing to say. It's like an accusation. It's terrible. I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? Yeah, she's compromised. She's been the nice entity, but she's compromised. She's never been on our side. She never will be on our side. She's evil to the bone. Mion is too. Kill them both. Every single chapter henceforth, they are never, ever in any situation on our side. It's just over. Then I should have admitted to my crime sooner. If I had done that and apologized, would things not have gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent, and they stared fixedly into my own.
So da.
And maybe if he apologizes, they can undisappear. Maybe they're just, like, tied up somewhere. I mean, that's me coping, but if I admitted my crime sooner, then Rika-chan and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. Smack. The palm of Rena's hand slapped me in the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all. Yeah, just scold me for the two kids dying. Okay, new plan! Right now, in the house, grab a knife, murder Rena. Then go to school, make sure you're not too bloody. Go to school, murder Mion. GG, win the game for free. She's part of the problem. She's an accomplice. She has to go. I pressed a hand on my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's feet. Brother man, stop gooning and focus up! Bro, straight gooning!
Hi.
そしてもっと悪いのは自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのはとてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことは。
You know what made it really hard to apologize to Mion about sneaking into the place? Maybe it was when Mion pretended to be Shion and told me to not trust Mion. It's almost like Mion was actively making it harder for Keiichi to confess to her. She was actively making it harder by saying to Keiichi not to trust Mion while pretending to be Shion. Like, Mion, it's a test. She's doing this crazy test to make it you know what I mean?
Aye.
Jeez, man.
僕が悪かったです。
For a few moments, Rena stared at me silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened, and she smiled. Alright, go do this for Mion.
じゃあ、もう時間だから、私は行くよ。
ああ。
Now you have to tell Mion.
お母様に渡しておいてね。あと
Because Mion's the one trying to kill you. So if you want to do this route, which you can, then you just gotta apologize and hope that she's merciful. Which is, you know, not something that I think's a good idea, but it's better than just waiting for her to kill you. I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more lighthearted page with a peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the... See what I mean? See what I mean? Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. It's you know what I mean? This is something we've been saying. Which house would they go to? Probably the Sonozakis. Bing! 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 That's my radar. That's my radar circling. Now what? We're never going to apologize and we're going to get pissed off and we're going to go try to stop him? Keiichi! Brother man! It's them. Like, you know it's Mion. You don't need this proof. This proof doesn't need to be here because it's Mion that did all of this. She was laughing on the phone. It needs to be staring him in the face, you know? I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. It's also crazy that Rena is the one that told us this. Why would Rena tell us the soy sauce thing when that's just making Sonozaki look worse? I mean, I guess because she's compromised, but they're also fine with Keiichi figuring it all out. He just has to choose the allegiances correctly. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels and to try to bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら、園崎家か、レナ。お前、ひょっとして知ってたんじゃ？
うん。
Yeah. Yeah, now you've been compromised. I think she was suspicious before that. I think she's always known. Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika-chan had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house, and there she was erased. Rika-chan wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Tokoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared. Didn't Ooishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonozaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir Mion frequently stood in her place at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonozaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store managed by the Sonozaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
Mion のところへ行く。
Bring a knife. She gotta go.
謝ってくるよ。
Okay. So, Chapter 1. Rena's a monster, psychopath, sleeper agent. Cool. Chapter 2. Mion is a, you know, Yakuza, children-killing crime boss. Okay. Chapter 3. Rika is actually got an evil spirit tulpa inside of her and is trying to murder everybody. Okay, chapter 4. Satoko builds a trap, pitfall trap, outside my house. Keiichi falls into the pit trap, survives, climbs out, takes another few steps, and falls into a second pit trap and dies. Like, who's left? Who's left?
もう全部終わりにしてもらう。
Oop, tricked you.
ミオンはきっと簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上
It's just so over. Satoko builds a nuke. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. When she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
学校なんかよりもっと大切な用事だ。
I mean, at least Rena's like like she's compromised, she's evil, whatever, but she's trying to give us one of the routes that we live.
この上、レナまで巻き込まれ
She's already, bro. She's already wrapped up in it, brother man.
頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Rena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
圭一君までいなくなったら私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。だから圭一君だけを行かせない。
You're fine with Mion killing your kid friends, though. Yeah, you're evil. You're fine with Mion murdering Satoko and murdering Rika. Rena, I can't. We're not killed. We're not cool anymore. We can't be. We can't be. Rena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them and I knew the strength of her resolve.
わかった。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
Rena nodded slightly but firmly and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go to Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed. Then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. Minus Rika and minus Satoko, right? So just the three of us? Yeah, let's play Clue with just the three of us. That'll be fun. What other games you want to play with the three of us, Go Fish? We want to play Go Fish with 3 people? With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Ooishi-san. Are we denying this? Are we denying this? I don't know why Ooishi would want to bring him. I still don't get that. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! What a truly praiseworthy man he was if he'd been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、竜宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石。
VOD watchers skip like 10 minutes.
大石さんに喋るのか？
うん。圭一君の罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、みーちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Oh, really? Really? I think my palm is enough punishment for your crime, Keiichi, but we should leave Mii-chan's to these people? Wait, Rena's ratting on them? Okay, that caught me way off guard. Really, Rena? Pain and sadness had looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか？ここで立ち話します？それとも
Don't let him take you in the car. Do not let him. Rena, no! I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. He's got her, bro. He's got her in his clutches. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Ooishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and then, took notes. Wow, that's interesting. So Rena does think that Mion's thing is a crime. And she is willing to fight back against Mion by putting the cops on him. Or on her. Huh. So who is she loyal to? Because wouldn't this, like... This doesn't... I'm confused. So, like, because Rena... You would think that she's chill with Mion and, like, the village and wants to, like, stay good with them. Because now, by telling the Ooishi all of this, if Mion finds out that she told Ooishi all this, I feel like Rena would disappear too. Right? This feels like a betrayal, betraying the village, you know? I mean, we're willing to kill Satoko for knowing that Rika went missing. We're willing to kill a child to cut off a loose end, right? And so it's, like, I feel like they would kill Rena for snitching. Keiichi gotta marry Rena for real. Honestly, for real. Yeah, that's the best pairing. Well, I don't know. Rena's insane and evil, but now I'm confused. I don't know what... Her loyalty doesn't make sense to me anymore. I guess she... She's just gonna get killed for snitching. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したらなんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか?
Would your son ask this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen? Of course I don't feel better. Like, I swear, is Ooishi, like... I'm starting to get to the point that I don't trust Ooishi. Like, is he compromised in some form? Ooishi. Oh, I spilled some coffee on my pants. Rena, clean it. Rena, you spilled this. Rena. I feel like, I wonder if Ooishi's ever compromised. I don't even know what he would be compromised. I can't tell if he just sucks and I hate him, or if he's actually compromised in some form. Because he seems to be like the main person trying to figure it out, but he's so bad at his job, and I hate him. And he's hated by Mion, so he can't be compromised by the village, because the Mion doesn't like him. Of course I don't feel better. The price that had been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes has been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static.
Hi, moshi moshi. Ooishi desu.
See, and like the plan was to have Keiichi was gonna go apologize. Now there's a police raid sting. Like, right when we finally want to apologize, which is I think a route that Keiichi can survive, the cops decide, you know what? Who cares about the legal code? We're gonna do a vigilante sting. Which is kind of lit, but it's like horrible timing for us. We can't apologize. And not that apologizing would work, we'd probably just get killed. So this is probably better odds, but like, still! What are we doing?! Play dumb, play dumb. Kumagai's okay. I'm fine with Kumagai. He's chill.
答えに注意したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
The radio grew silent. And why would you want Keiichi to join this? That's my thing. Mion 100% knows about Ooishi being on her tail because Keiichi confessed to all of it or it's really over. Yeah. Mion knows everything. So they're gonna be prepared. Wow, you know what? That's an interesting point. Maybe there's a world that Mion knows that Keiichi is like working with Ooishi, so maybe she told Rena to be okay with confessing to Ooishi because she already believes that Ooishi knows everything. So the confession wouldn't even add anything, right? Because Ooishi already knows. I don't know exactly what was said when Keiichi said he confessed. I mean, did he talk about Mion being the problem? Or did he just say, yes, I did it? You know? I revealed everything. What is everything? Is that Mion's the problem? Or is that just what he did? I think it was just what he did. But I don't know. If it's truly everything, then like, I don't know. I wonder if there's a world that Rena was told by Mion that it's okay to confess because they were already under the guise that Ooishi knows everything. In which case it would just be like Rena controlling the order and Rena controlling the narrative and being there for everything. So Rena could be like a crazy double agent, but I don't know. That doesn't feel great to me. Snitch Rena, but I don't understand Snitch Rena either.
ありゃん、そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
You've never cared about permission. Ooishi-san had suspected Mion for a long time.
事情聴取も家宅捜査もとにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛権が
Defenses? Do they have booby traps?
令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも。
Oh, so we're the bait. Oh. So we're gonna send Keiichi in to die. And then that'll be probable cause. He's manufacturing probable cause by sacrificing Keiichi. Keiichi's just a pawn. Rena's tone of voice when alone was enough to make her spite clear. She stared at Ooishi. Keiichi's gonna... Or Keiichi could find a probable cause if he had like a wire. But it'd be same difference.
どういう意味だ？
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
人聞きが悪いですね。でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
Ooishi-san lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれど、 みーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして圭一君に何かがあれば、
Yeah, no, me and Rena are locked
踏
in.
み込むつもりだった。そうでしょう。
Ooishi is literally willing to use children dying as a tool. He's willing to sacrifice children. He is actively trying to rile this kid up to go die for probable cause. To get his case solved. He doesn't actually care about helping people or saving people. He cares about solving the case. Brother man. I mean, it's kind of... You could make a greater good argument, but like, Ooishi, brother man. I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. Maybe if you spent less time playing Mahjong and more time, like, patrolling, then we could do this a better way. I knew, however, that Ooishi-san had been trying to use me.
その結果、圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに。
Actually colder than his AC. True, true.
これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃ飛んだところに名探偵がいたもんです。いやはやいやはや。あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません。刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
Yeah, tell more jokes. Maybe the next joke will be funny this time, Ooishi. Maybe it'll be funny. Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with hostility.
私もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことに感謝しておきますね。
Why are we thanking? What? Why is that a thank you? Ooishi-san seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp. I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、
Wait, whoa.
その園崎ミオンさんの親友であらせられるお二人。
I should thank you for not arresting Michan yet. We just told him that Michan's the devil, no? Rena, I don't understand what we just confessed. I don't know what we just... Maybe we only... It's just unclear. It's unclear what we confessed, and that's kind of important for what Rena means. Right? Because if he just confessed his crimes, then that's nothing. That's nothing, right? But no. We should leave Michan's to these people. Punishment. So she wants Mion to be punished, but now she's saying, thank you for not arresting Mion yet. Huh? You can't want her to be punished and then also be glad that she's not arrested yet. That doesn't make sense to me, Rena!
私が証拠固めを令状が請求できるまでのんびり待っててくれるわけですかな。
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her. I mean, and also, whenever I say, like, sleeper agent, I mean, we can call it sleeper demon, maybe. That'd maybe be more clear. That, like... But it also feels like an excuse, you know? That, like, oh, it's not her, it's the demon her. At this point, perhaps that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her. You know,
下手すりゃあなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
Ooishi-san was measuring our resolve, so in a strong voice I declared, I'll do it! Oh.
覚悟の上です。
Ooishi-san gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own convenience. Oh, it was then? Okay, Keiichi, I got really bad news for you. You said like 2 minutes ago that you're aware he's been using you, which is like the same sentence. I guess us would be the difference.
もし私たちに何かあったなら、それを口実に踏み込んでください。犯人を取り逃がさないようにぐるりと取り囲んでくださる。
So me and Rena are suicide pieces now. Dude!
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
I mean, this is an okay strategy, I guess. It just kills both of us, very potentially. But if they're surrounded and then we go in, yeah, I mean, it gives us some bartering tool to survive. Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it? Yeah, exactly. We get pressure tools.
お友達が2人園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
And the Sonozaki's are gonna be aware of the cops pulling up. Like, we're not dumb, right?
では
Or they're not
参
dumb.
りましょう
Their
か。
altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Ooishi, no, we're not buying tea biscuits. Neither Rena nor I went along with Ooishi's stupid joke. It's so over. It's never been... Okay. Let's just hope we get that Ooishi gets them at least, right? In chapter 1, we didn't get anything. Ooishi didn't figure anything out. So at least, hopefully this time he actually can get something. Tea biscuits are goated. I've never actually had a tea biscuit. I don't even know what those are. Ooishi stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. This place is going to be a mansion. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。情報では園崎本家は自宅周
Oh,
辺
we're
に
trying to
監
stay
視カメ
hidden
ラを
still.
か
I
な
think
り
they
配
probably
置してい
still
るらし
know.
い
I
ん
mean,
で
it's
す。
the village, right?
で
They're
も
going to be on
ご
high
安心
guard.
を。何度か視覚をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくださればすぐにわかりますよ。
That sounds good.
絶対に説得しますから。
I know
意思を認めてく
Ooishi
ださいね。
always being jokey and like sweet and like, oh, 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 you're not Santa. Stop patting your belly while you're going, oh, 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 oh. In both our eyes was determination. We'll persuade her for sure she'll be ready for her to turn herself in. Rena, okay, so Rena thinks that we made a mistake, and then it's just crazy to me that Rena's like, you need to apologize for not telling Mion that you broke into the place. Alright, well, let's go get her to confess to killing 2 kids. Rena, baby girl. What? What? Wait. So I need to apologize for not telling Mion that I snuck into the place, right? Right? And you slapped me for that. You slapped me across the face for that, right? But also she's the child murderer and we're gonna get her? When did I become important then? Like, how am I the villain here? It's like I did this, Keiichi did this much, and then Mion did like a bajillion, okay? And Rena's like, we have to deal with both of these things in order. And we have to like go apologize still, you know? It's just like Rena! What are we doing? We have to apologize was like the thing. And now it's kind of turned into we'll persuade her to turn herself in. But it's like, dude, apology? We don't have to apologize to a monster, brother man. She killed Satoko. And she killed Rika. She killed Satoko! In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good friend. Yo, wait, we're still... Whoa. Our good friend? Are we talking about Mion? Who killed Satoko and Rika? Because at this point, we're not friends anymore. But that's just me. If my friends start killing the kids I'm friends with, guess what? We're not friends anymore. That's just me, though. I gotta piss. I'm gonna take a piss break. I don't even give a frick. Alright. Cleanse your mind. Ku-fu-fu-fu-fu. This chapter is driving me crazy because Ooishi's in it so much. Didn't Ren just do the slap so he doesn't need to feel the weight of the guilt I at him? Or it's at least a sliver of punishment he's been asked for, getting reprimanded for it properly? Part of the thing is a little crazy of her, though. Yeah, I don't even know if that she's in his head that much, that she knows that he wants to be reprimanded. Like, I started the first game an hour ago. Thankfully, it's free. Oh, wait, was chapter 1 free? Been cubed goon. Yeah, it's just like... Yeah, I mean, I guess she's on our side then. But it's great. Like, dude, she knew. She even admitted earlier. She admitted earlier to how... It was free. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Yo, let's not talk about Grok right now. Lock in. Let's not talk about Grok right now. No, but Reno literally said, like, she knew it was Mion, and she didn't, like, tell us. She made us, like, have to figure it out, you know? And so that's kind of weird, too, right? That, like, she knew that Mion had killed Satoko and Rika, but she, like, didn't tell us right away, and didn't want to tell the cops right away either. Like, when did she figure this out? If she figured this out, like, yesterday, then she should have told us yesterday, you know? Like, she's playing this just kind of weird and ambiguous. She's playing kind of ambiguously. You probably don't believe it right now. I will never believe a word from you, Ooishi. Ooishi, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I never have expected this would be happening today. Rika and Satoko crying out to us as the cicadas. Rena took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I'd never been. Rena wa Mion no ie ni wa itta koto ga aru nda yo na. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
Big enough to fit a mountain, that was amazing. One of the three families controlling Himizawa and the head family of the Sonozaki clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inward, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was a dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonozaki family, entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen. 1 million? That sounds like a lot of money.
庭というか領地だね。見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Ooishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. After he's convicted for his hard drive. Chat, stop projecting. They had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
There's nobody to watch the cameras. What a useless security system. What?
みーちゃんのお父さん。
Yo!
いろいろ大変。
Okay, so Mi-chan has a dad, alright? And we also... Oh no, but he... The in-law... No, the mom and the in-law were cast out. They were not cool. She didn't like them. But like... Like, what do you mean they have no security cameras? We literally had somebody go to the station that was a Sonozaki and get mad at them, right? Yo, do not bring up the FOPTA folder. So it's crazy to think that the cameras are useless. There's no way.
だから 一族がみんなで集まるときには
Oh.
ちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
Getting together. That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. Oh, maybe the dad wasn't the one that... Oh, no. Wait, her dad? Oh, wait, did I read that wrong? Oh, Michan's father. Oh, because it was Michan's mom and then the husband. Oh, that would be her dad. I know what she's going through is crazy. Wait. Because it was Grandma's daughter. Wasn't it Mion's mom? It might have just been Grandma's daughter, in which case it's not necessarily Mion's mom. Disowned daughter and son-in-law. So it could have been a different daughter. Because she might have had multiple daughters, and then one of them birthed Mion, but then a different one was disowned. That could be the case, or it could be the same one. In which case, Mion's father and mother would both be disowned. So I'm not sure. I don't think we get to know that yet. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. Was she living by herself with her grandmother in a house with such a grand gateway? Beep! The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands, my palms now sweating into fists. There was the clang of a bolt being released and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion. Please don't look scary. Oh. Mion didn't seem at all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
After the meep.
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも二人とも不良なんだからな。
Mion smiled lightly in a way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
This just goes to show that Mion's in full control of herself. She's not like in a split personality rampaging mode, you know? She is fully herself right now, and she's about to be evil while fully herself. So you can't even use that excuse. That's the crazy thing. Rena, we might be able to use that excuse. She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena. But even then, I don't like that excuse for Rena. Rena smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rallied myself and then go through the gate too. We're never leaving this compound. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. It wasn't quite what you'd think when you'd hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ、でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。私は早くごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリ
I
ートに
want to
建て替えてほ
rebuild
しい
it.
と
She
思っ
is
てるよ。
too much of a girl boss. Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the
気
heavy
にし
bolt.
ないで。最近は物騒だからね。
Oh, locked the bolt.
日中
Okay,
で
we're
もこれ
locked
くらい
in.
はしておかないと。
Okay.
ああ、そう
I
だ
guess we can unbolt it, but that means the cops can't come in unless they like hop a fence. Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。
Good sir and madame, stop playing around, you child murderer! She probably dealt the killing blow as well. You know what I mean? Like maybe she did. If it's just her and her grandma here half the time.
どうぞこちらへ。
Maybe they're still in there alive. Maybe they're still there and alive and they're chained up, you know? Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Or they're just there, like, eating with soy sauce, and they're like, "Thank you, Sonozaki, for the delicious meal." And it's like, oh, wait. And the mayor's there, too. Wait, everyone's there, they're all alive. Ah! Okay. Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Rena gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチ君、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. Yeah, you do. I'll stop tensing up. Even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Ooishi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us, too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。ミオン、 この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石はなんだ？邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was here. Rena noticed me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これはなんだ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いで。
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. We're so cooked.
ケイチ君、その石の真上にね、ツバメの巣があるの。
え？
Huh? Oh, it'll poop?
本当だ。
We'll get pooped on?
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作る。
I don't want to hear your fun facts. I'm sorry for walking into place. Please don't kill me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear about birds.
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから、靴を脱がないようにっていう。
Oh, thank you. Thanks for telling me. I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだ、ね。
That'd be a lot of money.
それを思うと、これはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。ま、上がって上がって。
The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし、人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。
Yeah.
冬場は暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大
I'm
変
real, dude.
そんなに雪が降るのか。
I don't want to talk about the weather. Is it just me? The weather really is not the priority right now about the snowfall this winter. Where are Satoko and Rika's corpses? Ah! I'm not playing around anymore!
大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃう。
I'm not playing around anymore.
埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。
Rena, she killed our friends! Or made them disappear. And they did something. I don't know what they did. We gotta find them. I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that bad of a place in the winter? Yeah. Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like, this place got plenty of snow, so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried, not being able to find your car? I think they need this right now. Yo, bro, we can't pretend everything's fine when there's children's corpses in the basement. That's way too much snow. I mean, this can serve as like a lead-in into an apology that feels low intensity that might make her take more pity on us, right? Like, sure, it's good to play along with it, but it's just like, oh my goodness, dude. What do we do?
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでもなんでもいい。寒いのは嫌だ。
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
Wheel's just us three, right? Because the other two are dead? Just questioning.
寒いのは嫌いだ。
Just a question.
強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment. Don't drink the tea.
でもね、
Do not drink
冬は
any
冬
tea
で
here.
楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。
We cannot be drinking
冬
a
の部
fluid
活
here.
もね、きっと楽しいんだ
Our
よ。
club. How dare you, Rena? How dare you bring up the club?
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部
What
活だ。
club? Unless they're alive, I mean, they only disappeared. Let's not assume they're dead, right? But like,
寒中水泳やら、雪中行軍やら。
but like,
ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
even if they're not dead, we still, Tomotake-san is still dead. You know what I mean?
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが
Tough
多い
punishment
ね。
games. We're just gonna beat around the bush.
雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
Yeah, the copium is like actively spreading in the air. No one's huffing it. It's like hotboxing the entire house with copium. I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events. Man, I bet Satoko would do a really good job, and Rika too. Oh, wait a minute. They're both in denial right now. Now's not the time for denial! Now's not the time! They're dead! They're dead! You gotta skip the first stage of grief, and you gotta go straight to rage. I don't even know if rage is one. Denial. Isn't anger one of them? Let's jump to anger! Mion's gonna kill us! Don't you howl at me. That's what I'm saying. I settle things with a cross chop to the head. Walls aren't very thick is good because that means our screams are gonna get to the cops. The paper sliding door opened and Mion returned with a pot and a complete tea set. No, I don't need any tea actually, because it's poisoned. Are there needles in it? Are there needles in my bean paste? Okay, here it comes. Denial over. Lock in. And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappear from Rena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. If we want to go, this gotta be a good-ass apology. If we're gonna apologize for something that, by the way, you should be the one apologizing. But if we're gonna apologize for something, we need to be genuine, we need it to be real, and we need to not ask for an apology in turn, because if we do, if we misplay the apology, our head is on a spike. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Ren and I sat kneeling without uttering a word. Don't drink it. Nope. We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy. That doesn't make me drink it, by the way. Yes. Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. I'm not even going to replay the grunts. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing we didn't want to do, and so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
Oi, oi. Kei-chan mo Rena mo. Gyaku wa socchi nan da yo. Youga atte kitan janai no. Socchi kara kiridashite kurenakia, oji-san mo komacchaun da kedo na.
Rena and I exchanged glances, and we both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
Keiichi-kun.
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
わかった。
Come on, Keiichi, lock in.
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな。
We're gonna do the apology route. There's gotta be a good ass apology.
私にください。
You don't have a daughter, brother.
ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。
Oh, yeah?
味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
Mion, まず謝ることがある。
Okay.
ケイちゃんが何を？
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across. Come on.
綿流しの晩。
Okay, here we go.
神社の祭具殿に入ったんだ。
You could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは。
We're not even gonna talk about the become harder line. We're locked in.
でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったんだよ。でもいけないことだったんだよな。
Good apology.
謝る。
Good apology.
この通り。
To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. Good. I meant it as my way of prostrating myself. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away, so I left it there on the table for a while. Mion didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Mion had. That's fine. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Mion told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った参った。
I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、ちょっとでも理解してくれたなら、それでいいよ。業に入りては業に従えって、昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう、何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが、謝る。悪かった。許してくれ。
This is good. I can take this from Keiichi. There's also room to also apologize for, I'm sorry I didn't tell you. Rena had said that that was an important aspect as well that we have not yet specifically apologized for. That would be an additional good apology. I'm also sorry for lying to you and hiding it. I was ashamed and scared. But still, you're my friend and I should have been honest with you and I'm sorry. Boom, add that in. Hey, and then we're starting to cook with gas. I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened. Still, it's not your fault, it's her fault. She's evil, she's a monster, she should die. But we'll let it slide for now. We're doing the apology. Lock in.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいい。
That's the message she was trying to say as Shion from the mayor in the fake conversation. Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and I wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、ケイチ君はちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃない。
Thank you, Rena. Good, good. Get her to stop playing jokey.
私は真剣だよ。レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
見えるよ。
Rena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hadn't been taking this seriously. Obviously, Rena isn't fond of that.
ケイチ君、もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
Let's tell her everything. So, the place is surrounded. The cops know everything. Surrender. Good? Good, Rena? Is that... I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Hadn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おととい、リカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
Alright, big deal right now. Big stuff.
覚えはないけど。
I'm not playing games, Mion.
そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせても
I'm
らう。
not playing games. I'm not playing games.
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持ってお裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ？リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking. Oh my goodness, Mion, you're driving me crazy.
冷ややっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった。そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんは
Yo, Mion, can I see your tattoo?
リカちゃんを
Erased?
隠してしまった。
Ooh, Rena correcting the language? Okay. Maybe Rena is on our side this route. Like, it's weird. But I appreciate her confronting Mion like this. You know, it's pretty fire. I think it's a little crazy how long it took her to do a little bit of this stuff. But also, you know, she's 13. So maybe she's fine in this route, but it doesn't change the fact that she is compromised. She has a demon in her. Pink wants Mion back shots? I said see her tattoo! I'm not asking for back shots! Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして、本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね、みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな。
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。そしてさとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん。
I'm scared of Mion right now. I feel like she's like a fuse.
似てる似てる。
Alright, that's admitting to it.
みーちゃんはちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だからさとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ。どんな感じでかな。
Mion prodded Rena on as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew I had been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Yeah, no, absolutely. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying, it must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。
I can't believe Rena just solved the entire thing,
食事を作りす
and that's
ぎ
what's
ちゃったん
going
だけ
on.
ど、食べに来ない？リカちゃんは先に来て。
Rena's just too
もう
good.
食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ。電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで？
冷蔵庫にさとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食が
Literally better than every detective. It's incredible. It's incredible. For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことで、どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face. So, where's the kids? Where's the corpses? Like...
これは
Evil
こんな
laugh?
名探偵が身
Scary?
近にいたもんだよ。
I'm scared?
まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。
It is pretty crazy. It's pretty incredible.
参ったな。参った参った。
As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. What's going on? Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. Okay, but now what? It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game for the club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Yeah, it's like so weirdly like lackadaisical, you know? Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。大石さんも私のこととんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
As soon as she heard Ooishi-san's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオン、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Okay, the place is surrounded. Mion attempted to feign calm, but it looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. Okay, so Rena has absolutely cracked the case open. Rena's the GOAT. And I can only get slightly upset with her if I really wanted to because of the hesitation and kind of making Keiichi apologize, which it just doesn't feel important in scale. But if we believe the facial expressions, which, you know, is a qualifier to make, if we believe Mion's potential act right now, I think it's genuine, then yeah, Rena's freaking locked in. You know? And Mion just got cooked, which I don't... It just feels weird. This feels really strange to me. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんもみーちゃんが
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか?
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn you would think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now in this moment. Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonozaki, the current heir to the Sonozaki house. Okay, she's engaging Yakuza mode. Understood. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal. It was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonozaki clan. Like, dude. What are you about to say? Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautifully elegant bow as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself. Brother man, you are... Listen, baby girl, we go to school together. We're like 13. You know what I mean? Though you are a child murderer, so maybe I should put some more respect on you. Okay. Hello, Mion. Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Rena and I could do was watch, baffled at our actions, which we could never imagine the normal her doing. I had a crush on her as a kid because of this scene. Sif, respectfully, Rose, with nothing but respect. What? What? I still have a crush on her. She killed Satoko! She killed Rika! She killed the mayor! She killed everybody! She's a monster! She needs to die! She's a Yakuza agent! She needs to be ripped in half! She needs to be killed! She needs to be put in a barrel and lit on fire! She needs to go! Like... a bit crazy is spicy. If I get a sip, I'd let Mion demon me away. What? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes. Kid Sif respects authority. Yo, she is crumpling right now. The police have her surrounded. I trust her implicitly still. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're never making it out. She has cat ears in her locker, though. Shit, good point. Alright, yeah, I trust her, too. Alright, lock in. Yeah, okay. Bet. I'm fine with that. Tell me everything. Rena and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract. My first question is, what happened to Satoko and Rika? And then you just push that until she says that they're in the basement being melted in barrels of acid. You know what I mean? The first question Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now. Okay, sure, this is a fine question. I'll accept this. That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika-chan and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano-san, and Tomitake-san as well. No, even further back, for all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak. Please don't Ooishi me right now, Mion. She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago. Yeah? Rena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Onagafuchi Village, yes. I'd heard about it that night from Takano-san in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the villages, at the foot of the mountains, and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは、鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。麓の村々の人たちは、崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も、徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Onagafuchi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだ
Rena pulls out her hatchet. Charges a down smash. The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefecture. Is that what that said? Prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level as the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で
So we're trying to honor ancestors. Yeah, let's kill the children to honor our ancestors. I don't... At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war, the first Sino-Japanese War and the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed a staircase towards modernization.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われ
Kill everyone.
かつて仙
Agreed.
人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Thus began harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Onagafuchi. Cool. Does that still happen today? Like, I don't know. How does this culminate in I murdered the children of the village? Like, I'm really curious how we're gonna connect this. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot they were touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut into pieces, and devoured. Never ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating demons. That's what he taught them. Well, two of the children did get killed, so maybe this was actually, like, not that bad of a warning. Like, am I crazy? Does that make me the villain? Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into the dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Onagafuchi village's historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Onagafuchi, you would be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こしました。出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えて、でも敗訴しました。出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為に当たるのだそうで。
ひどいね。そんなの。
Heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you'd be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time. LOL! I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan. So they're xenophobic because the rest of Japan is discriminatory towards them. Okay, I understand. I understand racism. Cool. Racism, yeah. Racism accomplished. Racism accomplished. Why did we murder the children of the village? I still feel like I don't see the connection, but hey, she's building to it. See, and this makes me feel like maybe they deserved it? They do grilled cheese for the follow? Man, I could do a grilled cheese right now. I mean, like, eat a grilled cheese. Like, if... Okay, so this kind of changes what was just said. So, it's like, oh, the children were told not to go near the village because... And they were purified whenever they went to the village. But also, the villagers were boasting about containing demon blood. It's like, bro, if the village was boasting about having demon blood in it, I would tell my kids to not go there either. Like, of course the ancestors would get discriminated against if they're like, we're demons, I scorn thee. Yeah, no shit! And scorning those at the foot of the mountain. So did they start it? It kind of sounds like they might have started this and been a pain in the ass to everybody else. And then the rest of the world was like, these people suck. And then they're mad about it? Demanded gifts of dread and tribute. Yeah, you sound like a bunch of bandits. I would be discrimination against you too. With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery. Like, they're discriminated against because they're demanding tributes and dread. They're demanding gifts of dread and tribute. No wonder you're gonna get discriminated. It's their culture. Have some respect. If your culture is... Okay, listen, brother man. If your culture is demanding gifts of dread and tribute to the villagers next to you, I am not respecting that culture, brother. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you can't just do that to people. Again, I am biased against this group because... Like, I am biased against this group because Mion, I am pretty sure, killed 2 kids. So I really just don't... I'm against whatever she says, like, implicitly. Like, I'll call my own bias. You know, yeah, Higurashi's been cooking. Higurashi Tuesdays go crazy. She's like, Mion, baby girl. Oh, baby girl. What are you wapping about? Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945. Okay. I feel like this is a... MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. Yeah, and like the thing about like the men in the village, that's something that like all of Japan would have struggled with, and like all of anybody with any nation at war, you know? They could feel day breaking on the dismal night that was the previous era. During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather, the husband of the elderly currently family leader, Sohei Sonozaki. I'm gonna write his name down. Sohei, husband of Oryu, I believe. Black market fortune Giga Chad, who basically revived the village from being a ghost town. It's an important name, probably. Stole a great deal of the army's canned goods. He stole a bunch of food and sold it. And that's crazy. Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonozaki house. See, I mean, if you have like stolen good money it makes your quote-unquote altruistic motive of restoring the village look a little bit worse if you're willing to steal the food to make it happen. You know what I mean?
現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。
But also, like, okay.
この大きな富はその後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonozaki family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いました。
Yeah, okay. At least there were people that were like not
も
cool
う
with
村
it.
人は気にしなかった。
They succeeded at one business venture after another. Yeah, I guess it depends on how much I respect the theft would depend on. I don't have the historical context to be able to say how much I would respect the government. So when they steal like the army's well, it's like what whose food did he steal? Was it the army? Yeah, the army's canned goods. So like did this mean that like people in the army starved? Because if people in the army starved, then that's really bad. But if they stole canned goods that were like, you know, that didn't, you know, if it ended up with famine for the army, then that would be really bad because you're starving a bunch of people and you know, that's bad. But if it only cost the government more money, yeah, World War II Japan. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's kind of a bit of a mess, right? But I don't know. It kind of depends. I just feel like that would be like, it would make people starve. This is somehow going to loop back around to killing children. That's what I'm hoping for. They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who had followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonozaki family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。すごいよね。大活躍。
So, Rika and Sotoko? Mion looked like she was honestly happy Rena had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが人肉缶詰疑
we've talked
惑
about this once before. Canned flesh. Apparently this is actually like a big deal, and I don't know anything about this. But Takano, is that her name? Yeah, Takano talked about this very briefly. Canned flesh. It sounds so hideous that just hearing it made me
祖父
nauseous.
園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。
Oh, maybe with the food stuff?
あの缶詰は人肉の缶詰だったと。
Hinamizawa, a village in which demons lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth, as revealed by his former superior. The stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival had been canned human flesh. So, now I really, like, this is actually true. Like, this isn't like, he confessed. Are we willing to admit this, Mion? Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just the manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonozaki did not have the job of managing the
実は
food.
宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでペストネズミの駆除や
Okay, so Sohei, no, this is really bad. No, this is like really bad. It went from like kind of understandable, like in a way it's like maybe you were just hurting the government, and like I don't care that much about hurting a government, especially one in the middle of like World War II stuff. But now it's changed to not only feeding people human flesh, but feeding people human flesh that had infectious diseases. This is really bad. This is like indefensibly bad. Oh, Mion, I get where you get indefensibly bad behavior from. You get it from your grandfather. Understood. It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at a military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Uniafuchi village in the research they were carrying out. Could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological corps in the old Japanese army or whatever? Huh? Keiichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. Oh, I didn't know about this. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experience. Were they using people in the village, maybe? They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims. Or is this like prisoners of war. I could see it be both. How many days it would be when injected. How many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, I feel really bad now for a second. I feel really bad for all the people that played this game as a kid. Like being a 12-year-old, like reading this, I feel like that'd kind of be a bit brutal, no? I mean, because I know when I was a kid, when I was in like middle school, I saw a lot of images of stuff like this. It wasn't the like Japanese stuff, but like Nazi Germany stuff, like the like medical experiments that they did on people that were like super horrible. I remember like studying or like doing like research for like the Holocaust stuff and seeing that kind of stuff, and that kind of messed me up, right? I feel like we got a little bit of a similar thing here, which is, you know, kind of brutal. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. Just talking about Japanese war crimes is insane. I am almost certain Higurashi had an impact on me during my formative years. Yeah, I can tell why. Oh my goodness. I have a feeling I saw someone like that on a documentary one time. It's so weird how this is... I don't know. I'm really unsure how this is going to circle back to killing the kids. Because now it's weird. I feel like I'm caught between, like, the seriousness of this actual, like, real-life event and, like, Sotoko's dead. You know what I mean? Like, it's a really weird... It's kind of weird spot. It is sickening and very sad. These things that happen. Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason I was happy to have it right now. Yeah, wait, why did we bring up this unit? Oh, he was enlisted as an assistant to this institution. That was after the war thing. Or maybe this is maybe where he gets it. Let's see.
それは戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
Then why did bring that up? Why did bring up 731? The military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront, which would make stealing food extra bad, but that didn't actually happen. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as the natural resistance is lowered, the soldiers fell to disease one after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control until they finally knocked down a door called taboo. Human flesh. Human flesh. Rena and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。
It's crazy. So the grandfather, who I think married into the village, though he might not have, the grandfather did this experiment or like did this research while but then also was attached to like the demon like stigma. So like I feel like Mion was building to a point of like they got discriminated against this, and then like this discrimination was getting better, and then it got a lot worse because of this research. But it's like he was like doing this research. This was his job, and so I don't know. Okay, let's just keep going.
彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の方針になる。そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を行っていたのです。祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんです。だからいくら蔑んでもちっとも答えないと。
Okay, so that's why it felt unfair. It's like, oh, you're a horrible flesh-eating demon, but he's working for people that are trying to find a way to make everybody eat human flesh. So it's like, why are you getting mad at me? I don't think there's anything moral or righteous to be found in the middle of a war, so there's no justification. Everyone is suffering. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, I feel like. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle. Unit 731's research is the reason we know humans are 70% water.
中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
Yo, don't bring up soy sauce. I know y'all make custom soy sauce at home.
もうやめてよ、みーちゃん。
Yeah, you're gonna make Rena throw up, dude.
気分が悪くなってきた。
Rena really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Japan is miserable, especially after the war. Their culture is vastly different to the West. Not trying to defend Japan or anything, they did a lot of evil things, but yeah. Yeah. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there. I mean, it's still unethical for him to sell human meat as not human meat to the civilian population after the war. Like, war is such a nightmare that it's hard to, like, get really mad at, like, a specific person for being, like, in their position, I guess, especially if he was forced into it. But if he went and, like, sold it to people afterwards, that's something we can point and get mad at. If he made a fortune off of selling human meat to people, that's, like, really bad. That's, like, evil behavior, you know? I don't think I can defend that in the same way that with war you can, like, you can kind of defend. I don't like the word defend, but, like, at least it's war. It's already a nightmare. But if you bring that to civilian life, then it looks like especially bad, I guess I'm trying to say. People are also hungry. Yeah, it'd be a little different if there was, like, a lot of famine post-war. But then also he made a fortune off of it. So, like, he profited off of famine. He could have, like, given away the food or, you know, something like that. Like, him making a fortune is kind of crazy. So, I don't know. I think he's probably pretty indefensible after the war.
晩年まで僧兵は人肉であることを否定し続けました。ですが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人をまたしても詐欺すぎ始めたのです。また、子供たちが生やし立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Yeah, that's really the thing, is that, like, it's hard to just call them the victims because they were being scornful to other people and were claiming themselves as man-eating demons, and then people didn't like that, and then it, like, started to get resolved, and then it kind of got brought back because the guy made a fortune off of it, and then people got mad again. So it's like, they're not just, like, cleanly the victims, you know? But also throwing rocks at children is bad, right? Anyways, where's Satoko? Just asking you as a friend, because we're trying to be friends, I guess, right now. Why can't everyone enjoy life together? I didn't know.
当主である祖母は、ある時、村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they throw stones at two of us? 4. Of course, the answer was simple.
2人に石を投げられたら、4人で石を、8人に棒で覆われたら、16人で追い返し。
The blameless villagers were the victims, but the leadership of Hinamizawa deserved the hate they got. Yeah, I would say that's fair. Because, like, the kids that get stones thrown at them, they're obviously just purely victims. Cycle of violence type shit, you know? But, like, the grandfather seems like Sohei, or how you pronounce it, seems like pretty bad and pretty indefensible. And then he just, like, polluted the legacy of this entire town. I think that's what I would say right now.
30人に中傷されたなら、 60人で怒鳴り返せと。
And then the leadership just says like, keep fighting back, you know, keep accelerating, which I get to a degree, or keep escalating, which I get to a degree, you know, like self-defense type thing, but also like, that's really not gonna help the discrimination thing, and it's all of Japan versus like a tiny town. You're just not gonna win. Finally, the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたなら、ひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは決起を促す劇のようですらありました。祖母は園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was halfway through in 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the U.S. were rampant, a time of battle and action. The people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they heard a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they had heard an adult had been treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you'd be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも街で不良に絡まれた時、
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking
たくさんの
about.
人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
It's like a sympathy ploy, right? Like it's like, hey, like this is why the town is how it is. Like we kill outsiders because we've always had a horrible relationship back and forth with them. Like I get that, but like I still cannot. I do not think this at all could ever give the slightest justification for Satoko and Rika, right? That is just like that's where I'm so stuck, right? That it just seems completely impossible for me to ever sympathize with this group after what they did. I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、
Were they
ようや
disqualified?
くひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。もっともその平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Could I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyways.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and demon joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Yashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかった。
But you've been saying the curse has been real, Mion. What do you mean?
それで
Yashiro's not real.
お社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
Mion is fated to be a leader of a bloody tradition. Yeah, I mean, if you inherit blood and you continue blood, I'm still gonna hold you accountable for blood, right? It sucks. I mean, she's put in a pretty terrible position. She's born into like a bad group. But like, I just you can't just kill kids of the village. It just doesn't ever make sense to me. Like, I do not care how much tradition is on your shoulders if you're killing 2 of the kids of the village. With the entire, this is like about xenophobia too, so it's like turning it onto your own village. I'm really curious if she can find a way to make that sound even slightly better. Mion is pretty though, so I forgive her. Wait, yeah, all the people that I've been crushing on Mion and saying, yeah, this is when I really got a crush on Mion. What? A cool gust of wind blows in from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clear hair. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。
You can't kill kids! It's so impossible!
鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり。
Oh, yeah, y'all were saying the
園崎
fascism
本家
name.
の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
Is that why Ooishi-sama's curse happens? So that Himezawa village might once more be like Onigafuchi village, so that we may once again be a sacred existence worthy of worship. That was the earnest wish of our ancestors in Onigafuchi. The mission of those who inherit the demon. So the mission is to make it back like the good old days when we were feared and respected and got gifts of tribute and dread. I just have a feeling that ain't gonna fly in the modern world, baby girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just like a really tough sell. But also, you were born into it, so you're just cooked from birth. I'm gonna be honest, you're just cooked. Unless you, like, giga chat out. Don't worry, Mion, we already learned about this. You don't need to explain it to me, please. Please, we already learned about it. Yeah, the indoctrination from birthright, like, it explains, but it doesn't excuse. She's still, like, I'd still be fine throwing her in prison forever and or killing her. You know what I mean? Like, if really necessary. You know what I mean? I say kill her, but we prison's better because it's the actual legal system, blah, blah, blah. Like, we got the cops involved, so we don't need to go vigilante mode, which is nice. But it's just like, man, it turns out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for demon is in there. Oh, do we get to see her tattoo? When she said that, she quietly rose and she began to lay her hand on her clothing. Yeah, I have like no sympathy. I still can't have sympathy, I feel like. I'm pretty heartless when I need to be, and I feel like I don't want to grant her sympathy because it just doesn't matter, you know. With just that exchange, I guess what she meant. Most likely, somewhere on her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or marking that proved that she inherited the demon. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine the normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa, no of Onigafuchi, weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? Rena wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. The cicadas, low-key, Satoko and Rika being like, hey, I'm dead. Hey, this happens to us. Yo, FBI, I need you to never write a message again. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured. She admits it. A lot of the mysteries are being solved right now. This is crazy. I'm just writing this down. I mean, I'm going to Mion in my notes, and I'm just going to write responsible for everything, right? Like, let's see, where's Mion in my notes? Here we go. Chapter 2. Responsible for the deaths of the last 5 years. And then I'll also write, like, long backstory tradition of canned meat, of canned human meat, and, like, inherited the demon, inherited the demon. Oh my goodness, there's so much. I guess that's enough. I'll probably remember the rest. She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion Mine. And this is where we kill her. Like, this is where it's like, you gotta have guilt for killing the. You gotta have guilt for killing the kids. You gotta. How is there a chapter 3? Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down it and flopped on the ground. I feel like we're getting everything right now. It was an act of such resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion. I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away? Insane statement. As soon as I began to think that way, Rena's ringing voice filled the room. Keiichi just locking. Thank you! Thank you. The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest despite not being directed at me. Thank you, Rena, thank you!
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でも、とにかくみーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺した。
Rena's words were more biting than any I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
Okay.
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I think knowing this whole tradition and the Sonozakis reestablishing the sacred is important overall. Yeah, and I think this is important. Because it explains what she inherited, which explains a lot of her character, but also it doesn't evoke any sympathy for me. Like, it doesn't change anything with what I think needs to be done, or should be done. It makes it like, oh, that's the reasoning, but like, the reasoning is still insane. You know what I mean? I replied on the behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, if it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse and switch it to a really cheap and light padlock lock. Like, dude, okay, Sonozaki family, you have a massive fortune. Do you not want to invest in a better padlock? Like, it's their fault for switching it out? Just give them some money. Or if it's too heavy for her, then hire a villager to help her whenever she needs to do that stuff. Right? Like, if you have all the money and power in the village, don't blame the 8-year-old, who at this point would have been like 6 or something, 6 or like 7 maybe, for like wanting a lighter door. Like, this is kind of all under your watch.
おじいちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
本当ですね。
Mion, you're supposed to say, we can buy a better lock than a cheap one. Let's buy a better lock.
この中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。
Yeah, I got really bad news. I got really bad news for you, Rika. I got really bad news. Sobs escaped from my mouth. I mean, okay, so they were doomed no matter what, right? Like, Mion was gonna kill them no matter what. It doesn't even matter, because Rena's kind of talked about in the last little bit of, like, maybe if you apologized sooner, Rika and Satoko wouldn't have died. Brother man, it wouldn't have changed anything. They were doomed as soon as the place got walked into. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は We
got people like watching it all the time. Yo, dude, like Tomitake and whatever her name really fumbled the match, bro. Takano really fumbled the match.
賊は4人。その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。同時に西宮殿に賊を許した。
Satoko? We just kill Satoko to silence witnesses at this point? My tears dripped and dropped. Dripped and dropped. Until just now I had decided it was Mion's fault that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me.
殺したも当然なんだ。
Yo, bro, you're not the, like, they were gonna open the lock no matter what. Okay, Keiichi, it's fine, it's fine. It's crushing responsibility, he feels the weight. I don't think it's his to bear, it's not his cross to bear, but sure. I'll let him bear it.
Keiichi-kun.
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet, I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking to the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. Yeah, but it's still not your fault, brother. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun, like we always do. If, by shedding tears, I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I have committed.
Thank
you, Mion. Oh my goodness, thank you, Mion. Mion gently began to speak to me, as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか今にして思えば大したことじゃない。
Like, if you let tradition... Yes, absolutely. If you let tradition override, like, your humanity, then you're evil. I don't even give a frick. Like, you're condemned, you know? Like, you gotta... If she's looking at Rika in her, like, basement and is like, alright, time to die, then you're cooked. You're gone. It doesn't matter what weight's on your shoulders. Like, you're just gone. I yielded to it, and that's why I killed those two. And like, the thing, like, Satoko? You can't even use those excuses for Satoko. You haven't given an excuse for Satoko other than she knew that I was murdering Rika. That's literally just covering up your tracks. Like, Rika, I can at least understand, like, the blame, and she claimed she took responsibility. Whatever. It's all dumb because she's 8, so, like, that's, you know, obviously not real. But, like, Satoko was just a girl. Who, by the way, you've also killed her parents and her brother and then befriend her? That's, like, actually sociopathic, sadistic, psychopathic behavior. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna be responsible for the death of these girls' parents, this other girl's parents, and this girl's brother, and then I'm gonna befriend them. I mean, is it out of, like, a sick sense of guilt? Because you said you were guiltless earlier, you know? If it's like I feel bad, so now I want to be friends with them because I killed their family, that's A, incredible cognitive dissonance, and B, insane when you say you feel no guilt. So, what are you doing? This, I appreciate this, though. I mean, get it off of Keiichi's shoulders. Thank you. True. True.
私が殺した園崎ミオンがこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も。
Yeah, she's gooked. She's gone. Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. Yeah, she's like crushed by the weight, going insane. GG. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだ。
Ever the optimist. Ever the optimist, Rena. Always trying to see the good in people. As I looked at her surprised, Rena stuck her finger right at my forehead.
圭一君だけを。
Yeah, you want to explain that? That's a good question.
こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。でも殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. Well, and then she pretended to be Shion. She pretended to be Shion, and then, like, tortured us by, like, freaking us out all the time. Like, I don't know what her game plan was. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive. Great question. I'd love to hear your response.
ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
そりゃ
I mean, did she have like a crush? Like low key. I mean, like they were, you know, she might have felt some kind of way. Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk.
Ooishi は外で待ってんの？うん。逃げ場は？
No.
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を。
Sif, you're cooked. Listen, Sif, you gotta cut that out of your system, brother. It's a disease. It's a disease. I understand the woman that could kill me but choose to protect me instead. That's fine. That's hot. I'm into it. I get it. She killed Satoko and Rika, dude. She killed Satoko and Rika, dude. That is unforgivable. That is ultimate X. Mion fell silent. Yeah, go face the music. Rena's merciless words felt cruel, but they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled, just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになる。
Good, Sif, good.
絶対にしない。
We'll never leave a friend by herself.
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
Okay, A, she's not our friend. Rena, you're really sweet. I really hope Keiichi ain't feeling this kind of way, because Keiichi, we gotta have standards. B, like, I understand Rena's the sweet positivity angel. I'll let her do it. Also, crying children and Rena are the only things I can't beat. I got a crazy feeling that Rika and Satoko were crying when you killed them. Or at least Satoko. Rika might have been like, I'm doing my honor. But, like, Satoko was probably crying when you killed her, so you actually can beat that. You know what I mean, Mion? This is... Lock in. She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the... something.
自分で自分の罪。どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。
That of the usual Mion.
たとえ自首が認められても、多分も
They were sedated.
ここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
What? Yeah, agreed. It couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから、最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
No dift.
何かな
Crazy.
30分でいいから、ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Okay, sure. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
ケイチ君。
I wonder if she's gonna confess. I don't even know. I don't even know what she wants to do here. I think this is fine. I mean, might as well. Who gives a frick? Do it for the plot.
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。
I don't think she's gonna try to kill us. That'd just be stupid. I mean, if Keiichi wants to be really smart, you would deny it, but I would humor her.
私は鬼だもの。
Can we have a piss break real quick? Is this when the H scene starts? Do you not need to piss? Chat, let's do a quick piss break because this looks like a big section. I'll take a piss break. I'm fine with that. Why are we talking about drinking our own piss, chat? Why are we talking about that? Alright. I'm not even gonna wait for the rest of chat to come back. We just get back into it. Alright, what do you got, Keiichi? A bona fide human. Agreed.
相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands, that was me and me alone. They're still stuck. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it, I was guilty of the same crime. She let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika-chan and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. I'll disagree respectfully, but okay. So when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
Ah, easy.
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ、ケイチ君。
This is so different from Chapter 1. Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから、退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。
Yo, what manga is she gonna go read?
お気に入りの単行本丸ごと。
You might as well take them. LOL.
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本は。
I mean, she ain't gonna be reading them from prison.
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion took Rena's hand and rubbed it violently like I always did. And rubbed it violently like I always did.
ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway. Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
あ。
I'm not taking care of her, but okay.
もう二度と帰ってこれないって。
That's good. She won't.
確信してる。
I didn't know much about loss, but with as many deaths as she'd been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短期を起こさないように。
That's fair. I'm fine with that. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Yeah, that'd be bad. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ行ってあげて。
Yeah, bye, Rena. I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でもあんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. Man, this is such a tone difference from the first half of the thing. I mean, chapter 1 had like a stark tone difference too, but like this is like a different level with all the real, you know, with everything. Put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this? It was such a modest request. Yeah, I mean, this is like low-key a throwback to, when Shion was holding our arm. Or like we were kind of, you know, doing that thing way back. Chapter 1 is a plague to read with madness, while Chapter 2 feels more grounded with sadism. Yeah. It was such a modest request. With my permission, her face lit up with glee like a child being given a toy and took my arm. See, she has a little crush, dude, and she got cucked by her sister, and then she killed her sister. Like, it's crazy to bring all this back. You can't, like, you're gonna bring all this back and be like, sweet? Because she wants him to get nervous, right? But it's like, dude, you killed your sister.
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
back when nothing had gone wrong yet. During those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. That was not justified. Revenge for the NTR is not a justifiable part of this. I've been in arm in arm with Shion then, too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength they put into it, the sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same. Liked in past tense is crazy because you're the one that actually... You know what I mean? Like, you're the reason it's liked instead of likes. Okay, what about you, though? If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
Mion to Shion wa naka wa yokatta ndaro?
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない。
You mean that's how your relationship was, right? They didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
例えば、利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら、迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって、左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。そんなよくわからない関係だね。
多分それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日、ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのをすごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの？双子なんて昔は人をからかったりしてそこそこに面白かったけど、こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今ではかえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed or were they self-conscious? Their relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue like someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest is part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか
？Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swishing, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, her arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
Shion wa mada
ikite. Okay. Okay, twist. Whoa. Couldn't kill your sister. Little girl's one thing, but your sister? Alive? Thoughts? Mion took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうとずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど。
It doesn't make me feel a lot better that she's alive. That really doesn't help me feel better. It sounds like you wanted to give her the most horrible death because you were mad that you got cucked. I feel like it got personal, and that makes you extra evil, by the way. So this really doesn't help much. In fact, I think this might make it a little worse. That you captured her, wanted to give her the most horrible death, and then pretended to be her. That's insane. Okay.
その方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also deep down she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. I mean, I'd been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all is kind of far from she saved Shion too. More like she just didn't get around to it in time. You could argue that there's like, with the deep down line, that there's like a part of her that like was putting it off because she didn't want to kill her sister and it was like a deep like thing with her. But also like, I don't know, bro. She did say she wanted to give her the most horrible death of all. So I don't know if I trust Keiichi's read enough. Yeah, like it feels more like good RNG. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may have become a demon and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. No! No, Keiichi, no! I've been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all. It's not exactly fighting against it. It's like, it's such an incredibly charitable thing. And not even good faith, but incredibly charitable. To be like, she was thinking of a horrible way to do it because she was putting it off because she didn't really want to do it. That's like really charitable for the, you know, for the child murderer. I'm gonna say it, Mion did nothing wrong. Sotoko bros, it's over. Sotoko bros. So, Keiichi, this is just way too much good charity and good grace to be giving to a child murderer. I just can't. And I won't. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile. Yeah, no, yeah, I get the interpretation, FBI. I just think it's insane. I think it's way too charitable to give to her after all she's done. Like, I can get it, but, like, it's way too... I'm not gonna give her that grace, you know? As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said...
Kite.
She wants to get freaky, low-key. She wants to go and get freaky a little bit. Not like freaky, but I think she's actually wants to like go kiss or something. Or the gravesite. That's less fun than kissing. But also, I wouldn't want to kiss you. You're gross and evil, and you're a child murderer. GG. I'm not falling for it. But yeah, no, probably gravesite. Please tell me they're in graves and not like in vats. Like what? I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them would mean accepting Rika-chan and Sotoko's deaths, as well as accepting that my best friend had done it. No, let's go see it. I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remember what Rena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. Yeah, you gotta stick with her. I couldn't leave her on her own. Yeah. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって？俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。
Keiichi, brother man. She killed Sotoko and Rika. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I do not know how many times I have to say it. It's indefensible. You cannot, like, Keiichi, it's damaging you. You don't understand, it's damaging you.
それは変わらない。
It gotta. Listen, I think unconditional love is stupid. Alright? Unconditional love is giga stupid. What makes love important is that it's a choice. Right? It's that you choose someone. I think choosing someone is powerful. Right? And so, if it's unconditional, then it's not a choice and it loses its value. That's my take. And so for him to say and act this kind of way, it's like I fundamentally disagree, but that's fine, I guess. The treetops softly swayed in the wind. Yeah, Rena I at least understand the optimist angle, and it's the same problem, but it's Rena.
どうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. She saves Keiichi and Shion, so she's a nice person. I'm going to crawl through this camera and get you. At last, Mion started walking. Into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. I'm unironically kind of nauseous right now. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎ミオンがどんな人かは知らないけれど。
Apparently somebody that can do no wrong.
中に入れば、そのミオンはきっと。
that she was powerful and kind of her to fight against the compulsion of tradition to save their lives. The saving of them was the breaking of the norm, not so much the murder. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I think I don't care. So I'm sorry, Mion. I just don't think I care. Even if you save both of us, like, you've crossed lines you can't uncross. Where was that empathy for Satoko? Or Satoko's parents, or Satoko's brother, or Rika's parents, or Rika? Like, the people that, if anyone should have gotten that mercy, it shouldn't have been us. It should have been the kids. You know? And it's selfish of her to choose like, you know what I mean? It's like the only ones she saved were the ones that she, like, personally didn't want to kill. But it wasn't, like, out of, like, an altruism or empathetic thing, as much as it was, like, I care about, like I don't know. I feel like there's a selfish component that like, because of... Ah! Keiichi, I can't stand it, but it's okay. Keiichi, it's okay. I cannot stand it. It's okay. Let's see how you feel after you see their corpses. Or their graves. Let's pray for graves, right? I clenched my fists. Inside there was probably a sight beyond anything I could imagine. If I let my guard down, I might end up vomiting. Even so, I'll endure it. I'll overcome this pain and this suffering. It will never change that Mion is my greatest friend.
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど、ミオンがあんたを好きになったの、よくわかる気がする。
Aw, that's okay. Don't child murderer, but also there it is. There's the confirmation.
他人事のように言うな。お前はミオンだ。
Yeah, let's stop with the cognitive dissonance.
鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
I like this. I like this. Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong looking. So we're locking this! Oh, okay. Wait, so we're locking this dauntingly, but not the ritual thing. Okay! Seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. So we have these locks, the Sonosaki don't want to put it on, like, they want to blame the 8-year-old, and they have the locks. When the double doors opened, a stifling rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. How are the... Okay, you're not burying the bodies properly if winged insects are getting into them. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone else had lived there. All this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonozaki house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
最具殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。そういう道具だった。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。綿流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
そりゃそうだな。
Yeah, and it would be a lot harder if you killed the last heir of one of the 3 families, wouldn't it? You know? Like, that's just gonna make it really hard to do that, I feel like.
日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらして殺せるなんて思えない。
Maybe that's just me.
だから園崎家は作ったの。現代でも綿流しの儀が行えるように。秘密の場所を。
Mion opened a large, strikingly different door, and inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements. Okay, I thought it was about to be their corpses.
いろいろあるでしょ。一部のものは実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
All the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Oh, these get used? Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. And it's different, like, killing people is one thing, but torturing them is something a lot worse, you know? Like, the right to kill people, she's saying is, like, meant to have, like, this, like, get the influence, the, like, reputation, so that people, like, treat Onagafuchi Village as something to be worshipped. Torturing people isn't necessary for that. And that's just rude. And rude is, like, the craziest understatement, but okay. Captain said that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. And perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceiling were covered in a kind of tiling that you would see in bathrooms. There was even a drain set amidst a slight slope in the floor. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet. Perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood. Yeah, like, I'm really curious how they died. You know, I kind of want her to tell me. I gotta know.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから、私のご先祖様たちは様々なショーを考案してたんだよ。
As she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room filled with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of cushions.
鑑賞席なんだよ。
Oh.
綿流しは見せしめのショーだから。
Okay.
客がいなきゃ意味がない。
Do you do guests with the modern stuff? If they're okay, because Mion, listen to me closely here. If there were guests for the killing of the kids, I'm holding them just as accountable, and I will hunt them down too. You understand what I'm saying? If they watched it, then they're just as bad. Well, just as, it's not. They're close to just as bad. Couldn't speak, and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to. This charity is sickening to me, Keiichi.
みんなここで私が殺した。
Like, could you imagine the terror of being trapped in, like, one of these cages? Or whatever, or strapped to this booth, or whatever, as Mion, who's supposed to be your best friend, that, like, has, like, basically been your, like, older sister figure after your entire family died, kills you, tortures you to death. Whatever she does. Like, that is so, like, that's heartbreaking.
見てくれている観客はいなかったけど。
Okay.
私は綿流しを
Okay, don't tell me the second part. No spectators. Good. I don't have to hunt anyone else down. Well, except apparently like the director from chapter 1, but we don't know of that. But I did the Wataganashi very well. That sounds like she tortured them, dude.
いや。観客は一人だけいたかな。
え？観客？
私。
Okay, sure.
私という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
I, the demon. Okay. I'm not gonna comment. Mion cackled in self-deprecation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. I don't know. Blood splatter has impact, despite the fact that it doesn't tax the sacrifice. Yeah, I don't know if they were alive or not. I mean, it's kind of I don't know. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
Yeah, I do want to know where their bodies are.
死体?
I grimaced at her having said it so outright.
ああ、そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから井戸に捨てちゃったよ。
I would agree, Zero. Yeah, I think the point of the point of it being a good spectacle is that they're still alive, right? Like it kind of defeats the point if it's just like a corpse. I mean, probably. This is just a crazy sentence that is like kind of gross, right? I mean, so disrespectful, right? I threw them down the well. I just like it's fundamentally impossible to ever have a slice of life moment with this character again. I don't think I can. I'm gonna hold a grudge. I can't play fun games with her anymore. It's just gonna drive me insane. Oh, she said she's sorry though, guys. Like, you can't do that to the kids. That's like the one line that you can never uncross, dude. So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret and having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Oh, but she said sorry, so it's fine. Okay, at least your crush faded here. That gives Sif hope. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion Sonozaki is your greatest friend. Hey, I'm happy to change our mind, buddy. Not change our mind. She threw them down a well after imprisoning them and killing them in a probably torturous death. I mean, we can throw her down the well. No, she can rot in prison. That's fine. I need to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well. This is about to be insane. Sacrificial orgiastic. Beauty and profanation of the devaluation of life. I feel like yeah, there is something there's like a weird like spiritual thing you could really pull from this. Like the beauty of the beauty of the profane or something, but like I don't know. Poor Satoko, really. Now, guys, the twist that none of us are ready for is that this Shion is actually Mion, and Mion has been Shion this entire time. They did a switch on us again! I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps of the bars. It really was her. Oh. Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course. Shion didn't know that everything was over yet. She's literally screaming at the side of her sister. I spoke in as calm a voice as I could manage to try and soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
Shion, ご機嫌はいかがだった?
No more? What was happening? Is she injured? If she's injured, if she's already injured, then that makes this look really bad. Okay. Oh, she thinks she's gonna kill Keiichi. She thinks she's gonna kill Keiichi. Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. He gave a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder. Quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。まだまだ殺さないんだから。
I swear. Why do I like? There's a non-zero chance that Mion just kills us. Like that's the really insane thing, that she just like betrays, kills us to torture her sister more, kills her sister, and then turns herself in just to be a dickhead. I don't think she would, because that would really just piss me off. But it's like, man, why are you laughing? She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed. See, like, the charitable thing doesn't work. The charitable reading of, oh, Mion was putting off killing Shion because deep down she really didn't want to. I mean, like, even now she's being kind of torturous to her. It's so hard to be charitable. See what I mean? Look at her go! That's definitely what she did to the kids. This is what she did to the kids. This is what she did to the kids.
それでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな。
おい、いい加減にしろ。今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。
Thank you, Keiichi. Thank you. I tried to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around, I'm gonna be so mad. Mion's mouth, so much that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend, Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonozaki who'd been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonozaki family either. It's the demon. Okay. Hey! Hey guys. So if we die here in front of Shion and then Shion gets killed, we're never playing Chapter 3 ever. I quit. I'm tired of it. We gotta turn her in. She gotta just give up. I'm tired of it. I don't want to just be, it's too horrible. Ba-bam. I saw sparks flying before my eyes, so what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength of my body drained instantly, my head suddenly became heavy. It's gotta be this, okay guys. Let's be charitable. Let's be charitable now that we're losing. Keiichi, let's be charitable. So guys, yeah, it's a troll. She's trolling. My knees buckled under the temptation, hit the floor. She's just trolling a little bit. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if it had fallen into a downfilled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was a kind of sensation like if you took a nap in the car, but you were sort of half awake and could listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening, you would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ears or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me. We're actually doing this? We're actually doing this. Wait, Mion! Wait, we're doing this? The police... Okay. I'm gonna blame Ooishi. Ooishi, you should have been inside 10 minutes ago. You should have saved me. And also, we never should have gone down here. As I said, like, the real play is you say no, but, like, we can hear her out for the plot. But, like, no! Alright, confirmed tortured the little girls to death. That's actually confirmed. Like, she just confirmed it. Mion held me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. Yo, can we, like, maybe put me in a cage, maybe? Like, let's not do it right now. Let's maybe do it later. She's having her last fun. Ooishi is smoking a blunt right now. Don't trouble him at the moment. I can admit this looks pretty bad. I feel bad for Shion. Like, the poor girl's having to watch it just happen over and over. This is the most horrible way to kill her. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she had flung me down and returned to the prison cell again. Yes, spare him. Shion's being a real one. It's crazy that Shion went from being the worst at, like, doing that, like, weird, like, manipulative, like, emotional nonsense. But she's clutch right here. She's willing to say, like, kill me, don't kill him. That's a really good action. That is moral good. So she's got a good heart deep down. She's just kind of a, you know, she was kind of a piece of garbage on the top. But I appreciate this a lot from her. Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion in such a miserable voice, I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times. Prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy. I'm starting to think that maybe she didn't save Keiichi.
らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。はい、はい、ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私もこれまでのことを
Hey Rena, hey Rena, I know she said 30 minutes, but like, bring Ooishi and the squad in now! There's probably an escape tunnel in this mountain, let's be honest, right? Why did we let her just walk away? Bring in the cops! Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied. Giga evil. Rena is reading manga right now. Yo, chat, what do you think she's reading? Yaoi? Mion stopped and waved her hand again in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion. What's that? What is it? Rip out your own tongue? Like... Okay, okay. I mean, Shion, it's hopeless, but lock in. Not that it matters, but lock in. Yeah, I feel so bad for Shion. This is so bad. Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized, are we in a cage right now? It was feelings of anger bubbling up. Because if we're not in a cage, it's time to murder Mion. If we're in a cage, haha, GG. Or we run. Like, honestly, I am sorry, Shion. You're cooked. I gotta go get the cops. Like, I'm fine with that too. But, like, if we can murder her, that'd be lit. These feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers. Don't give me hope, just to tear it away. Then I'll only kill you. Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Mion, but at some point she'd become someone else. I am gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Keiichi, you have somehow gotten to the point that I can't take it anymore. I thought chapter 1 was bad. Keiichi, I thought chapter 1 was bad. You're doing the same shit again. Oh, she's somebody else. It's her! Stop! I don't care if she's acting different. Like, it doesn't matter. Oh, it's the demon. It's not her, it's the demon. Keiichi, please! Me and I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over somebody's dignity like this. I'm sorry for cucking you. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. I'm sorry for cucking you. Let's hear it. When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, had the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me? Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion. Hey, Keiichi. Hey, quick question. I'm just gonna tap on in. I'm just gonna tap your shoulder. Hey, Keiichi, quick question. Hey, do you want to focus on getting control of your body right now, maybe, instead of doing this shit? This shit's not helpful. This shit's really not helpful, okay? Let's maybe focus on, like, moving our fingers, and then we can move our arms, we can stand up, and we can run, right? Like, you know the way out, right? We're not gonna get lost and hunted down for, like, 50 minutes. This couldn't possibly be Mion. Why are we bringing up feet? Chat looking. I'm going crazy. Like, chapter 1 was bad because, like, they're torturing Keiichi, but now they're torturing Shion, and that feels really bad. I felt bad with Keiichi, too, but, like... She said, now it's time to improv. Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's no, that thing pretend to be Mion's attention, hurry up. Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of a demon from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it and stopped smiling suddenly as if snipping a wire. See, this is why charity is stupid, by the way. This is why Rena and Keiichi's... Let's be charitable. She's still my friend. This is why that's stupid and brain rot and dumb. Optimism's dumb. Being charitable to your enemy is dumb. It's all dumb. It's terrible, it's stupid, and if you have an enemy, you should have no sympathy and kill them without hesitation. I don't care. I don't care. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. No sympathy, no hesitation. Murder. It's fine. Murder's morally good at this point. Alright? Because this is what happens when you're charitable to people that are evil. It's making me an extremist. No, bro, what isn't she gonna throw away at this point? Like, it's... Mion began to drag me again after... After I finally got the feeling in my body back and pulled me towards this torture chair. I can't take it! I am never going to be able to have a slice of life section with these characters again. It's over! Oh, alright, well, GG. After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers of that tightly with hinges and locked them in place. Oh, we're crushing my fingers? We're crushing my fingers? That's a pretty ouchie. The worst part is that doesn't even kill us. That just hurts us, right? It's not even close to killing us. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time. Yo, Keiichi. Okay. Okay. Hey, I was about to say, Keiichi, now's your turn to say something. Drops an F-bomb. Bit late for this energy. Maybe, remember the whole, like, you're my best friend, I'll never switch on you? Wait, yeah, that's a really good point. Keiichi, I thought she was your best friend. She's not your best friend anymore? I thought you said you would never switch up on her. She's your best friend no matter what she does. Is she still not your best friend, Keiichi? That seems a bit inconsistent, Keiichi. The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion. That's true, actually. Yeah, she should bring the torture device in the chamber with me so that Shion can watch us get tortured. Audio's just not enough. I lied before, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, being charitable is for nerds. Mion brought over something that looked like a toolbox. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that, she began to line up what looked like long, steady, strangely shaped nails whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you see on a harpoon. Okay. So, all those stories about the demons and discrimination, deserved. I have zero sympathy for you, ever. I'm gonna kill you. I can't take it. 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 I can't take it.
Mion でしょ？園崎Mion。
I mean, if you can, literally the only move right now is delay her with talking long enough that the backup comes in time before you die, right? And the problem is, okay, so we need to delay the torture we need to delay our death long enough that we can survive, but we probably will never survive because if she hears the cops coming, which is going to be really hard for them to make it here, but if she hears the cops coming, she's probably just going to finish us off, right? But if we delay it long enough, then there's a chance that she finishes us off and can't kill Shion before the cops get her. So all we have anymore is to yap enough that she gets distracted for enough time that the cops can show up. It's hopeless, let's be honest, but it's all we got.
恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。
How can you reason with a madman? You make them monologue.
お前が園崎Mionであるはずがない。
Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ。
Confess your feelings to her. Just start yapping. Say nonsense. Backup is at the mahjong parlor. And this cast is cooked. This entire cast is incompetent. And I can't handle any of them. The only good members of the cast are Rika and Satoko. And Satoko, really. Because Rika's cooked. I am a Mion is a demon. She's gonna say this.
Mion じゃない。
I mean, good delay, good delay. It's not intentional as a delay, but it's all we got.
さっきまで一緒だったMionを返せ。
You gotta say shit like, I love her, bro. I love her. I don't know. Just start yapping.
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？
I've been asking that all game. Most relatable Mion sentence of all time. I've been asking that since chapter 1, buddy.
恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るな！この鬼め！返せ！
Even Mion, the insanity person, is like, really? Even Mion thinks that he's insane. Mion stood there for a few moments with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. Even Mion, that says something if Mion is thinking that Keiichi's like insane. And like, are you serious? If you're making Mion question this, you're indefensible. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But... This person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by a demon and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. No. Mion was just a victim. No. I'm not reading that line. I can't read it. I can't take it. I can't take it. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. It all had to be to do with this demon possessing her. I recognize the laugh. It's the same laugh. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked.
本当におめでたい人だね。園崎Mionに殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がMionだなんて認めない。
W delay.
返せ。退け鬼め。
You have to be entertaining enough to not get tortured to death.
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり
No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me would be able to hear.
頑張れミオン。こんな鬼畜生に負けるな。本当に強い。お前の力を見せてくれ。
The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
頼むよミオン。ミオン。どこで
This is the best he's got. Yeah, I mean, this is good. This is the best he can do. Yeah, because it's kind of like, it's like us as a group, we're all about winning. We're all about winning. No, optimism is high-key the worst move on the planet, but when you're tied up about to be tortured to death, yeah, it's, I guess, okay. But if you're already tied up about to be tortured to death, then maybe it hasn't treated you very well up to this point. Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was the hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted. Oh, I can't take it. I'm going to get started now. I'm gonna get started now, by the way. You should just... Yo! What are you doing then? She should bring both of us in, tie us both up, and we can watch each other get tortured. And then there's a really fun encounter where it's like, a part of us, we're getting tortured, and then when she walks away to Shion, we actually are glad that Shion's getting tortured because it means that we're not getting tortured. And so there's this really sick, perverse element of us being glad that the other person is tortured. So the bond that Keiichi and Shion has begins to rapidly deteriorate as they hope that each other get tortured because it spares them the suffering themselves. It's genius. It's not torture bonding, it's torture shattering bonds. Where you're glad that they get tortured. That's what she could be doing right now, bro. She can't even do torture right. She is missing out on some grade A SS rank torture. Brother, man, you could be torturing at a higher level, Shion. Mion, sorry, I mix you up. You're so similar, right? Remember when Rena said you were the same inside and out or whatever? Which, by the way, Rena, you're stupid. Can we all just... Rena's really lucky that it's not her down here, because she would have walked into the exact same trap. Let's be honest. Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the demon. I'm gonna kill you, Keiichi. Yet a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
Kei-chan, maid no miyage nante ki no kiita mono janai keredo.
It's fucked up that she returns to... She stops being demon mode just to be like, I mean, you're still gonna die, but like, let me tell you something. It's like, brother, if you're not in demon mode anymore, let me out! Let me out!
どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the demon had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。
I don't give a...
だけれど私はそれを理性で抑えつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。でも本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
その鬼はある小さなことをきっかけにまた目覚めてしまった。それは何に原因があったと思う？
The dam. It was the dam, right? There's a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes.
わかる？
I don't know what gave the demon the chance to beat Mion.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど、あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった原因。
You're the reason? The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downward all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら。
I cannot take it. Mion, you're wrong. You're wrong about yourself. I don't even care. Oh, the doll. The doll. Yo, baby girl, you were killing people and torturing them to death for 4 years previously. Right? Parents? The brother? The other parents? Oh, but the doll let the demon back. The demon has been there for 4 years previously. The demon's been chilling. Unless you just killed them all and that wasn't the demon, in which case there's no difference. Dumbass Mion. I can't take it. I can't take it. It's your fault of the doll. You still give me the doll. Yo, I said sorry. Doll I got. That doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday. Basic causality. The butterfly effect go crazy.
理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいにパタパタパタといろんなものが倒れ始めて。
Yo, Mion.
収集がつかない。
Yo, Mion, wait. You're about to nail my hands. Let me get into position. Yo, Mion. Hey, baby girl. If you want a doll, I'll get you a new one. In fact, I will go on as many dates with you as you want. Let's run away together. You know what I mean? I will dedicate myself to you. I'm fine with that. This is kind of hot. That's all we have. That's literally the best answer is to go along with it. Like, we're just...
初めの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど。
You're the one who said...
あなたが元凶なの。
そんな。
This is just more elaborate torture, dude. This is just more elaborate torture, placing the blame on him. Literally, up to this... Oh my goodness. Literally, the entire thing in the house was all about how it's not his fault, and she just placed the fault on him again. Dumb ass.
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。
And then here's the part where we say, can you bring that Mion out so that I can say sorry to her one last time? I really do care about her, and I want to apologize to her that I made her do this. You know? You do anything. You do literally anything, right?
これで十分。メイドの土産は。
I don't think you're gonna make it very peaceful, baby girl. A mistake that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up.
そんな嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。
Yeah, I mean, that's like the only idea, right? Because like the demon, when she's in demon mode, you don't even have to believe it as real, but she believes it as real, so it matters, right? So you have to snap her out of this form and then try to talk to that Mion. But it just is
紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。
And she's 180ing on everything she said in the shack, which is proof she doesn't care. She's lying. I mean, this is demon, I guess, but like still.
あの時。
Nonchalant. Chad, we weren't nonchalant enough. We had to be more nonchalant. I want to say odd, like I just remembered something as I recalled that day. Rena had told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. Was it Shion pretending to be Mion? So it's not actually our fault. It's Shion's fault. Tell her that. I did apologize to you. It must have been Shion in disguise. Go torture her. In other words, oh god. I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Now's your time, dude. Today I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going to the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? Then clutch it the hell up now. Rena told me at the time that, and now she herself know, the demon was telling me. Is the only way for a density like me to be cured, to die altogether? Literally, just apologize now. Just apologize now. Just apologize now. Blame it on Shion. Do anything. Don't. Please, Keiichi, please. Stop crying! I can no longer hold back the hot tears from pouring out of me. I simply just cried and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret. Thank you for whatever we have learned for the photo.
じゃあそろそろいい?
No, bring out Shion. Bring out Mion. Bring out Mion.
この拷問はね。
Don't explain it to me. I can understand. It is pretty intuitive. I'll give you that.
左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。
Okay. Oh, and then I'm gonna hang from it? That'd be
順に
cool.
親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って。
Ah, so
今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。
boom, 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 boom. And then we call it good?
この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつけ。
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I guess 2 go into the thumb. Extra one for the thumb.
それが終わったら次は右手。それが終わったら次は。
You gotta apologize now, dude. You gotta apologize now.
指先って たくさんの神経が集まってるから、
It's literally all we got,
ケイちゃんが
Keiichi.
想像するよりも
Please, dude.
はるかに痛いよ。
Please, please,
両手30本を打ち終える前に
please.
失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Mion pressed the tip of a nail to my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, and all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt and I couldn't even
他の
twitch.
人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、
That's good to know.
なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
Yo, you are literally getting a golden ticket
そ
out
れ
of
で
here.
ミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
I can't take it. I can't take it. I can't take it. I can't take it. I followed because of your valid crash out. I'm glad somebody understands. Keiichi, don't say if this will satisfy your demon Mion. You are being a dumbass. You have to apologize now about the doll and say that you thought you apologized and that's why you didn't apologize twice because it was Shion in disguise. That is the most understandable thing in the entire game. That is so fine to do. It's the only move. It's the only move. It's the only move. If I was Sate the demon, then do to me what you will.
あんた、
I mean, this is kind of cute because it looks like he's like looking out for her, but like, please, please, please,
俺が
please.
傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば。
This is kind of an okay play because it might garner some sympathy. That like I'm willing to be tortured for you, you
気
know?
の済むようにするといい。その代わり、2つ約束しろ。
Come on, lock in. Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak. Good
俺の
delay.
気が済むまで痛めつけたら、シオンは許してやれ。西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪には。それで十分見合う仕打ちをしたは
Good
ずだ。
attempt, Keiichi.
あんた、この後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは、
Forgive yourself.
気が済んだら、
Okay, no, I tried.
も
You
うお前
disappear.
は消えろ。その体を。ミオンに
Oh, yeah, no,
返してやって
kinda,
くれ。
kinda. Yeah,
それだけ
looking
だ。
out for Mion. Look out for Shion and look out for Mion. That's kind of what I meant by that. So, yeah.
あんたって人には命乞い
This
を
is
するの
good. This is actually a good move.
そういう考
I
え
can
は
accept
思い
this
浮かば
move.
ないの？
Acceptable Keiichi move. You still gotta apologize for the doll. That's literally, she gave you an alley-oop and you just threw the basketball into the floor and then it hit you in the face. But, this is something.
約束。
Bruh, okay, this is
2つじゃな
hilarious.
くて、
Funniest thing Keiichi's
3
ever
つにして
said.
いいか。
Actually, now that you mention it, yeah, 3 things would be cool, huh?
3つ目は、
Yeah, there we go.
俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
You know what? Keiichi, I'll take that one. I'll take that one. That was funny. That was funny.
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
Aww.
そいつは残念。
In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I left quietly together as if sharing in a stupid joke.
多分私は約束を守らないよ、鬼だから。
It was kind of an implicit apology, kind of, but the doll apology is mostly the utility of it is to snap her out of demon mode, and also you can say, Shion, like I apologize to you, but it was Shion in disguise, which is a really good flip, you know. I probably won't keep these dark promises. Keiichi, you do have that one move still. I recall tightening my hands into fists during the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. And he's not gonna do it. Okay. Okay, do it. He's really saying, just put it in already. Just put it in. I've prepared myself already, so do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek. Oh, we're so back?
ケイちゃん、今の3つ目の願いだけは。
Oh? 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 Okay? Okay? My third wish. To save me. She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い。シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slid from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い。この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境に。
Mion will never come back?
今日以降。もし私の姿があったとしても。
Never?
それは姿だけ。私の姿をした鬼だから。
そんなことはない。ミオンはミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
The thumping? Remember the thumping thing? We just never got an answer for that thumping thing. Wonder if that's gonna come back. Like, remember when we snuck into the ritual storehouse? I definitely heard it as well. Salam. Wait, so what was the thumping thing? We're about to get an answer for it. That's crazy. Salam. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse. Oh, okay, nope. Not at all the answer to the thumping thing. JK! We have a chance. The cops are on the way. Took her long enough, thank you. Man, we never got an answer to that. That's actually crazy. Yeah. Didn't hear banging sound everyone else heard. Strange. Shion said she was lying, but Tomatake heard it. Child jumping on floorboards far away. Yeah, I still don't know what that is.
あのぼやーっとした感じの子がこんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
それについては同感だよ。
Yeah, lol. Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, then took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks threw out with a snapping noise. You're tasing me?
見たことないでしょ?
You're tasing me.
本物のスタンガンだよ。
Why? That's just rude.
かなり出力が上げられるように。
That's just rude. Don't tase me.
俺に食らわせたのはそれか。子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use a stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of metal to my neck. Slam. I heard a roar as they broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。すぐに大石が来てくれるから。ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before. Gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
I'm sorry for disgracing
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても、俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降、もしも私を見かけても、近寄らないでね。それは、私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. Hey, Keiichi somehow lived. Thank goodness, dude. Oh my goodness. Keiichi Yap actually succeeded. Thank goodness. Didn't even tear out his throat. That's my boy right there. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Himizawa Village, Shishibone City. The suspect is Mion Sonozaki. She is suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19th and June 21st. Oryu? What? Imprisoned them and killed them. She killed Oryu? Why'd she kill the grandma? That is so random. We killed the grandma? Why? What? Okay. Got killed by Shion? Or Mion. Oh my god, how did I confuse it again? I guess? Yeah, Grandma was just chilling. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence. How is there insufficient evidence? How? There's a torture chamber that's freshly used. But it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonozaki property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi and Rena. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement on the Sonozaki property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair, flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the other 4 missing persons. Wait, what? Imprisoned them and killed them. So Shion's dead, right? Because they say they secured it. Did she secure it or secure the corpse? We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, the remains have still not been found. Shout out the well. Hey, Keiichi, you want to tell her about the well? Tell them about the well? At one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of this Sonozaki property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. Oh, remember I said she would get away, that there would be a tunnel, escape tunnel? There we go. Yeah, no Gilf Grove. Which was where they were imprisoned. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak deaths incident of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonozaki was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There's so many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as those of the Sonozaki family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It's clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been in prison for the longest time, Shion Sonozaki. Oh, okay, so she lives? The suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to Okay, so she gets to live. So I guess Shion had to run off, which means the delay strategy actually worked. That's cool. The delay strategy worked. So thank goodness. But she got basically mind broken by the horror. The psychiatrist concludes that she's in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Hopefully she'll recover later. Jeez. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Ooishi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was a small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Ooishi-san asked me all sorts of things. Of course he would. But I don't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hasn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, since Ooishi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. What? She seemed she was going to take me with her and then kill me? That's just not true. I guess he's maybe remembering wrong. She was going to let you go, baby boy. She's taking responsibility for all this to protect someone. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her. Apparently, she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw. Oh, that's so bad. She got so tortured that she could only see Mion. Like, her mind started warping, dude. Hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. We let her leave? That means she has to get locked into into psychology. Put her, with a put her in a mental hospital. That's not a, oh, wow, she only sees her, horrible abuser after seeing children get tortured, and hearing them get tortured. I mean, imagine the conversations she had with them. No, that's what you get for cucking your sister. Damn right. I take it all back. Mion is in the clear. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. Okay, yeah, good job, police department. Or I don't even know who to blame, but good job, the system, for failing her. Completely and utterly. Oh, and yeah, she couldn't even look at herself. Oh, that's so true. Because she's a twin. Police were investigating this Sonozaki's underground storehouse at this moment. Since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices, hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground, without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika-chan, Satoko, and everyone else, was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to that basement again, too, for an on-the-side inspection or something. But I didn't remember being of any help. That sounds not good, to bring the 12-year-old back to the side of the torture, but okay. I never wanted to go back there again. Ooishi doesn't care, though. For days afterwards, Sonozaki is living in Okinomiya. In other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many other followers with them. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights. And they decided to move away. Thank goodness. Rena, your optimism almost got me killed.
越しちゃうんだね。
Oh yeah, I'll stay! Of course I'm moving!
いつ？
来月の終わり。ひなみ沢には結局半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
寂しくなるね。私一人しか残らない。
Rena smiled sadly. If I had just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there, where she had disappeared to? I hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. Personally, I would hope for spike pits that she falls in, climbs out and falls in again, and dies. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but as just Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them. Spending all their time doing club activities. Okay, it's kind of like heaven, right? As lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. Serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground, one by one, and for many days, news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon the grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bring this stuff up in jest, but there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Himizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. The true horror of this chapter, Ooishi won. God damn it, you're right. We played into his hand and almost got tortured to death for it. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The real Mion is, fine with... Okay. This is what Keiichi doesn't understand. The demon said that she only appeared post-doll? Post-doll was a few weeks ago. Guess what happened before the few weeks ago? Murdering Rika's parents. Murdering Satoko's parents. Not murdering. Torturing to death, Satoshi. Alright? And then, like, that is... You know what I mean? The real Mion, because that was the real Mion. 100%. If you want to do the whole demon thing and accept it as truth, sure. But the demon appeared only to torture the kids to death. But the real Mion then tortured the brother to death, who was also of this same age. So she is... You can't even use that excuse with her, dude. The sky reached so far up, and towering clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. I think paying tribute to assumedly good aspects of people isn't a bad thing. I'm fine, actually, with thinking it's a bad thing. Because you know what it did? Let's be charitable is what almost got us killed. We hesitated being like... And by we, I mean Keiichi and Rena. They were like, this is our friend. Let's hear her out. And then we almost got tortured to death for it. And Shion got extra mind broken for it. Charity to the enemy puts you into a bad, vulnerable position. That's it. Alright? We should have killed her there. Rena should have put up the hands. Boom, boom, boom. You know, she got them boxing hands. Alright? Charity got us fucked. Which sucks that that's how it is. But sometimes it just is what it is. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. Hunger Gamers remember this. Yeah, true. Yes, modernity is about criticality, no compassion. Listen, compassion's lit and all, but if it's a life or death scenario, the compassion all fades. I do not care. Compassion is for courtrooms when we have the time to parse. We do not have the time to parse, okay? When it is an active life or death situation. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared of who would call me this time. Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. Bro, and also, Mion definitely made the discrimination like 50 times worse, by the way. Especially because they never found the bodies, so a bunch of the media is going to be saying that she ate the kids. You know? And that she continued her grandfather's legacy. Because they can't find the bodies, must mean she got rid of them somehow. You know that's what they're saying. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before, her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, the doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something, and was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among the... I can't believe Shion pretended to be Mion, that manipulative rat. Among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was a survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. We should buy the doll and put it somewhere that she will know we put it there. As a final message to her. That'd be kind of cute. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. Or just hold on to it, sure. I waited like this for the opportunity, with it on the desk, so I could give it to her at any time. Plonk. There was a weird noise. Oh my goodness, is she here? It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound the lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. Plonk. The noise happened again. Oh, rocks on my window? I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the light. If there was a second, there would be a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. Plonk. The window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out front through the gap in the curtains. In the light of the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window, made a plonking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. My eyes weren't deceiving me. That person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a shh motion so I wouldn't shout. If she had it well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung on my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. You grabbed the doll, right? I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. There we go. If there was a God, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, and I leaped out of the house.
Mion!
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
Lock in. It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion.
お前、こんなところをうろついてて大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy.
それより、どうしたんだよ？こんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was, upon closer inspection, trembling slightly, and I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね。 もうここにはいられない。
A pain note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か?
Is the demon taking control? What's going
どこか
on?
具合でも。
Again, Keiichi, this is the girl that killed a lot of your friends and all. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't need to, I feel like I don't need to even point it out
今
anymore.
日まで頑張ってきて。
Look at her, like, suppressing her inner Joker laugh.
自分でもわかる。
She's actually jokering.
もうダメ。もう限界。
Bring out the doll. She's only here for a moment longer. Bring out the doll.
私のお迎えは。
Oh, you mean the
すぐ
cops.
後ろまで来てる。
She's freaking out. Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Yo, deep breaths, deep breaths. You got it. Her laughter cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。な、そうだ。俺ミオンに。
There we go. To give you, Mion, this doll. I'd wanted to do this one last thing, because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it... Did we just get stabbed? Deserved. Ugh. Ugh. My stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me, and pushed it tight, and took and twisted it. Mion? Hey. It hurts. This damages my case a bit. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled. Mion's hat. Well, did you do Shion too? Shion? Oh, so she got Shion. She got Shion. Yo, she still won. Like, Ooishi didn't even get the guy. Ooishi didn't even get the... I mean, he got the case resolved. So yeah, Ooishi wins because all he wanted was the case resolved. He doesn't care about people dying. It was an Ooishi and Mion victory. Shion got killed. And now Keiichi's dead. Yeah, let's be charitable, by the way, guys. The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me. Yeah, okay. But he doesn't listen. He doesn't listen. Even when he's told directly by the demon. He doesn't listen. From today on, even if my body is here, a body is all it will be. By then, the demon will have taken it over. The demon. The demon. The demon. Oh, so the eyes... maybe we can confirm that the eyes are like the demon. And so that means that Rika, or Rena, sorry, also has a demon. Which is something, in which case, what is the demon? Is it like a deeply psychological thing? Is it an actual like genetic bloodline thing? Is it an actual supernatural thing? That's like really the question. Tonight's biggest loser, Satoko, still dead, still an orphan, still formerly abused. Satoko bros! Satoko bros! It's an Ooishi victory and a Satoko biggest loser. Shout out Mur, because that's an Impractical Joker's reference. Like, the best character gets hoed the most, and the worst one wins. I can't take it. This can't. I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't. Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design, is the doll I bought for Mion, dyed in red. So red. Mion. Man, dude, the music trailed off perfectly there. That was crazy. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful or curse it? Yeah, you should probably curse it. My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood, had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. Ruined. The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Himizawa Village, Shishibone City. The victim was Keiichi Marabara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sonozaki, and was gravely wounded. Did he live? I'd be amazed. 2 a.m., and then his parents woke up. He would have had to lie there for like 5 hours bleeding out. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was then transported to the clinic. He escaped death? She didn't finish him off? And he survived blood loss? That's actually crazy. The criminal fled the scene. Now, guys, don't worry. This episode's gonna go on for another hour as he buys another doll and meets with her again and then gets stabbed again because he can't learn. Because he fundamentally cannot understand. He will be stabbed in the stomach and he'll still cope. On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall incident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City. Rip Shion. The victim was Shion Sonozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Later on the same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used a master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. Oh my gosh, she fought off Mion, lost the fight, and then got thrown out. Did she remove the knife? That might lessen the bleeding. Removing the knife makes it worse. If you keep the knife in, then it'll like block the arteries so that blood won't get out. But if you take the knife out, then it has free flow. So like if you ever get stabbed, you should leave the knife in. Unless you want to bleed to death. Or like if you get like an arrow in you, leave the arrow in and go to the hospital with it in. Fun fact, chat. I don't want you dying. I don't want you getting Keiichi'd, okay, chat? Lock in, all right? Don't bleed out, chat. You're more important than it, you know? Come on. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. I think I just flipped it then. One neighbor had frequently visited this Sonozaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded like the two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. You are the knife now. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred the same day in Himizawa Village, perpetrated by said incident suspect, and did a thorough search of the room, but we cannot find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight down into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. If she is mentally unwell enough that she might have an insanity-induced suicide attempt, then why is she free roaming? It's a great question. The saying is, two men have a knife fight, the loser dies in the street, the winner dies in the ambulance. Yeah, 100%. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide. So they failed Shion. The cops and the society completely failed Shion. Keiichi remains a fool every step of every chapter. Bro cannot make a good decision for the life of him. Bro can't learn, dude. Guys, Mion's about to walk in visiting us, and we're gonna try to give her the red stained doll, and then she's gonna kill us. 'Cause we can't learn! Oh, it's worse. Unironically, it's worse than Mion entering. It's unironically worse than Mion entering and killing us. I would rather Mion enter than Ooishi. That's how bad this is. Clank. The door opened, and as I expected, Ooishi-san came in. Mushi mushi, Mayama. Oh, you have any miso soup? Let me tell you all about the history of shogi. Brother, man, send Mion in and just put it in already. How have you been? Me in the hospital, stomach wound. Yeah, I'm good. Keiichi in this chapter pissed me off so much that I put off reading chapter 3 for like 7 months. Yeah, if I wasn't streaming this, I don't even know if I would go into chapter 3. I'm so mad. Like, please! I think I got worse when I saw your face. W. The difference between this chapter and the first is that Keiichi just doesn't actually value his life here. Yeah, he like doesn't have self-preservation instincts. Like chapter 1, he was coping and denial, but when push came to shove, he fought tooth and nail to live. Here, he puts his trust in Mion way above it, which is dumbass behavior. In chapter 1, he was willing to kill Rena and Mion, and honestly, they were not as bad as Mion was here. Mion was way worse here. Torturing him, torturing Shion, torturing the kids to death, torturing everything to death. Life is horrible, life is a joke. Mion was way worse here than Rena was in chapter 1, and he was more forgiving and more nice to her. Bought the doll, chillin', do whatever. You know what I mean? As Ooishi-san gave a laugh that smelled of sweat, he handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner on the first floor of the hospital. And like, dude, in chapter 1, he got goated. The most goated thing he did was bat and kill 2 of them. Mion, Rena, dead. He's the demon slayer. Let him cook. That's my thing, right? Yeah. Well, chapter 1, Keiichi had 0 grip of reality. Of course, he only had himself to rely on. And guess what? The bozo died. But he died and he got 2 kills. Here, he got 0 kills, manipulated every turn, and just everything went... It was worse. This one was worse. More people died. At least chapter 1, only Keiichi died, not the kids. Like, brother man. Optimism saved Keiichi. I'm going to kill you, I think, personally. This is a real threat. I am a danger to myself and others. In-game. It's all a joke. Lock in. No! Leave! Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted. Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Ooishi-san grinned wildly and looked around the room. Well, nice place you got here. Yeah, dumbass. I see through you. Thank you, Keiichi. Type shit. Oh my god, finally a good Keiichi line. Thank you, Keiichi. Thank you, Keiichi.
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
This was a large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It's hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city. Bro, and Mion's still gonna be out there trying to kill us, because all she wants to do is kill us, and she's gonna see that we're still alive in the paper. Brother man. It's hard to believe Hinamizawa was part of the same city.
転院はいつ頃になりそうですか?
さあ、俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa though, and were living in our new one. They planned to have me transfer hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there. Sits on his lap. Alright.
本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
I don't need the audio to be from Ooishi and from you. Alright, how about we keep one Ooishi in the game? Alright, we don't need to have 2 Ooishis. I don't need Ooishi in stream and in game. We can have 1 Ooishi max. You know what I mean? We don't need 2 of them running around. Is that just me? Is that just me? Is that just me though? Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. It's so funny. I also get an email every time, so I just got an email on my phone. Also, thank you, Sioka, for the follow. I kind of thought you were already following. Thank you for the follow anyways. Alright, lock in. Thank you for the 5 FBI. I don't think I said your name. Alright. Anyways. I just can't take it, brother man. I just can't take it. Just be my job. I do not. Okay, lock in. Stop talking.
今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。
There aren't actually cookies. Why are we talking about the can? What's in the can of cookies? Ow, ow! I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので。
Ooishi-san pulls open the can of cookies and... Ah! Ow, ow, I'm stretching my scar. Nekoshiro after this. Things to read? H manga aimed at girls too. Oh? Ooishi's bringing us porn. I literally, you could have told me that this happened. You could have straight up spoiled me and I would think you were trolling. I could think you were just completely trolling. He just brought him porn. What? Has he actually said anything since he entered? I think he just wants to talk to Keiichi. Redeemed. But Meyabaru-kun, you're gonna need to jack off. Meyabaru-kun, you're gonna need to stroke your shit. To the thought of Mion torturing you. Brother, man. That's why he's the goat. That's fine. A nurse fetish is so fine. Nurses are hot. Respectfully. Respectfully. Shout out my nurses out there. And gave Ooishi-san's vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other I understood. The fact that Ooishi-san was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something more important to talk about. Something important to talk about. I don't want you saying her name. I do not want you saying her name. You failed her. I blame you. The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accident, suicide, homicide, but it could only have been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
Mion.
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、私も
Yeah, y'all. I thought y'all surrounded the place. You never found her. Like y'all fumbled the match. Y'all completely fumbled. She got away and killed Shion.
Mion はまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。それを今日はお
But
伝
at
え
least
し
he
た
got
く
the
来
case
たん
closed
です
of. It's Mion.
は
It's
い
just that she's still on the run.
実は
Oh,
見つかっ
okay.
たんです。
Thank you. That's fine. You can. That's fine with us. I'm fine with you telling us this. Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. She's still your best friend. She stabbed you in the stomach. I don't know how. My best friend. Keiichi is undefendable. I can't take it. I can't take it. I feel like I'm Shion in the cage right now. I'm Shion in the cage, and Keiichi's inner thoughts are the screams that are torturing me. I am actually Shion, for real, for real. I felt many other things, too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下。
Oh, we found the corpses?
隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Took a while, but thank you.
前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体を
Just kill me,
そこで
please.
発見しました。
Keiichi, stop being stupid and just let me die.
そうですか。
That sliver of hope, that possibility I believed in, that Rika-chan and Satoko were alive, just from the fact their remains hadn't been found, gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましたね。
When someone stabs, you turn the other cheek.
まさに四角中の四角でした。井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古井戸に抜けられましたね。
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょう。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、 いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
みんなの遺体はその底に。
はい。
Okay.
逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下にコールタール状の泥水が溜まって
Hey, well, the bodies weren't ever thrown in the swamp. That's pretty crazy. They were just thrown in coal tar in the mountains. Not the swamp, though.
相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体は
You know, telling us the gruesome details of our friends who are little girls' deaths are kind of an insane thing to tell to a 12-year-old, 13-year-old recovering from a stab wound. But Ooishi doesn't. What do I expect better from Ooishi?
遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
I'd be insane too. I'd be clinically mad. I'd have to be Keiichi to expect better. At least Keiichi hates Ooishi. That's the one win of this entire chapter. I hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika-chan or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
全員。それどころか死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。最低でも3人分はあると思われます。ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。
Ooishi don't care about nothing about the...
一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Oh, she's such a victim. Oh, the weight. Oh, no, the weight on her shoulders. Keiichi is unforgivable. 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 Is Satoshi down there? Satoko W? She is with her brother. That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. I just like Mion.
今、獅子骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。
See, it's like disrespectful to Satoko and Rika. It's incredibly disrespectful to Satoko and Mion when... I think I actually hate Keiichi now. I think I can officially hate him, actually. Because when he's being told about Satoko and Rika's deaths, he starts, like, feeling bad for Mion, their killer. You know? I feel like that's disrespectful to them. Because, like, he learns that all of them are dead. So he learns for sure that Satoko and Rika-chan are dead right here. And then his next thought when it becomes confirmed to him that Satoko and Rika, the two children, have died, is that weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion. So the confirmation leads to him feeling bad for Mion. Keiichi's efficiently the worst. I hate him. I think. You wouldn't get it, Pink Joker. The timing is unforgivable. It shows that he doesn't, like, I can't say he doesn't care about Rika, and Satoko, because, you know, obviously he's like, I care about them. But he cares, I think it's almost like he cares more about Mion. Right? Which is just a unironically brain-rotted, insane, psychopathic thing to think. And they were tortured horribly to death. Well, the bones for a decade old were something else, right? Because look. Did you find them all? I hoped, but my shallow hope was crushed. Yes, all of them. So that line right there is the confirmation, and then they talk about the history, and so the confirmation and the history thing happens at the same time, and he starts thinking about Mion. I can't take it, man. I don't even, and the crazy thing is, I don't even need to look at the specific dialogue, because he still has been, like fanboying over Mion this entire time, more than caring about Rika and Satoko being dead. Like, he thinks about Mion more than them, and that's just unforgivable to me. On top of his bad decision-making. I was just like, dude. No, I get what you mean. It's just crazy that that's what he focuses on. Him focusing on that is the insane thing. After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Ooishi-san went for a cigarette to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in his shirt pocket. Thank goodness.
そう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出リカさんご存知ですよね。
もちろん仲間ですから。
was your friend. She's dead. And Mion killed her.
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
Oh, diabetic. Yeah, let me add that to my notes real quick. Potentially diabetic. like, what? Huh? Rika-chan has diabetes. I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね。
What?
注射器が見つかりまして。
Oh, it's not
破
diabetes.
損していたので薬物は特定できなかったんです。
Okay. Had a syringe in her pocket when she died from Mion. Okay, that's interesting. That's really interesting. Which is part of why, like, Rika, I don't really trust either. Rika's just a child, so I feel bad for her. Satoko's the only one I really trust right now. Though, honestly, if the pattern continues, Satoko's gonna do some crazy shit later. Like, in chapter, 12 or whatever the hell. Right? This is kind of sus, though. This is incredibly sus. Because this is the syringe from chapter 1, I bet. Right? It's the same shit. I didn't know anything about Rika-chan carrying syringes around with her.
園崎家は本業の方。薬剤屋さんのことです。で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね。その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのです。
It's weird that she would have one.
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうのか？
そうは申してません。
ただ、
お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくっていうのはどう考えても変ですからね。
Or maybe like Mion was getting juiced up or something, and that Rika was delivering drugs to like activate their demon mode or something. I don't know. I have no idea what any of this means. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick. Yeah, there's like certain reasons we could get mad at her for that or something. I don't know.
大丈夫ですから、話の続きを。
まあ注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。
Rika-chan.
リカさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありました。
You're trying to kill Mion? I don't know about.
村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。
I don't know. I think it's more demon juice theory. I mean, maybe. Mion was acting in self-defense as being added to my cope bingo card. That's actually such a funny idea. I tortured the little girl in self-defense. She was gonna give me drugs. God damn. And the crazy thing is there's a possibility that's real, you know? Not the, like, self-defense, you know, it still doesn't work, but, like, that Rika was gonna, like, syringe her. Because maybe that, like, does, like, demon mode stuff. Especially if it's, like, a historical thing for the village. So, you know, and she's, like, the spiritual thing, so she'd be attached to the demon thing, which is actually a state of, like, psychosis that comes from drug use. Like, I could see something like that. It's also probably what was used on Tomotage-san, right? It was what was probably used on Keiichi at the end of chapter 1, or maybe not successfully used, but could have been successfully used. Who knows?
盲信してた年寄り方と殺してしまった園崎家とで実効支配していた御三家もほぼ全滅状態。こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら今度こそ間違いなく敗戦。
Well, let's do it. Let's clear out the village. This village sucks.
ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant. I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. It opened slightly and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎましたか。参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. I told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask and if she could wait a little bit longer.
そう？手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
No, I'm never seeing you again.
大石さん。
Do it now.
今どうしてるんです？
I wanted to just hear that answer and then get rid of him.
それを話す前に。
What? What could you ask me?
前原さんに一個だけ本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
何ですか？
What question? Cut the cicadas.
本当に真面目に答え
Cut
て
the cicadas as soon as he asks the question for dramatic effect. Come on.
いい加減なこと言っちゃうと場合によっては
Oh, you're gonna prosecute me, the victim. Yeah, okay, that's respectful.
告発される場合もあります。
Ooishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
Mion. Do you think that since she was busy killing me at the same time, it doesn't make sense? Because guess what? She said she killed everyone she wanted to while she was stabbing me in the gut, okay? It's Mion.
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを刺したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
The thing is, like, the corpse has to be Shion because Mion has the tattoo on her back. The corpse has to be Shion, right? And so Mion, in police custody, has to be the real Mion. So when somebody falls to their death and he gets stabbed, it can't be that, like, they switched places or that Shion stabbed you. Like, I don't know where he's going. Ooishi-san smiled bitterly and then doubted his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it.
シオンを突き落として、俺を刺して。
What?
ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないで
We
すか。
haven't seen the tattoo, but she was willing to show it to us, so I believe that it's there. We read about it in the book. We read about it in the notebook as a tip, and then she was willing to show it to us. We didn't see it, but, like, that has to be enough to actually believe it's there. And, like, you could say, like, oh, maybe Mion gave Shion a tattoo in the torture chamber. But we're just brain rotted at that point, you know? They would have found the tattoo supplies, right? What? The neighbor is actually a member of an organized crime group? In other words, she was Shion's bodyguard?
このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんです。
What? So the testimony is now no longer trustable? The man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he used to be hearing when they still lived together. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Shion and Mion insulting each other and heard them struggling. First, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and locked the door. Then they saw that the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion. And that's how it happened.
つまり、壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。
But Mion said that she killed everyone.
しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。
It's like a testimony from Mion.
ですから、この騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。重ねて言えば、園崎ミオンを目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
見なくったって、そんなのミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ。だからつまりですね、あなただけがあの晩確かに園崎ミオンを目撃した唯一の人間ってことになるんです。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのかよくわからないんですけど。
At that point, Ooishi-san paused. The fact that this was a no-smoking area completely split his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. Dumbass. Kerclank, he lit one with his lighter. No respect for the hospital, and exhaled a large stream of tobacco smoke. You're gonna give me a coughing fit. You think it was Shion? The demon can transfer between them or something? It was Mion. Why would it be Shion?
はい。間違いなく。
The smoke Ooishi-san breathed out floated away like a thundercloud swept away by the wind. I mean, like, oh, it was Shion. But why would it be Shion? That Mion, like, drove her crazy. He was like, go kill him! Go kill Meibara! And Shion was like, yes, older sister. I will do what I must. Like...
大石さん、ここ禁煙です。看護師さんに怒られますよ。
Put that cigarette out, brother.
実は、園崎ミオンも井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。
え
？How do we know it was her? Like, I don't even know what we're doing anymore. So, Shion stabbed us? Shion went insane enough to emulate her sister and then stabbed us and then went into her room, freaked out, and ran off the balcony and died. But also, like, if he just led with this, that would have been cool. Why blue ball Keiichi and edge him for, like, 20 minutes and then drop this piece of information? Because, like, Ooishi, why take this long to say this? Open with this shit. Wait, no, you're fucking idiot. What are you yapping about? You were literally saying that Mion Sonozaki is in your... What? Wait, you're lying. What? You said that what? You said that you had her. That you had Mion. And now you're saying that she's actually dead and was a corpse at the bottom of the well?
転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し、首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい。
So you just lied about Mion.
シオンさんと同じにね、首の骨を折って。
Why would you lie to me about that? He just said they found her. He was obvious. He was being... Listen, I don't care if he was technically lying or not. He was realistically lying to us because he implied that she was alive and that we could see her and talk to her or whatever. You know?
足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるでそこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられる。
So Shion just went crazy and emulated her sister?
それじゃおかしいじゃないですか。
Again, failure of the police.
検視の結果。
And we know it's her and not her sister? Because Shion could have been, like, thrown in there if Mion escaped with her. No, but we found Shion. Wait, so where did they find Shion? Did they find Shion in the cell? I guess that would just make sense if Mion had died.
あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the one who stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it. I mean, Shion, and then it's just Shion. We went crazy. No one attacked Shion. Shion attacked you. Shion killed herself. Okay, well, that sounds like a clean wrap-up. Bow tied. GG.
園崎ミオンなのに園崎ミオンじゃない。
Just say Shion, big bro.
何者かですよ。
Just put the conclusion in the script. My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight.
高野美代さんの死、覚えてますか？
Yeah, let's talk about it, man. Let's talk about it. You got all day? 5 minutes, by the way. Oil drum.
はい。確か遠くの山の中で焼け死んだって聞いたような。
I don't care. I don't care about her right now. I'm losing it. Ooishi is the worst person alive. I hate him so much. He's lying to the child. He's manipulating the child. He doesn't care about the child's life. He gives the child porn.
辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
This might be me an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion. He was telling me there was even more on top of that. I need to understand the complex things Ooishi-san was telling me. She was already dead?
死後24時間って検視結果
Wouldn't that make it so that
うちの鑑識のじじいが言う
Wouldn't that make it so that she was dead before we saw
かなり信頼
her?
できるものらしいんです。つまりどういうことか。
24 hours ago? How long would that
何
have
度も
been?
聞いた質問になりますが。
Also, it could just be autopsy being bad.
綿
Like,
流
what?
しの晩、高野美代さんに会ってますよね。
会ってます。
その前日、お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、会ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことは、お祭りの前日の晩にはもう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。でもあなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さんはもうお亡くなりになっていたのです。
Apparently was dead by autopsy before the festival, which makes literally no sense. Okay. The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything, our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times, the one who tempted me, Takano-san. When she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world. We're just taking this as true, because this makes zero sense. I just believe that the autopsy was done incorrectly. That is a way better Occam's razor than this nonsense. Because at that point, we can't trust anything anymore. It falls apart. Like, did Rika drugged us? Rika drugged us. So, like, like, an incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。
No, Mion's death... Okay, well, Ooishi says that Mion died by slipping and falling in. I'm going to assume that the autopsy done there is just... It just is Mion, right? Because it just has to be, right? Mion dies there, which means that the Mion that stabbed us was actually Shion, who was losing her mind, and then went home, and then ran around in her room, and then jumped off the balcony and died. Why was Takano actually still alive? I don't know. The only answer now is either the autopsy's wrong. That's like the answer that would make the most sense. But then it's like, why is this in the story? Or we're all high on drugs. Every single one of us is getting, like, high on drugs. The psychostimulant stuff that made Tomotaki-san go mad is something that we have been getting dosed with continually, which means that we have no power to do any, like, we're cooked. Because that means we can't trust the script anymore. We can't trust events we see. If we can't trust what we see and hear, then we can't do anything. We're just cooked.
この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。
Or it's just a fake her, but like what, she also has a twin? Like, I feel like that would have been found by now.
今の話はどうか。
Or she's a ghost, you know, then we could just blame the supernatural. Ooishi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on the chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around.
長居しました。
Yeah, everything's a hole at this point. This is a giant hole. I don't understand. Okay, I kept thinking I could at least end this incident as it applied to you, but it looks like it got even more baffling instead. Absent-mindedly, he walked toward the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye.
今後話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。
I think it was a witch.
さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで。 その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに来ますよ。
Ooishi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something. I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
では、またいつかお会いしましょう。お大事に。
I hope I never see you again, Ooishi-san. Schlam. I listened to the tap-tap-tap of Ooishi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. My ears are ringing. Why are my ears ringing? Look, it's him. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me? What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. End of game? Okay, okay, so we're still high? Okay. So who syringed us? Did we like touch the porn mags and it like came through our fingertips and like took our bloodstream out? Okay. I didn't even read that. You weren't surprised? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Then slip, an arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear. I'm fine with that. Okay, he started to hallucinate. He started to go crazy. I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognized it as Mion's voice.
なんだ、ミオン。何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても。それは私の屍に取り付いた。
It could be that she died. No, but that doesn't make sense because they would have taken her corpse in. But like it possessed your body or your corpse, so if you die, but that still doesn't really work.
そうだな。言ってたよな。
Or she stabbed him and then went back to the place everybody died and then just dove in.
ごめん。ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。
And was like, alright, I've done what I want, time to take myself out. Still in the torture room, by the way. So true, chat. Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Yeah, maybe, like, I could see that where they only found the body of her after she stabbed me? Or no, I know, she stabbed me yesterday, I think. So they probably already had found the body a while ago. It's a little bit of a timeline thing. If there's even room for her to have stabbed us and then went and suicided after she thinks she killed everybody that she wanted to kill, then it's like, alright, like, now I can take my own life kind of thing. Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine. What, do you want to link arms one more time? Like... What do you got, Keiichi? A real knee slapper. The Mion under the bed didn't answer. I swear, if he tears out his throat...
普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後でそれが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡日時が合わない。死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って、
Yeah, that would be funny. Wait, die in such a way? This is actually a genius idea. Die in a way that makes Ooishi-san go crazy. Agreed. It's a troll death. That is funny. No, that's a good one, Keiichi. I like that one.
笑えるだろ。
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それとも、あ
ま
まり
り
面白くなかったか?
Mion's bloodstained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
ケイちゃん。迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held with it was unbelievable, and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body wouldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart, and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of the restraining table. Yeah, with the hand. Please don't be in my face. Okay. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Oh no, the torture! Mion's forehead was split open, and with a face covered with blood, she smiled and got right up just behind me. Is it time to torture me?
何も終わってない。
Low-key, we're still in the torture room.
この事件は
Chat was right.
何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰か
In a sense, though, we never left the torture room because we're still being tortured every day.
無残で気の毒で悲しい。この事件を終わらせてください。それだけが俺の望みです。
Doesn't even wish to survive anymore.
あの時一つ叶えてあげたでしょ。今度はダメ。
Oh, he can't undo the wish. Ghost Mion, that's just rude. Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip, and with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... The torture room is a metaphor for this VN. Jesus Christ. I don't want to hear your Lcast review session. I don't care. The last nail, complete Watanagashi. That's the end. So... Keiichi lives, but he wishes he was dead because he's being tortured every day now until he dies. I've got bad news, Keiichi. This is chapter 2. Chat, this means chapter 3 is going to be the same thing, but with a different person abusing us. Keiichi's going to never, ever, ever in his entire life be willing to admit them a monster, and he's going to die or survive in a worse way. That they're... You get what I mean? Yeah, let's whip out a tier list. It's okay. Difficulty was extremely vicious. Yeah, the end... I don't understand what they're doing with the endgame stuff. With Takano's autopsy. Like, it just doesn't, I don't, what do we do? What do we do with that? He never gets character growth because it all resets to the next chapter. I know, dude. Okay. Ignore the ad. Get out of here, ad. Okay. Okay, let's lock in. Let me turn the cicadas up for y'all. Chapter 3, Keiichi will get a femboy harem and hit the nene with Ooishi while they crank 90s on Mion. I so hope so. That would be huge. Okay, so what's the criteria here? Just goated status? Oh, did y'all do another bingo card? Yeah, I do want to see the bingo card. Apparently chat in the Discord does a bingo card. Wait, I don't think I did some of these. The Bazaar. I miss Satoko. I'm starting to like Ooishi. Really now. Really now. Pink starts to mimic Rika. Pink hates Cast Review Chapter 1. Pink attempts to break down Rika's talk about dogs and cats and death. I think I did that for sure. I still don't trust Rena and Mion, by the way, before Mion admitting to the crime. Yeah, I did both of that, I think. Pink backstabs Keiichi multiple times. 7+? I'm at like 50+. Pink makes an inappropriate comment on the Angel Mort's costumes. That's just a given. Don't give the doll to either of them. I don't remember what I said. Mod stuff. Pink thinks Mion and Shion are different people. I kind of like went back and forth. I don't know. Rena is growing on me. I think that happened. Pink thinks Mion and Shion are the same person. I think that also happened. Pink gets endeared by Shion. Counts only during and after biker scene. I don't think that happened. I think I hated her, right? I don't know if y'all did that. Pink physically recoils/squirms. Debatably. I got sick to my stomach when we were looking around for the kids' bodies. That made me feel really bad. Jeez, man. Okay, so this is going to be just, like, goated status. This is going to be a really quick one. Not, like, a serious, like, character rating, but, like, goated status. I can't stand you. Solid. Bruh. I don't know if I can take this. I can't stand you. Please stop existing. Something like this. Okay. The principal. Bruh. This child. Solid. The other child. Bruh. This one was the better child. This guy. Bruh. Maybe solid. How about bruh? This guy. Solid. This is the better police officer. Yeah, principal of the school, yeah. This is the better police officer. That guy just has an aura. This girl. I don't know if I can take this. She might even be an I can't stand you, please stop existing, but I think we can get lower. That's Takano? Yeah. Takano, by the way? Oh my goodness, Takano. What an absolute... You knew everything you were signing up for, and you just got yourself murked. Like, Takano, please! Mion? You're probably in I can't stand you anymore, please stop existing. For what you've done to the kids. Which, by the way... I'll give Rika goated for this arc. I think... So, obviously, first place. I'll give Rika goated for this arc because she was willing to sacrifice herself for Keiichi. Her having a syringe is weird, but it didn't really go anywhere yet, so I'm just going to put her in goated because I appreciate her taking the fall. Yeah, I'm not going to do cast review tuner tonight. I'm mad tired. Takano was a baddie, though, like we all cracking her. I know, bro. Do not fall for the Hello Kitty girl. Chie... The worst of the bra characters. Tomotake-san, I don't know if I can take this. He fell from grace. I'll put him bottom of bra, actually. Worse than Chie. Because this guy just fell for the Hello Kitty girl. That is a pretty bad... Wait, which one's Mion and which... Oh, this one's Mion. Okay, this one's Shion. Not as bad as his girl, but also just did everything that she was told to. Is Rika not allowed to have Fent? Not if she's putting it inside of me. I don't want her Fent, brother man. Yeah, Tomotaki-san really fell from grace, though. He just made himself look dumb and stupid. Not as bad as her, though. Jeez. It'd be one thing if Takano implicated herself, but she also dragged her boyfriend and 2 kids into this whole murder scheme. Absolutely! Rena, goat, or top of solid, she was better than Rika, to be honest. Rena gets, like, I think top of bruh. her optimism got us murked. Her optimism was just not what we needed, you know? And then she was holding some really weird positions. Maybe like right here? I think right here. She was just... Dude, no. Her optimism got us put into the torture cavern. That was really bad for us and our sanity, right? And Shion. That was bad in a lot of situations. And then also us forgiving her was such a big thing. But it's like, bro, she murdered the kids and she did not... You know what? I don't even think I can take this. Mion murdered the kids and Rena was like, oh, no. She didn't seem to care that much emotionally, which bothers me. But at least she was like, she needs to get justice. You know? I remember it differently. You and Shion made it out completely unharmed after her optimism. Keiichi was the one that chose to follow into the torture dungeon. Yeah, no, Keiichi was driving me insane. I mean, better than Mion, but, like, Keiichi was driving me nuts. Keiichi's, he's at the bottom. Like, Keiichi was just, like... He was so good for the entire game, and then the end game, he just can't do anything but fumble. The whole, like, it's still Mion thing... I just can't do it, dude. And the way that, like... the kids dying wasn't the priority as much as, like, but Mion's my friend. That was coming up so often. And not these. Not the girls dying. Keiichi sucks. Mion or Shion. I think it's, I don't know if I can take this tier, but at above Takano. Because I couldn't, dude, Heard with the cuck thing at the, like, in the slice of life section drove me crazy, right? That was a lot of, like, evil nonsense. But then she got super victimized, right? Then she got really destroyed. And while she was getting victimized, she was trying to save us. You know? And so that I really appreciated. But, like, for her manipulative behavior when it was still slice of life, that was really insane moves. That was, like, that was unhinged behavior. You know? And so for her to... She came through when it really mattered, but also... her pretend to be her sister is part of the reason why our apology didn't go through. So, no, I don't know if I can take this tier. Ooishi. Is Ooishi really... How does he compare to Mion and Mayabara? He's not a child murderer, but he doesn't care about a child being murdered. She wanted to start a true crime podcast. Well, she got into a true crime podcast. Ooishi is go to this chapter. What do you mean? Loki, though, Oishi's character got fleshed out this chapter, regardless if he is a much worse person now. This is more my personal vendetta tier list as opposed to, like, actual character writing. In which case, it's still really hard to figure out where to put him in relation to these three. If you want to have, like, a serious criticism one, then we can we can cook, and that'd be a separate list. Okay, Mion. I think Mion drove me more crazy. She was willing to kill kids, did not give a... I think Keiichi was worse. I actually think it's worse. And I'm not even trolling for a clip. I think Keiichi... And... I don't even remember if he... Like... Keiichi and the best friend and Mion thing was driving me insane. Ooishi is just always the worst, but he's at least, like, trying to do, like the vigilante sting where he was, like, you know, using Keiichi as a pawn. It's like he's kind of objectively doing, like, crazy evil machinations, but at least he, like, got what he wanted. No, I don't like Ooishi. He's still the worst. No, Keiichi's not my guy. Keiichi fell from grace again. Alright. I was rooting for Keiichi. He just can't play an endgame. He was fine with using Keiichi as bait. That is so true. It's such a hard... Was he willing to use the child as bait? I mean, that is so bad. Oh, I hate him so much. Actually, it might be the other way. Oh my goodness. Because, yeah, trying to use Maybar as bait is so bad. You know? To the psycho murderer. Yeah, no, that's... I think that's too good of a point. Yeah, no, I think Keiichi gets to be the best of the absolute dog pile worst. Keiichi Chapter 1 Endgame was alright. It was, like, relatively alright. Because, like, he got to kill them and locked the frick in for the endgame and had really good self-preservation. His main problems was very similar to the Mion problem, where he could not admit to himself that Rena was trying to kill him. And it's the same thing. That's his, like, fatal flaw. He cannot get himself to admit that his friends are trying to kill him. And so he's always going to just be, like, coping himself into his grave over and over and over again. And that behavior I cannot stand. Even Mion in demon mode was surprised to hear that. That says so much. That says so much, you know? Yeah. Writing-wise, I'm gonna be very biased because I just played it, and so, like, my emotions are so high. Let's see. Keiichi's driving me insane. Like, I don't know if I can't tell if I, like it as a piece of writing or not. Because it's so frustrating. You know? It's just, it's mind-blowingly frustrating at times. And it's kind of the point. And, like, I can sometimes consider it realistic. You know, where it's like, oh, he's a kid, so he's gonna be stupid. But also it's just like, oh my goodness, he's so dumb. Like, please, dude. Like, it would be reasonable for a kid to not be this dumb, you know? So I really don't... Loki an accurate child character? I can't tell. Like, I feel like... It's just so bad. Like, he was almost tortured to death by Mion. And then was still trying... He was just written so, like... He was still being a dumbass. Even after he almost got tortured, he bought a doll and wanted to give it to her, and then went and got himself stabbed. Like, I don't know if I can believe that kids are that dumb. You know? Especially when you have, like compare him to Rena, who's, like, for some reason, like, prodigious. You know? Rena's really smart this chapter. So, like... And they're the same age. So putting them next to each other makes him look really stupid. Right? And you can, you know, so it's just like, he's really hard to, like, pin down. He's somewhere in here. I think Rena was better this chapter. I liked Rena this chapter a decent amount. She still had, like, a lot of ambiguity. But her, like, optimism thing I can, like, respect as, like, a character trait. And stuff like that. He's also the protag, so we get to see all his inner thoughts. And his inner thoughts drive me insane. You supported him giving her the doll, don't lie. Yeah, it made sense. No, don't, oh, you mean don't forget the doll. Well, that's just because, like, if you're gonna do it, you're gonna do it. No, he shouldn't have gone out there. That was just dumb. Because you're gonna get stabbed, right? But it's like, if you're gonna do it, then do it. If you're gonna run out there, then grab the doll. There's more refusal to not stop believing in his friend despite clear signs they are problematic, which happens very, very often IRL. It's not problematic in, like, a toxic way, though. It's, like, actively torturing people to death, including your other best friends. If that loyalty cannot break even when she tortures your two little girl best friends to death, then you are it's unbelievable. It's unfathomable to me that it's like, oh, she's my really close friend, and you become gruesomely aware that she tortured your two other friends who are children to death, and you're like, she's still my friend, and I can't consider her differently. It's like obsession and stubbornness to such an extreme that it's, like, mind-boggling to me. Okay, principal. Can I just write, like, not important enough to even rate? Like, not important enough to rate. Like, the principal's not, like, a real... Like, he's just, like, randomly makes, like, comedy jokes, you know? I don't care. This kid... these two kids were fine. I feel like they were fun. Like, they were purely slice-of-life characters. Bro did not give a fuck about Rika and Satoko compared to Mion. Exactly! So, it's just insane. It's just absolutely insane. And you can't... Cope that the kids are still alive doesn't make any sense when it's like, you're smelling their flesh and she's telling you to your face how she killed them. I mean, I can put them in B tier. They're just solid. Like, it's like... The cope is mind-boggling. The kids just, they did their job. The kids were supposed to be slice of life, like, funny haha kids. They did their job fine. Keiichi's, like, actively driving me insane. This guy's fine, he did his job. This guy's fine, he did his job. They're, like, kind of nothing. I could just put the principal there. Like, it's kind of, I don't know. Principal goes down there. This guy also goes down here. This guy's cool. He needs to be top of B. He said he was hoping that he didn't see the bodies to Ooishi at the end. Yeah, and that was stupid of him. And that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. When she is told in gruesome detail how she died by the person that's trying to kill her and has the sister in the chains. It's like, it's just complete, like, it's like unwilling to accept reality to the point of absolute insanity. And he does this consistently. So he's just insane. You know? It's just mind-boggling to me. This girl, I don't even know. I kind of feel like she's, like, here-ish. I mean, because she, like, has, like, the ghoulish fascination. Even when they were found, he thought of Mion instead. Like, yeah, exactly. He's like, oh, Mion. Like, why is Mion your thought? And, like, I hope she's okay. I can't take him. I can't take it. I can't take it. This girl might be, like, similar. Just because, like, she has, like, the ghoulish fascination thing. Which is, I guess, kind of cool. Maybe she's bottom of B. Because the ghoulish fascination thing, I think, is, like, kind of cool. But it's also, like, she's also so being pretty dumb for an adult. He has said some troubling things about Rika and Satoko. Let's not, like, exonerate him of lolicon accusations. So, like, she's kind of similar. I feel like if I put her here, I feel like he has to be a tier below her. But I don't know how I feel about her being here. But I also don't know how I feel about him being in D tier. It feels kind of bad. Maybe I can just do, I don't know, I'll do bottom of B. I guess. There's just a pretty big gap between these two. Mion, I don't know. Let's put, like, the easy ones up top. Like, you... I don't really know what Satoko did this arc, other than got murdered. So she's probably just, like, in here. I mean, maybe Rena was more interesting than her. I was like, what did Satoko really do other than just get victimized? Which isn't, like, deep character writing. It's just, like, GG. So, like, otherwise she's just, like, her personality in the slice of life bits, which was, like, always fun. You know, I like it. But I feel like Rena at least had, like, some interesting stuff going on in the finale, which is, like, where the drama is. So I'll give Rena the advantage there. I think Rika is probably slightly above Satoko. I feel like the self-sacrifice bit from Rika was cool. Maybe she's the top dog for this arc, then. Because her self-sacrifice stuff was kind of cool. Rename D to Keiichi. But listen, we got Ooishi and Mion on the board still. Alright? We still gotta figure that out. I don't think Takano is dumb. She just actually doesn't care, I think. She thought about getting tortured and went, ooh, exciting. I don't think so. I don't think she's like a masochist. I don't think she actually would be okay with it. I think she just has a morbid fascination that got her out of control. Like, I don't think she enjoyed dying. Extreme BDSM, bro. And then she monologued about it to children. Like, like bringing kids in there is just crazy. Tomotage-san, honestly, might be worse than her. Because Tomotage-san was so cool in Chapter 1. He had so much aura. And then he just literally became, like, her Hello Kitty girl. Or her Hello Kitty, like, boyfriend. Which kind of was like, he just did nothing except, like, broke into the place and then got murked. You know? So, like, she was kind of better, because at least she had a reason for going in, and his reason was just, like, it's my girlfriend, I guess. It might be this, in which case he would have to drop a tier. It might be this. Or maybe this. Ooh, maybe this. Chie, yeah, I don't care. I guess she did her, like, slice of life bits. Out of the slice of life stuff, the curry thing, I liked the kids, their bits more than the curry bits, so I'll put the kids above, but it's kind of whatever. Mion and Shion and Ooishi. Oh, man. Shion... The Shion reveal and the Shion debate. Yo, what do you mean biased? This is me being... All opinions are biased, okay? Shion. The Shion debate is kind of funny. Ooishi an A or S. I think I'm gonna kill you. So the Shion... Okay, the Shion bait was funny. Made for a lot of, like, interesting plot points. I think she was good. I think she was actually really good. Maybe here? Because she was, like... You can understand a lot of her actions as, like, a result of, like, her sister and her home life being kind of crazy. And then her, like, breaking down at the end was, like, really troubling and really, like, kind of impactful. And then also the slice of life section, she, like, ruled over and had a lot of influence on. And so I feel like she was pretty solid. She was a pretty good character. She was an antagonistic role for the slice of life stuff. And I don't like how Keiichi responded to it. He just kind of rolled over. But, like, I think she was good. Maybe like this. Maybe she makes it to S. Because I feel like her character added a lot to the story. And honestly, like, Rika, it was like Rika died and Satoko was, like, the afterthought that also died, you know? So Satoko didn't get, like, nearly as much, like, juice. Because it was just Rika. It was like, oh, and Satoko too, I guess. But it was always about Rika, you know? Satoko was just, like, kind of, like, there too. And, like, kind of, you know? It foreshadowed the tradition and cultural theme that this chapter is centered in. Oh, man. I mean, yeah, I could see that. Jeez, man. Mion's tough to rank because she really just kind of goes, like, LMAO demon mode. NTR'd Keiichi with an otaku instant ass. Yeah, and, like, that was fun, like, to, like, get frustrated at and, like, like, getting all, like, riled up about the otaku thing and, like, hating on her and the cucking thing. Like, that was kind of fun, you know? And it was fun to, like, get really hyped up and, like, be all dramatic and, like, rah, 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 right? And so I think Shion gave a lot to the story by just making those kind of events happen. It was kind of insane, but I can understand that as, like, an insane sister-to-sister thing, you know? That feels like a realistic, like, form of insanity, or, like, a realistic form of, like, whatever. Where's the otaku? So true. Put him in the S above Rika. Yeah, Mion's tough to rank because, like, it kind of, to me, boils down to LMAO demon, right? Like, there's all the, like, history stuff of, like, the tradition and, like, the weight on her shoulders. A lot of that didn't land too well for me because, like, it didn't actually attach into the demon stuff. Like, at the end of the day, it was about the demon inside of her that just took over and killed people, right? That was the reason she was doing stuff, is because she liked it, and she was just a demon, like, out there hunting. And you could say the demon's there because of all the, like, stuff that was on her shoulders, but it's like, we don't actually know why the demon's there. It could be that, it could be actual supernatural stuff, it could be, like, drugs, it could be, like, conditioning, or, you know, it could be whatever. So it's, like, kind of, I'm like, narratively uncertain of why she was such a monster, other than just, like, you know, demon forehead. I liked her monologue, though, in the end game. There was also about her being insecure of her femininity and how her name adds to that insecurity and the demon ate off of it. Her being insecure about her femininity was a debate used for the Shion thing. I pretty much stopped caring about all that when the Shion thing came out because it undercut everything as, oh, it was actually Shion saying all that shit. You know? What made the insecurity about her femininity thing cool was that, like, the idea was that Shion was an alter ego she was using to explore femininity. Right? That's what made that super interesting and, like, engaging. But then Shion was actually a separate character, which made it so that all that stuff about her femininity and, like, those, like, kind of, like, deeper character elements were all just used to rug pull you. And, like, a part of me respects the rug pull, but also it kind of just, like, undercut those, like, character traits for me and made it, like, you know, it just became part of the bit. Which is it was kind of disappointing when it happened. And it was, like, not completely is true because Mion at the end was, like, holding our, like, arm and stuff, so there was some truth to it. But it really got undercut for me, which made me kind of disengage from it. So, it was, it's kind of... But yeah, it was still there to a degree. And I mean, Mion even said at the end game, when they were walking around arm in arm, like, do you think I'm gonna judo throw you? Right? And so that was directly referring to, like, could you see me in like a romantic sexual way? I really like both of these characters, but I completely agree with you. Yeah. And so, I don't know, like, I was really ready to, like, really feel some, like, deep connections with Mion there. But then since it was used for, like, a big switcheroo, then it's like, I don't know what to believe anymore. A lot of this was used to, like, pull a prank on us. So it's hard to, like, engage with it now or, like, trust it now. Yeah. So it's still there, but it just lost a lot of its weight, I think. You know. And then the demon thing kind of took priority over it, right? Like, it's yeah, I don't know. And also the demon wasn't always there. You're partially through what bits were Mion posing to gauge Keiichi. Yeah, and it's also, a lot of that's really hard to read nowadays. Because we only know certain bits of, like, true or not. Shion being one person with the issues, it seemed like was a really cool idea, and this, while also finding it's less interesting for me, it's diminished. Yeah, that's kind of where I am. Like, I was like, oh, this is a really interesting like character development for Mion, and like a lot of really interesting things of like femininity, you know, and being seen as a girl in a relationship where like you're very platonic. Like, that's like a really interesting interpersonal dynamic, and like contention. And so it was used as a rug pull, which, like, some of it's still there, but it lost its weight. I'm just kind of repeating at this point. But yeah. So she doesn't really get points for that. She gets, like, a point or two, but she gets less points than she would have if none of this happened. But obviously the story would be completely different. I guess it's just really about the demon stuff. I don't know. Maybe it's B or, like, top of C. Because I can understand, like, what was going on, but it like... You know, I think it's hard. It feels like it's hard to have the demon mode Mion feel like there's depth to engage with when it just feels like she can just turn demon the entire time. And it got all going back to the doll. And then the doll thing we apologized for, but we didn't apologize to the right person. It was just like, oh my goodness, we just can't get a break, dude. I think she was a better antagonist, though, than Rena was in Chapter 1. Because at least I could understand, like, the family history stuff. Having most of the genuine emotional bonding and vulnerability be revealed to actually all be a play by Shion just sucks. It's not like bad writing, but it's just unsatisfying. Yeah. And that's the gimmick. That's how they get you, is that, like, they kind of blue ball and, you know, undercut you. And so I respect the play, but it's just still like, ouch. Yeah, I think I liked her more as a villain than Rena in Season 1, though. Because Rena in Season 1 was kind of the same thing, where it's just like, LMAO demon, where she just kind of goes demon mode, insanity mode, and we don't have a reason why, and there's like maybe drugs involved, so it's just like completely a, like, who knows mess. Mion at least had like this family history stuff and the weight, so there was like a reason for the demon stuff. And eventually, I'm sure the demon stuff's going to make more sense, which will make this make more sense. But right now, it just wasn't super satisfying, I think. I'll probably put her at bottom of B. And then Ooishi, I don't think I've ever liked as a character. Like, I don't know if I don't, like, as a piece in the puzzle, I don't, oh man, he's just frustrating to me. The way he speaks is really frustrating to me. The main heroine of this chapter, besides the side characters, is crazy work. But sure. Below the Little Shota is crazy. It's just like Ooishi, I know it's about writing, but the way Ooishi writes is frustrating to read. That's kind of my main thing. Like Ooishi is just a bad cop that does whatever he wants, and I can kind of like that, but my problem is the way that he actually, like, exists in the story is he talks so roundabout that it slows the pace down, and it's agonizing to me. The way he talks, and it's like, he undercuts the tone continually, and then it's just, like, making, like, insanely, like, evil and manipulative decisions. And so I can kind of, like, take it as a villain. If I see him as an antagonist, I can maybe do, like, top of B. But, like, the oya, and talking roundabout, and knowledge dumping about nonsense, it's just like, oh my goodness, Ooishi. Like, take me to the plot, please. It's kind of a similar thing with Keiichi, where, like, it's intentional to piss the reader off. And yeah, and I just don't like being pissed off as a reader. You know? And it's kind of the same thing with Keiichi, where, like, it's like, when sometimes, and it's not always, but certain scenes with Keiichi and Ooishi, both of them, I think, share this issue, where it just slows the pace down to, like, glacial. And especially because I'm reading out all the, like, inner thoughts, right? So Keiichi's inner thoughts that just walk in circles and go nowhere, and, like, just show that he has no idea what's going on. It's like I feel like we can get this idea across in, like, half the dialogue. And so, and it's like part of it being like him losing his mind. So I get what it's trying to do, but it's just like, oh my goodness. It just drives me crazy sometimes. And if you can say that's the point, but it's just like, oh my goodness. And Ooishi has that same problem to me. Because I don't have that problem with anyone else. I don't think anybody else, like, meanders in their speech and takes forever to get points across. Can you give me your overall thoughts of this chapter compared to the first? Personally, I found it more compelling and interesting than the first one, but also my experience is slightly tainted from already knowing the events of Chapter 1 from the anime. Chapter 2 I liked more than Chapter 1. I think Ooishi, he's just too glacial of a character for me. I can understand like what he's trying to do and his role as like an antagonist. He might be lower than Mion. I don't know. I think I'll put him lower than Mion because like as an antagonist, well, sacrificing the kid's pretty cool. I'll give full thoughts in a second on chapter. I don't know. It's somewhere in here. Maybe here. At least I've turned him into a bit where I can, like, get mad at him as a bit to, like, you know, make jokes. So he's gained value, at least in the streaming way I'm enjoying the story. Though that's different than writing, of course. But, like... yeah, like, I can respect the grind set, but also, like... and I think he's below Mion. I think he just drives me too crazy with how he acts. And he's so meandering and, like, doesn't really care about the case or, like, finding the people, which is kind of insane to me. And he kind of cares about the case, but, like, I don't understand... yeah, I like it. Mion has more depth, but then her, like, her antagonism ending with, like, demon mode LMAO was kind of just, like, a little much. I don't know about a little much, but, like, since we don't know anything about the demon stuff, it just kind of doesn't... it's not very satisfying. In retrospect, I'm sure it'll look better, but right now, you know? It's just, like, I don't know, man. But yeah, so that's probably that. I think, okay, so pre-demon stuff at the end, I think Mion writing was a banger this chapter, unironically S. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. Yeah, I think so, big chapter thoughts. I think I liked chapter 2 more than chapter 1. Shion's ranked high, not just because I pity her, but because I think she was used in a lot of good ways. She was used in the slice of life really well. Better, like, because there's two sections. There's slice of life, there's drama. Shion did the most in slice of life because she carried that. That was like the entire thing, you know? And she was like the faux antagonist of the slice of life section, which I liked. Rena was just, you know, doing her Rena thing. Rena is interesting in the end game with her pure optimism. Keiichi was already doing that, though. So it's like, we have two of the same thing. And then in the end game, I think Shion being used as a torture device was a good way to make me feel sick, you know? And then goes mad. Like, she's really pitiable, and so there's kind of cool how, like, the beginning, she's, like, manipulative and whatever, and then at the end, she's completely reduced, and Mion is, like, getting back at her for all of that. Yeah, Shion is an introduction to this chapter, and I think she's a good introduction. So I'd have her above Rena, because Rena was only kind of interesting at the end, and otherwise was just Rena-ing around, which is why she gets A tier, because I don't think she detracted at all. But yeah, so big thoughts of the chapter. I like chapter 2 more than chapter 1, I think. Because both kind of had a thing with their endgame, which I think is just going to be in every endgame now. Where, like, the endgame is, like, shit goes really bad for Keiichi, and then he survives, and then shit goes really bad for Keiichi, and then he survives, and it happens, like, 4 or 5 times. Because in chapter 1, it was, like, him getting chased with the axe, him failing, him getting away, or no, him getting chased with the axe, him getting away, him getting attacked by the grown men, him getting away, surviving, him getting attacked by the axe, unconscious, wakes up in binds, kills them. So it's like, it looks like he's dead when he wakes up in binds. It's like, okay, it's over. And then he, like, survives. And then he runs from the guys. And then it's like, oh, he survives. And then the phone thing, and then he dies, right? So it's like, he has this really brutal long suffer at the end game. And it was the same thing with chapter 2, where it was like, looks like we got to the end. Looks like we've got to the end with, Keiichi, like, you know, we've talked down Mion. Game's over. GG. But then it's like, wait, no, she actually twists and is now a villain on us again. And then we talk her down again, we survive. And then we get attacked and stabbed by her again. And then now, and it's, you know, it's like we keep getting hit and hit and hit at the end, which is kind of crazy. But that happens in both chapters. So trying to compare them again, I think I liked that more in chapter 2, because in chapter 1, I remember just getting like a little like, oh my goodness, like it's just at this point trying to drive him crazy, you know? Like it was like, Rena, just hit me with the hatchet, bro. Just put it in. Just put it in already, you know? We were like getting edged by it, where at least with this one, like the situation kept changing dramatically, where it's like now he's in the hospital, now he's got the doll, now he's trying to do this, right? So I think I appreciate the versatility, like the different circumstances he was in the end game in chapter 2 more. What else? I think the slice of life in both is kind of good. I mean, the Shion thing is more interesting, of course. The history lesson I liked. I also liked the history lesson. That's true. I like a good somber, serious moment in a story, right? So that was interesting. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, Slice of Life. It's kind of weird going from chapter 1 to chapter 2 because during the Slice of Life, I just didn't trust like Rena the entire time, and like didn't trust Mion. You know. Ooh, grilled cheese. Hey, good on you for locking in. Good on you for locking in. I appreciate it. What was I trying to say? Yeah, so Slice of Life in Chapter 2 was probably written better, but it's just kind of weird, because Chapter 1's fun because you get to meet everybody, right? And so when Chapter 2 happens and we're kind of meeting everybody, it's like, I already met these people, I don't need the introduction again. And so it feels kind of repetitive, you know? And, like, some of the stuff just doesn't really, like, matter too much. It's like, I already care about these characters, so you don't need to, like, endear them to me again, right? And so that feels like a little weird, but I think the writing with the Shion stuff was better. It was just more interesting. As opposed to just like fun games, right? Which was still good though. What else? Grilled cheese Obama sandwich. Yeah, and meeting the boys. Yeah, so they did do some stuff, but it really was a repeat, right? We've seen them play the punishment games like 1,000 times, right? Not 1,000, but we've already met them all. The only thing that actually was important during like the meeting the boys part was the doll at the end, right? And so like you could cut out the boys completely and just have the doll at the end, and that's all that really mattered for like the plot. It's stuff like that, right? And so you can enjoy it as like Slice of Life, but which is fine, and I think it's fun too, right? You know, enjoy the characters like being their characters, but it's just kind of hard coming off of the drama segment of Chapter 1 because it's like I know people are gonna die here. What the fuck did you say? How dare you? I don't know what I said, but I stand by it. GG! Oh yeah, oh my goodness, it is a 10-hour stream. This is not the norm, by the way. The boys are B tier, ranked above Keiichi, Mion, and Ooishi. The boys could be cut out of the story. They just Listen, your top... That's the thing. These people, these four, all of them could be cut out of the story, and it wouldn't really change anything. But the thing is, they also don't, like... make me go crazy in the story by existing. That's the thing. I feel like B tier is the, like, does your job well enough, drives me a little mad, drives me absolutely insane, does job well, does job very well. Something like this, right? And so they're like, fine, but that don't really matter. Mion's, of course, important, but, like, she has some stuff that's done well and some stuff that kind of drives me a little crazy, so she balances out. Ooishi's kind of the same. Maybe Ooishi's here, but I'll just let him be here for fun. And then these two is just like guys. Like from chapter 1, Tomotage had so much aura. And then Keiichi was just, has driven me crazy in both chapters. You know? As soon as the end game happens. At least he got the, like low-key, Keiichi was better in chapter 1. Because he didn't absolutely... like, besmirch the memory of Satoko and Rika. That is so painful for me, you know? Because it undercuts, like, the relationship he has with them when he is glazing Mion and slobbering on her Mion cock. Alright, that was a bit much. But you get what I mean, right? Like, take it out. Stop bouncing on it, Keiichi. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting, though. Keiichi is S tier. Maybe one day I'll see it, chat. Maybe one day I'll see it. But a brother is driving me crazy. He's driving me insane, dude. And maybe that's the point, and you can make those arguments, but it's just like... I want somebody I can root for, man. And I so struggle to root for Keiichi. And I can have someone to hate, but then I'm just gonna hate you. Keiichi's simply so hard for Mion kind of makes me want to back off and win what I have. And win what will I have? Oh, when you back off, what will you have? Yeah. No, we're about to go to bed. There's apparently one clip. What's this clip? You have an enemy, you should have no sympathy and kill them without hesitation. I don't care. I don't care. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. No sympathy, no hesitation. Murder. It's fine. Murder is morally good. This is a great clip. This is how I am. Jeez, man. But yeah, chat. Just a casual 8-hour stream, alright? Don't say I never gave you nothing. We will be back again next week for the chapter 3 beginning of Higurashi. Should be interesting to see where it goes. Hopefully we get some more information on demon stuff. Lots of stuff. Keiichi should have rizzed her up in the hospital seat. It's actually true, bro. So true. But yeah, good to seeing y'all chat. Shout out the Higurashi playlist on YouTube. Higurashi every Tuesday at 6 p.m. CST. Oh yeah, week after. Oh yeah, maybe no Higurashi next week. I'll have to update y'all in like the Discord. Shout out the Discord. Because I'm going on a trip for a few days, and I think I'm leaving Tuesday. So I'll have to figure that out. But so it's a little bit unsure, but definitely the weeks afterwards. Shout out to YouTube if you want. You know, your boy's a bit of a reactor over on YouTube. We got a lot of shows we're watching. We're watching Lord of the Mysteries, To Be Hero X. Got a lot of shows in the backlog, so maybe go scroll through the YouTube archive, see if there's anything you want to see that your boy's yapped about, because your boy's a yapper, baby. But yeah, that's all the important stuff. I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow as well for Wednesday Runa, 6 p.m. CST roughly. So, Library of Runa, shout out Project Moon. Yeah, that's all the important stuff. Chat, I'm out of here. I'll be seeing y'all tomorrow.